All right, just waiting for little YouTubes to catch up with me. So I'm gonna just check in on the chat real quick. Are we there? Are we coming? I think so. Can you guys see me? Are we here? Looks like we're live. I'm just a little delayed on my end, I think. Oh, there we go. Hi, friends. Okay, let's see. Hi, Creative Cindy. She is watching my best. You're watching Vicky. You're watching Vicky on Scrap Fest. I love that. Scrapbook Fest, whatever scrapbook.com is going on over the weekend, right? You're so sweet. I don't think I will be here for the live. I'm so sorry. Well, if you are here, then enjoy your day. And if not, well, still enjoy your day. Hi, Kelly. Yes, so I see. I think I'm going to, we've got a couple people pulling double duty today, watching Vicky also on SBC Fest. So here's the deal, friends. If you're like, what is that? Don't leave. Hang out with me. You can watch that later, right? Oh, so sweet, Kelly. Kelly said, thank goodness for multiple devices and great to have you back. Lil, missed you. I missed you guys. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. You have no idea. Hi, Roberta. Nice to see you, Karen. So Karen just left us a very good reminder to thumbs up. If you guys would thumbs up, press like, whatever it is, I would sure appreciate that because that is super easy way that you can help support me just by giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Karen. Hi, Deborah. Nice to see you. Sounds like it's raining where Deborah is. Karen and Deborah, I think you guys will both be happy. Deborah said, ready to spend a rainy day. And I know Karen is always happy for this, but I think today may be a long one. It won't be an all-dayer, but I don't even know what an all-dayer is anymore. But I think today's going to be a long one. So just we haven't been together in so long and lots of things to talk about and play. So I think we'll be looking at a longer one today. Hi, Beach Gal. Deborah, nice to see you. I think about you all the time. And please, hi, Joshua. Hi, sweetie. I love that so much, Deborah. You know that. Let's see. Angela. Hi, Angie's Crafty Life is saying happy Saturday. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Martine. Yes, Martine, our friend in the Netherlands. Summery, sunny Netherlands. I love that it's summery and sunny there. It's very summery and sunny here too. Good morning, Sarah. Nice to see you. Beverly from sunny Montana. Kim says good morning from Tulsa. Hi, Kim. Nice to see you. Well, it's nice to see everyone. You guys know that. But sometimes there are some of you that I maybe haven't seen in a while. So I'm like, oh, yay. But I'm excited for everyone. Hi, Cindy. Nice to see you. Jen's Happy Place. Hello, hello. Chipped in time, Betty. Tracy. Oh, Kelly, you're so sweet. Kelly said looking good, Lael, so pretty. Thank you. You know, you just lots of times don't feel it, so thank you. Mindy. Hi, Mindy. Mindy and Kim are together. I love that so much. One of our, several of you have met here and then realized you lived in proximity of each other. And then now you guys get together in person, Kim and Mindy. I also met two ladies last weekend that had also done that. Lori and Shelly, I believe. Lori and Shelly. Lori and Laura. No, Lori and Laura. I think it's Lori and Laura. Had met here, you know, in our little virtual community and realized that they both didn't live that far from each other. And so they have also gotten together in person, which I love. It's so cool. So cool. Hi, Marilee. Nice to see you. She said, so glad to finally be back. Same, Marilee, same. It has been, I think, 3 weeks. It's been a hot minute, and it will be another hot minute before we're together again. So we'll talk about schedule as we get going. Hi, Joanne and Dawn. Mari. Hi, Mari. Mari, I did get your voicemail. That's like old school. I did get your email. Yes, ship both together. Let's see. Joy's working on her Disney TN. That's so fun. I love that. Hi, Annette. And Shannon, good morning, Shannon. Shannon, am I going to see you next week? There are a number of you that I will see you next week. Ooh, hold on. Okay. I just realized that I need to turn the fan on. I desperately need to turn the fan on because it is, hang on. Oh, duh. Wow. The blonde hair is really shining today. Did you see what I was doing with the remote? I'm trying to do that. Yeah, fan's down here. I'm like, what's wrong? Why isn't it working? Okay, there we go. Got to get those important things out of the way. Yes, I know some of you I will be seeing next week at the Ready Set Create event in Burbank. Very excited for that. Hi, Carla. Carla's traveling from Oklahoma to Arkansas to end your vacation. Safe travels, Carla. Beverly said, so happy we're back. Me too. So happy. Hi, Nancy. Oh, Nancy, I love this about you. You know I love this about you, Nancy. So Nancy lives in Illinois. Nancy, and I don't know if this is the right term, Nancy, so if it's not, feel free to correct me in the chat. Nancy and her husband are farmers. And they harvest in the fall, and it is fall. So when I found this out about Nancy a couple of years ago, I asked her to share in the Facebook group some photos, and she drives the big giant pieces of equipment. And so she shared some really neat photos in the Facebook group of kind of the harvest and her on the equipment and stuff like that. So Nancy, I know that is this is a crazy time of year for you. So I hope that you find some time to have a little bit of time for you, because I know it's crazy time. Well, I don't know because I've never experienced harvest, but I can imagine that it's crazy time. So nice to see you. Hi, Colleen. Colleen, I have been thinking about you so much, believe it or not. Every time that we are together and I flip the camera, I'm so used to you saying, oh, make sure that you plug in after I flip the camera, that I notice when you're not here. And it's not that I forget to plug back in, but I'm always expecting you to say, Leo, remember to plug back in. And then when I don't hear you, I think, oh gosh, I'm missing Colleen. And I've been thinking, I hope you're okay. So I'm glad that you are back, Colleen. And I hope everything is good. Lauren, good morning. Carrie from Montana, a couple from Montana. Cindy has chicken in the crock pot and water ready. She's ready to go. Angela said, yay, play all day. And so did Karen, yeah. Won't be an all dayer, but I think we'll go for quite a while. Hi, Valerie, nice to see you. So you're watching Vicky, listening to me. That's like best of both worlds, right? I love that. I love that you guys are both supporting both of us by hanging out. So fun, so fun. Hi, Pam. Hi, Gerda. Gerda's getting over the COVID. So sorry. I hope everything's okay, Gerda. Hi, Dora. Nice to see you. It's been a long time since you've been on a live. Well, nice to see you. I'm glad that you're happy to be here. And it's been a long time since I've been on a live too. Couple weeks. Let's see. Kathy said she's looking forward to spending at least part of the day with you. Me too, Kathy. Me too. Debbie also has two screens going. This is hilarious. This is fun. I love it. Pam said the different background. It's been a minute since I caught you live. Yes, Pam, guess what? This is all new. My whole room. Had my whole room redone. The room that I had before, the room is still here. But everything that I had before, I'd had, I don't know, probably for 20 years, all the same stuff. And the pandemic totally changed the way that I use this room. And I still design in it, and that part didn't change, but this whole part, all of this live virtual stuff, I kind of needed to reconfigure things, so I had things kind of where I needed them to be and accessible very easily. So it's been a project in the works for a long time, and I think it was finally installed and everything put together in July. I still have on my to-do list a like craft room tour, studio tour. So I will be doing that video, but probably, I don't know, there's a lot of traveling right now and teaching. So it's coming, just know it's coming. Let's see, Val, actually, I do not do any order pickup. So no one comes to my house, since that's where my business is, except for Val, because Val's sister lives in my neighborhood. So Val is up here and kind of in and out. And so she came to pick up an order yesterday and kind of got a little private tour, right, Val, of my new setup. That was kind of fun. Let's see. Colleen was at Fan Expo Canada and missed the last live. So Colleen, so it's probably been maybe like 2 months just between my traveling and all that. So I'm glad you were doing something fun. Joy said, your smile makes me smile. Thank you, Joy. I love that. Shannon, now I'm scared. Shannon said, yes, you will, meaning that I will see her next week at the Ready, Set, Create event. And she said, boy, do we have a surprise for you. Well, I'm excited, Shannon. I guess we'll see, right? I know. Karen said voicemails are still used in a lot of places of employment. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even on our cell phones too, right? Joy said your idea book on Disney is super inspiring. So the little section on Disney, yes? Is that what you mean, Joy? Joy's talking about my idea book. Really quick, one thing I want to talk about, kind of in relation to that, and then, well, actually, I will talk about that, but I should probably back up for a second and say hello. Hi, friends. Happy Saturday. If we have not met before, my name is Lael Konkar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. Website, laelbymail.com. When I am not traveling and teaching, we are here on Saturdays on my YouTube channel. And we do what I like to call creative listings. So I provide usually 3 or 4, just depends, topics a couple days before. You'll always find those on my blog, which is also on the website. Post on social media on Friday, email blast goes out with all the information. But we do what I like to call creative listing. So I pick list topics. Sometimes you guys are suggesting them. Sometimes they're just on my own. And we get our fun crafting products out. So stickers, washi, die cuts, stamps, lots of stamps. And we make lists and we make them though creatively. So it is it's a way of storytelling for me. It is storytelling, scrapbooking, documenting, memory keeping, whatever you want, but it is a way to tell, I encourage you, your story, right? Because you're making the list. Hopefully you're making the list about yourself. But it's a very different way of telling your story. I have been a crafter. Well, I've been a crafter pretty much all my life, but scrapbooker, memory keeper for the last 26 years. And up until probably the last 4 or 5 years, it had always been mostly about our kids, right? Jack and Sam. Both full-grown adults now, for the most part, right? They're both full-grown adults, and what I found and what I have heard from many of you is as you transition to another stage of life, whether it's empty nester or maybe you're retired or maybe you have totally changed careers, maybe whatever you've been documenting in the past now is kind of left a hole. So kids gone. Don't really have their lives to document day by day. And I had to really sit back and kind of think about how I could still do what I love, the memory keeping, the documenting, the storytelling, but do it in a way that worked since my main subjects were no longer part of that, right? Now, they're still living. They are still very much living their own lives, but I'm not there, every second of the day snapping the pictures and telling the stories, right? So that's kind of where this whole creative listing thing came in. And we've been doing it here on my YouTube channel for about the last 3.5 years. And we have lots of fun with it. So that's a really quick little blurb about what we do here on Saturdays. There are tons of links in the description box of the video down below. Link to my website, link to some of the products I will be using today, link to a page on my website that tells you the products I'll be using. The website also has products that you can purchase. So that's kind of in a nutshell what is going on. This time of year for me is really, really, really crazy busy when it comes to traveling and teaching. I own my own business, kind of run the show, so I can decide, how I work things. And I have made a conscious effort over maybe the last 18 months to push more of my traveling into the fall and give myself a little bit more of a break outside of the fall. So fall is very concentrated. There's something in April, something in August, but really outside of that, everything is fall. Which means our listing when it comes to this time of year is very sporadic. So website under the blog has our listing schedule. Every email that I send out more or less has that listing schedule at the bottom, also pinned in the Lael by Mail Facebook group and Facebook posts. So one of the things I rolled out the beginning of this month was something called Flashback Friday Fun. Okay, Flashback Friday Fun. So when we are not together listing, because I'm traveling, if we're not together listing, then on Fridays I send out an email saying, hey, as a reminder, we're not listing this weekend, and I give you maybe an idea of something you could list on or list about based on something that we had done in the past. So that's where this little guy comes into play, the Listing with Lael idea book. This is something that I did. This was like my 3rd child. My 4th child is now in the U.S., so I'll tell you about that in a sec too. Lots of children that, that are not biological these days. But this little guy, I released in May. We're on our 2nd print right now, self-published. This guy it's an idea book, and it is just an idea book of all the lists that we had done up until the end of 2022. So Every Friday when we're not together, a little email goes out and it shows you a list that we had created in the past. If you have the book, it tells you what page, but then it also gives you a link to the video where you can go and watch that list being created, whenever we did it. So for example, last Friday we weren't together, or last weekend we weren't together because I was in Minnesota teaching at Firefly Farm. And so an email went out, Flashback Friday Fun, giving you a list topic, and that was, it was actually two, favorite summer memories. One was childhood, so favorite summer memories from my childhood, and the other was favorite summer memories as an adult. So we've tons and tons and tons of topics. There's like 300 lists in here. We will not be together next weekend because I'll be teaching at Ready, Set, Create. We'll also not be together the following weekend because I will be checking something off my bucket list, Coldplay concert in San Diego. So next 2 weekends, we will not be listing together. What that means is both of those Fridays, watch for an email because I will have list topics for you if you still want to list. Calendar. We will be listing together again that first weekend in September. I think it's October 6th, 7th, something like that. So we will be listing again then. Again, very sporadic because of all the travel that's coming up. Okay. Let me see. So my calendar's over there. I'm not looking at anyone over there. Calendar's over there on the wall. Although I could be looking at someone. Okay, someone else is farming too. I missed who that is. Nancy drives a tractor and auger cart. I can't, that's, okay, Nancy, does auger holes, right? Auger makes the hole so that you can, I don't know, tell us what auger is, I think, I don't know. Wanda, you're feeling well? Yes, are you feeling well? Wanda said we have had a great week of fall, went out and bought fall flowers, getting back to my old self. That's wonderful news, Wanda, wonderful news. Colleen, yes, bless all the farmers. Thank you for all you do to keep us fed, right? Super important part of our like circle of life, right? Hi, Under the Willow Tree from Ohio. I'm just checking the chat. Hi, Jackie, nice to see you. Room tour, yes, Pam, room tour is coming. Shannon, the video for the printer. No, I haven't. No. Let's see. It probably, I know there's a lot of things that I keep seeing. It's probably going to be here. It's probably going to be here. Total honest transparency. It won't happen until at least November, or maybe probably at least November, because that's when all the traveling kind of stops. Hi, Kathy, listing. Kathy, I love it. Kathy said, hi from Phoenix. I'm new to listing with you. Welcome, Kathy. As I am like chit-chatting here, there is a live chat that takes place. So if you want to pop in and say hello, especially if you're new. So Kathy, I'm so glad you said hello. Super friendly bunch, but I love newbies and I obviously love everyone, but I have a soft spot in my heart for people that are new, especially when you pop into the chat and say hello, because you're kind of like, ooh, I don't know any of these people, but super, super friendly bunch. And Kathy, I think you will love what we do because we have a lot of fun here. We have lots and lots of fun. Oh, Nancy, thank you. Nancy said your Halloween album is amazing as always. Yeah, lots of new stuff coming out. The December documented project kit is out and shipping now. The Spooky Halloween Fun is out and shipping now. There is a brand new, very limited quantities fall themed layout kit that is out and shipping now. I'll talk about that in a sec. Go and talk about that in a sec. So many things in my head that to talk about. Let's see. Karen said, is there a way to color match Simple Stories paper lines to cardstock colors? I want to color match to the Christmas line I bought from you a couple weeks back. Karen, I would reach out to Simple Stories. But Simple Stories has their color vibe, a whole line of cardstock. And they typically, because I know in a retailer catalog what they do, they tell the retailers what colors kind of coordinate with that collection. So I'm sure you could email them and ask them a particular collection, which of their colors coordinate. I don't think they wouldn't be able to tell you others. They wouldn't be able to tell you like basil cardstock or something like that, but they could certainly tell you what theirs are. Absolutely. Hi, Julie. Nice to see you. Oh, I'll see you this week in Burbank. Yes, 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 yes. All right, friends. There's lots and lots of chat. Hi, Jess the Elder, from foggy Southern California. Okay, I am going to. I'm gonna scroll through all that because we'll be here for the next 10 days as I kind of read. If you put something in the chat that I missed and you would like me to see it, just please type it again and all uppercase, and that way I will see it. Once I stop talking this way, and then rotate the camera and we start working, it's a lot easier for me to see the chat because I can just kind of glance up as I'm working, whereas this is a little bit harder to do. And Pam, I'll see you at She Loves Color. Yes, some of you I'll be seeing in October at She Loves Color in Wisconsin. Paula's been away for a while. I said I was going to stop. It's hard for me to stop reading because that's how we connect, right? That's how the social happens, and I miss connecting with you guys. So, all right. Okay, here we go. One last thing. Paula said, can you do another kit with the graphic 45 folder? Paula, I most certainly will in the future because that was the first time I had used it. And there was a ton of work that I did to kind of get my arms around that. And I put together a whole bunch of templates so that when I did it again in the future, that I would have kind of those templates. So yes, I will be. I don't know when and what with, but just know it will come down the pike. Karen, the black globe, that classy piece of decor is from Ikea. Yep, Ikea. And so is this little guy. Look at, isn't he fun too? Both Ikea. Yes, both of those are Ikea. All right. Let's see. Jessie, I know, Jessie, I feel like we know each other. I feel like we've known each other forever. Jessie and I will see her. We'll see each other. She Loves Color too. All right. So we need to talk about a couple of giveaways. So every Saturday when we're together, I always like to do giveaways. That is, I think, like, gifting is one of my love languages. I love to give little gifts to people, and so this is my way to do that when we're like not together in person. I like to do giveaways. So the way that you participate in the giveaways is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat. A comment on the video when it's over. I call those like after party prizes, right? This is the party, that would be the after party. And then that way the people that cannot watch live also have a chance to participate. So last time we were together, I talked about 2 different prizes and I drew those this morning. So you have time to leave your comments until basically right before we start the next Saturday we're together. So this morning before we started, I picked 2 random. I always pick random comments. I'm not looking for anything. I'm not looking for compliments. I'm just randomly pick, and then there we go. So first winner was one of the brand new stamp sets from the August release. This is the Willie Alpha Solid. So this was a request from many of you after I released the original Willie Alpha, which was an outline. Now you have the Willie Solid to go with it. So that one goes to Shirley Tallarico, 9811. Shirley Tallarico. The way that you know that you win, I say it here, but also I reply to your comment on the video, or on the, in the comment section, I reply. So Shirley, email that in the subject line, send me your address and we'll get it out this week. Second prize was another brand new stamp. This one is the perpetual calendar. There we go. The perpetual calendar, which is really awesome. I'll show you that one, how I used that last week in a sec, or last time we were together. That one goes to Jennifer Eldridge. So Jennifer, both these are mail by mail stamps. Jennifer and Shirley, congratulations. All right. I need to put these back here. Hang on. I need to put these back here. Oh, look it, you can see. You can see one of my little rollout drawers that has all of my stamps, all nice and organized. So we got to put those back in the right order, or else later I will be looking and I won't be able to find what I'm looking for. All right, let's see here. Okay. All right. So, talking about a couple more things that I wanted to talk about that I didn't write down. We talked about when we're going to be together next on a Saturday, which would be October, that first weekend in October. Some of you have been very patiently waiting for the book reading Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. I will be working on that in my downtime next week when I am at the retreat. or at the event, this Ready Set Create event. So week after next, you will see that go up on the website. I am also doing work while I'm there for the recipe book project kit and the Life in Bloom project kit, and also the travel planning-ish Traveler's Notebook project kit. So there's lots of things in the work. If you ever want to know, in the works, lots of things in the works. If you ever want to know kind of what's coming up and when-ish, I have to say when-ish, on the website, there is a little, one of the little things across the top says coming soon. That'll tell you what projects are coming soon, what product is coming soon, and then also teaching stuff. Woo, that's a lot. That is a lot. Lots going on. Okay, so I think we're ready. I think we're ready to flip the camera. All right, so hang tight. I'm going to rotate. We're rotating. There we go. Let's move these lights now a little bit more in. Move the, Colleen, yes. Thank you, hon. Colleen is always my reminder to plug the phone in after I flip the camera. Yes. That is a very crucial, piece of information, or a detail, right? That we need to make sure that, because we will run out of battery, not fast, but you know, it just takes a lot of battery, right? Okay. Deborah, that just reminded me. I will see you next week too. I'm so excited. Okay. Oh yes, it's been a little while, right? I had to think about what we were doing. Usually we start out by, after we chit chat for a while, right? We start out by taking a look at our lists that we did last time that we were together. So that is the first thing we're going to do. Last time we were together, which was on August 26th, we did 3 lists. We did, let's see, there's one, and there's one. All right. The first one we did was something that we do on a monthly basis, and it is called Today Looks Like This. So Today Looks Like This is basically a snapshot of your day. It's just a day. You pick the day. I pick one day a month, and this is a really neat way, I think, to kind of create a little bit of a time capsule. So a lot of what we do when we're doing our creative listing, we are creating time capsules. Hang on. Lights are a little bit too high there. There we go. Nick set it up, put everything up for me this morning before he left. So let's see. I think that'll be a little bit better. Time capsule, right? A lot of times when we are doing our list, I say we're creating mini time capsules because you're taking a very specific like snapshot in time as you are doing your list. So this was one. This is Today Looks Like This. Every month I do this, and I use the same 3 base products every month that I do the list. The first one is the Today Looks Like This pad. It is a 4x6 paper pad. It is from Everyday Explorers. They have been sold out. I am sold out. I just checked with Christine the other day, and she has more that are currently being reprinted. So as soon as that Today Looks Like This pad comes back in, I will order them, and I will, as soon as they're received, update the website. So those are coming back. The second product that I always use, for this year, the 2023 die cuts from Ellie's Studio. So there are, I don't know, like 30, I want to say, die cuts. You have 2 different versions of each month. So one is a script and one is kind of a little abbreviated version, and we use that one. And then last but not least, I use some chipboard numbers, and those are the Cocoa chipboard numbers from Felicity Jane. Felicity Jane is no longer doing product, but I ordered a lot of these before they decided to close their doors in terms of creating products. So Cocoa chipboard numbers. Anyhow, all on the website. But we used the Hey Summer collection from Pretty Little Studio. And we did a fun little kind of door here, little door with some of their clear paper, and then used that perpetual calendar. So one of my new stamp sets from August, that fun little perpetual calendar. So That calendar is really fun because you basically just stamp the base. And then you use the little smaller little shape icons, your little shapes, right? Your little shapes. Then to highlight whatever the date is. So that was Saturday, August 26th was when I was doing the list. All right, so that was our first list. Second list, definitely another time capsule, always in the fridge. Okay, so we've done this. I think we did this list a couple of years ago. Always in the fridge is a really fun list to kind of document your stage in life. Believe it or not, this very much tells a story. If I had created this list back when our kids were little, there would be very different things in the fridge than there are now. So we had a lot of fun with that. Always in the fridge, we used the new Willy Alpha Solid, and then also paired it with the original Willy Alpha, which was the outline. And then used a few products from Hey Summer. So those two, even though separate topics, separate lists, each a single page, they coordinated together because I used products from the same collection. The strip sentiment. Oh, this little guy, Colleen, not my circus, not my monkeys. Those are the Tim Holtz Small Talk Snarky. Small Talk Snarky, and those I have on the website. I think Small Talk Snarky is also listed under what I'm using. I kind of leave the Small Talks there all the time because I love using the word strip stickers. All right. So the third one was an anti-bucket list. Okay, this one had a really funny story behind it, a little funny oops. So anti-bucket list, right? A lot of times we think about bucket lists, and we have done bucket lists in the past. General bucket lists, travel bucket lists, summer bucket lists, seasonal bucket lists. This one was an anti-bucket list. That's still gonna bug me. It just, I don't know. Lights are a little bit, hang on. I just need to fix one over here. Did that help it? I don't know what I did. Maybe? All right. Just a little shadowy. The shadows always bother me. All right, but this one, if you were with me, we had a little bit of an oops. So I don't even remember why I know. I had ink pads out. I had distress ink pads out because I was using the bullet stamps to create little buckets between the things on my anti-bucket list. Buckets, items, things on my list, on my anti-bucket list. And just as I was getting ready to, I picked up the orange one so I could get ink on that little stamp. Guess what happened? The ink pad went and landed on my list, okay? It landed on my list. So it made this big mark right there. And I went, oh no. Well, I'm not going to start over. And so I decided to go with it. And then I dropped it a whole bunch of times on the list. So we had a lot of fun in how to how to just accept things as they happen. And there you go. So I worked with it. We worked with it. Hi, Gabby. Nice to see you. And Jeanette, nice to see you as well. Colleen, she was looking at something on my list. Yes, I said anti-bucket list, getting a tattoo. Colleen, I have done a couple hennas. I have done a couple hennas. There was actually a really funny story. Years ago, Nick and I were in Mexico on a vacation in Sayulita. And there was someone on the beach giving henna tattoos. And so I got a little butterfly on my ankle. Nick did, I don't know what he was thinking. He did like a barbed wire or something around his bicep and had an allergic reaction to the henna and then had a rash in the shape of a barbed wire around his bicep for a good amount of time. So yeah, that was my funny story about henna tattoos. Okay, I am nearing the end of my insert. Okay, so when you start to get to the end of your insert, a couple things happen. I know, Colleen, it was so funny. It was so funny. And it was really funny because it was like a, barbed wire or something. And so you got a rash and anyhow. Okay, so I am nearing the end of my insert. I basically have, did we do in the news last month too? Did we do 4? I don't know. I don't even know. I don't think we did. Doesn't matter. Oh, we did do in the news. We did 4 last week. So yes, in the news, in the news. Shannon said John had the crown of thorns around his bicep. He said that hurt like crazy on the inside of his arm. I bet he did. I bet it did, Shannon. It's fun memories, right? Fun memories. All right, we did in the news last month as well. Okay, so here's the deal. I am basically down. I have room for one more spread in my insert, and then I have the last page. So that means a couple things. I had to kind of think about this for a minute. And if you are working in a traveler's notebook insert, I suggest this is something that you think about as well. Once you get to the end, number one, it starts to get a little bit difficult to work on this page because so much has come before it. So as I was doing that last week, I used one of the big clips, right? I used a big clip to kind of hold that down. Other thing I need to think about, my first list for today is about last month, okay? About last month. I need to do about last month for September. When I do about last month, I always am working directly on the insert page, right? So I'm doing my stamping and my writing directly on the page. The reason why that's really important to think about when we get all the way to here is because I am stamping directly on the page. I need to notice, oh, look it, I stamped directly on the page here. I can see, if you see, a little bit of ghosting and shadowing on this page. All right, so I do not want to, see if you guys can see that. Oh yeah, you can see it. I do not want to do my about last month on this page, because if I do it on this page, sorry, I was out of focus a little bit there, or out of frame. If I do it on this page, not only am I going to see the shadowing or ghosting here, well, when I go back to this page, if I'm stamping directly here, I will really see it here because the stamp that I'll use as part of the About Last Month stamp set is kind of bigger. So right off the bat, I know I can't do that work right here. So I will do another list right here where I will be working on something like this. I was working on top of something and then adhering to the page. So in order to start our first list, I need to start a new insert. Okay, I need to start a new insert. There's my first page. There is a stamp set that I released back in June called Beginning and End. Okay, called Beginning and End. And that is this guy. So before I even jump into, ooh, you know what? I'm going to have the same issue there, because if I want to stamp, this is going to be a little interesting. When I do my About Last Month is going to come all the way. I don't like the way that's stapled. I don't like the way that is stapled. I might grab another insert, friends. No, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Hang on. I'm just going to take a little bone folder here and flatten that out a bit. There we go. That'll make it a little bit easier. This is where I will do my About Last Month. I am having to move a couple of pages in. The reason is, before I start my insert, I want to do the beginning on my first page. I'll stamp on here, and because I'm stamping on here, I'm creating the same issue here as I was here, right? I won't want to stamp here because something will come into play here. Unless, actually, I've got it figured out. I'm thinking out loud. A lot of times when we were together, I think out loud so you guys can kind of follow my thought process. Because if you are doing the same thing, maybe some things you need to think about. So, I am going to I'm going to start out my insert with fall. I'm going to start it out with fall, and I'm using Acorn Lane. Okay, Acorn Lane from Simple Stories. Terry's right. Terry said that TN looks like it's stapled wonky. Check that. It is stapled wonky. I'm not going to worry about it because I just flattened it out. And it'll be okay. So I think what I'm going to do for my intro page, for my new insert, I'm going to use this fun little guy. That is from the new Simple Stories Acorn Lane. Whoops. I just realized I forgot to grab my trimmer. Everything else-ish is ready to go, except I forgot to grab my trimmer. we'll just do that one. That one's easy. So the inserts that I work with are standard wide. They're standard wide, which means they are 5 inches wide by 8¼ inches tall. This is from a 6x8 paper pad, right? 6x8 paper pad. I am going to trim this down to 4 3/4. That is now 4 3/4 by 8. Okay, 4 3/4 by 8. What that does for me is that gives me a nice little border all the way around that insert, okay? So now I also need my corner rounder. My corner rounder. I am going to round the upper and lower right corners of that piece because the insert has rounded corners. So that will start there. Now I need some white cardstock to do this work on. Oh no, we're good. We're good. White cardstock. Come on, there we go. White cardstock, it is just it is a Nina Bright White. I have that linked in the description box of the video. I buy it in big reams from Amazon because I use white cardstock a lot. But I also have them on the website in much smaller quantities. So that's 8.5 by 11. I need to trim this to, I think I usually do about 7 3/4. So 7 3/4. Oh no, I need that much smaller. Let's do 7.5 ish. Ooh, that's 6.5. Don't do that, Lil. 7.5. All right, let's see. I'd like to have a little bit of that background showing. Now, before I get too narrow, I need to look at just the beginning and make sure that I still have enough room for just the beginning. That will work as long as I don't go too narrow. So let's see what we have here. It is 7.5 tall, and my insert is 8, so I've taken 8 1/4. So I've taken 3/4 off. So 5, let's try 4 1/4 here. Ooh, I better be careful. Let me just start a little bit wider. Let's just see. I need to make sure because that just the beginning is wide. Oh yeah, we're still good. Maybe. Just the beginning. Oh yeah, we've got plenty of room. Let's go to 4 1/4 and see what things look like now. So are we centered there? Yes. And then are we still good here for just the beginning? Ooh, barely, huh? Barely, barely, barely. So just the beginning. I'm going to do a couple things here. I'm going to start out by outlining because that's what we always do. Well, that's what I always do. Going on like 20 years now of outlining things. It's something I started doing a long, long time ago, and things just don't look right if I don't outline, to me. All right, so there we go. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ink the edges of that. And I want to say that's probably Tattered Rose, maybe? Ooh, I don't know. That just happened to be there. Rusty Hinge. I think we need to grab Rusty Hinge for a second because, let me look. Rusty Hinge, there we go. Rusty Hinge and, oh yeah, Tattered Rose we were looking for. Let's see. Tattered Rose. So what I am flipping through here, I think Tattered Rose is probably going to be as close as we're going to get. Yeah, Tattered Rose. So what I'm flipping through there, Tattered Rose is across the room because I'm in the middle of wrapping up the design for, my project that I'm teaching at She Loves Color. So there we go, gotta have that. What I was flipping through here, these are my ink swatches. I have lots and lots and lots of inks that I have swatched using the Swatch This Inks stamp, my Swatch This Ink stamp. This to me is super important. I think this is one of the, and however you do it, whether you have my stamp, whether you use something else, I think swatching your inks, especially as you start getting more and more colors, is super important, because if you are looking for a color that coordinates with whatever you're working with, short of going to every single ink little box and grabbing them and looking at it and saying, does that work? Does that work? This makes it much easier to do. The other reason, I want to pull out Rusty Hinge again and just show you something about that. The way that the ink stamps versus the way that it looks on the cover, in some cases can be totally different. Look at the difference there. Look at how kind of brown this one looks. And this one just, when you actually stamp it, looks very different. So that's another benefit for swatching your inks. All right, but I'm going to take my little my foam blending tool and a little foamed blender. I'm going to, in a circular motion, and I get some ink on that little guy. And I'm just going to ink the edges. So I'm inking the edges, and that will make this be not so stark, okay? Because it's kind of stark right now. It is kind of stark, and it will help to blend the white in with the background. This, for those of you that are scrapbookers and are used to matting your photos, this would be kind of just like that, right? I'm just not introducing another piece of cardstock behind it to mat that piece. This is kind of going to give me the same effect without the additional layer or bulk. And then I didn't have to go try to find that exact color, right? That might be hard. So if I can do that with inks instead of cardstock, then a little bit easier. All right, so Acorn Lane we will be using in 2 different lists today. Well, not 2 different lists, we'll be using twice. We'll be using here for the in the beginning, the first intro page to my insert. We'll also be using it for another list today called Things I'm Looking Forward to This Fall. Do you want to know a little, you want a little hint, want a little sneak peek at one of the things on my list? And actually, I just remembered it, so I need to write it down to make sure that I add it to my list. The release of my new Traveler's Notebook covers. So, oh my goodness, this has been, remember when I was talking about children and how we have 2 boys, Jack and Sam, and then the idea book was the 3rd child, and I said a 4th child was coming. It felt like a 4th child was coming. Well, that 4th child that is coming, just landed in the US a week ago. So Friday the 8th, I received word that they were off the ship. So I had these manufactured in China. They traveled on the water. They, last Friday, hit the ports in LA. And now they're in the process that's kind of the dead zone. So going through customs, right? So you never quite know how long it's going to take for them to unload and then go through customs. So just waiting with bated breath until those get here. So as soon as I know that they are on a truck on the way to me, then I'll put them up on the website. But I don't want to do that until I know that they're on the truck coming to me. All right, so here's the base. We need just the beginning. So if you've looked at these stamps before and you thought, those look really big for an insert, they're not. They're very specifically, especially these little long guys, were designed to make sure that they fit horizontally. So just the beginning, or I could do just start, right? Maybe we do just start. I used just the beginning before. What? These are brand new. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder where the one is that I used for my sample. Oh well. Those are brand new. So that tells me something. Because those are brand new, I have not conditioned them yet. Really, really, really important part of your stamping journey. Oh, just reminded me, I need to go wet that. Hang tight. I need to wet my stamp chamois. Hang on. going in its little, ooh, my hands are wet. That was not very smart. I didn't dry my hands. Hi, Donna. Donna Jet. Oh my goodness, Donna. Donna, I have not seen your name in forever. Donna Jet from Treasured Memories, right? Right? Is that the same Donna Jet that I'm thinking? Oh my goodness, I love that. What a blast from the past. Donna, I miss you too. Oh my goodness, it has been, well, you know what? It has been, well, definitely before the pandemic. So I bet it's been a good 5 or 6 years, right? Oh, so fun. So fun. All right. What am I looking for? Brand new stamp set. If you do not do this as part of your process when you get brand new stamps, you may not like the way your stamps look. Not just mine, but anyone's. Photopolymer stamps. And I typically only use photopolymer stamps, so I've never tried this with acrylic stamps. But I'm assuming it's the same, but I will talk specifically to photopolymer stamps. Photopolymer stamps, as part of the making process, as they're manufacturing them, one of the outcomes of that is a very thin, invisible to the eye, coating on the stamp, okay, on the stamp itself. So if you are not conditioning or priming your stamps before you actually stamp with them, you probably don't like the way they look. This was like a total, oh my gosh, aha moment to me, probably 3 years ago. No one ever told me this. And as soon as I started doing this, it made the biggest difference in my stamping. So I will show you how I do it. And as I'm doing that, we'll talk about some other ways that you can do it. Brand new stamp set. Really good idea to do this as soon as you get them or right before you start stamping with them. To prime them or condition them, the way that I do it, I take a little rubber eraser, right? Rubber eraser. I only use this for this. I don't use this for also erasing. And I lightly go over the top of all of those stamps, surface of all of those stamps. Now, I don't need to erase so hard like I'm in 3rd grade and I rip the paper, right? You know, sometimes you erase so hard that you're ripping the paper. You don't really want to be creating a lot of eraser tailings. When I say eraser tailings, I mean, you know when you do that so hard and you get like these little things? You really don't want those because it's just more that you have to clean off. And if you have those and you're not getting them cleaned off, if you're not getting those cleaned off, yes, Terry, hang on. I just saw your comment. Where is the stamp? There it is. I'll put that down and then I'll keep going, but you can see that and then I'll talk about it. Oh yeah, I think I dropped a little eraser tailing there. Anyhow, I just use a white block eraser to do that. You can also just stamp, just put ink on it, stamp, 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 stamp on a test piece of paper. You don't want to do it on your project until it looks good to you. Or some people say you can do this, like on your hand. Now, generally I don't do that because I lotion and all kinds of things on my hand. And then I need to make sure to really, really, really clean that off because you're transferring whatever is on your skin to that. So first step, erase. Second step, you need to clean that off, right? So my little stamp chamois, and I'm just wiping kind of that down, wiping that down. Getting those little eraser tailings, if there are any, off. Wiping that down. Now that's wet, okay? It is wet, so super important, and I'm wiping it down with the stamp chamois. That on the website, the little eraser also on the website. It's wet. I do not want to put my ink on there right now. Inks that I use, distress oxides, are water reactive. So if I put my ink on there right now and go to stamp, the ink is going to react with the water and probably not give me the outcome that I'm looking for unless I intended to do that, which I never intend to do that. So now I am just drying all that off. I'm drying that off with a microfiber cloth. Drying off with a microfiber cloth. So that is how every time I condition my stamps. And I do it with the whole sheet. It's much easier to do the whole sheet as opposed to do it stamp by stamp before you use them, at least in my opinion. Terry, yes, that is the little round block that I sourced. Okay, that's just it's from Lawn Fawn. I have them on the website, but that's a 1 3/4. So now you have the 1 3/4 and then the 2 little round ones. All right, so that's now ready to go. I'm ready to stamp with that. I'll keep decide? So I'm doing, oh, I decided I'm going to do just start, right? I decided I'm going to do just start. And I think what I'll end up doing here, how about if I do just start, you know what might be kind of fun with it? The perpetual calendar might be kind of fun with it. So I could do just a little block here. If I did just start and I put the perpetual calendar down below, and then it would be the date that I'm starting this insert, like that. Oh, I kind of like this because now I have this little kind of block in the center going. And then I bet I have something from Acorn Lane that could just go right below it. So let's look. I have lots of die cuts that I had pulled out here. I just want to, oh, would that be fun? I think that could kind of be fun. And then I could maybe pull in one of those, maybe like that color, to do my little markings for the date, month, and week, day, and month. Week, date, yes, day of the week, month of the year, day of the month. I think I'll do those three things there. All right, so there we go. Let's start out with just start. Okay, let's start out with just start. Just start. If I'm looking at ink colors, let's see. So I had pulled Victorian Velvet out before. Victorian Velvet looks like kind of that pinkish color. Let me see where that is. I think there's two ways that you could, there's probably, well, there's maybe more than two that you could organize your ink colors. I organize mine by Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, like the rainbow, okay, color spectrum. That's how I organize them. How I organize them here in my swatches is the exact same way that I organize them where I store them. So it's really easy for me to find. I suppose you could also do it alphabetically. It'd make them maybe easier to find this way if you knew what color you were going for. However, if you didn't know what color you were going for and you were looking at kind of all the reds and pinks, I think that for me, I'd want to have all those together, right? Because then I'd be like, I need the right red. And I wouldn't know to go to F's or the C's or the C's or whatever. So I think Victorian Velvet. Victorian Velvet. All right. So Victorian Velvet, I think I'll probably use for these little guys. All right. I would like to maybe do it with just start. However, that then really kind of contrast, well, it doesn't match very well, I think, with that pink that I chose to use there. So maybe we'll go with Rusty Hinge for just start. Let's see. Let's see. So just start. We need a stamping block. Let's come back here. Stamping block. So I was showing Terry before those three kind of round ones. The reason I was showing Terry those before, well, she had asked if I could source a smaller one, and I did. But I always say, if you're investing, right, you're investing in really any of the product that you're working with in any of your crafting projects. But your tools are always a good investment because your tools are things that you're going to use over and over and over and over and over again, right? If you are stamping, I would highly encourage you to invest in different size stamping blocks. You could do it all with one, right? If you do it all with one, you just have to go like with your very largest. You need your stamping block to be as large as your biggest stamp, which is fine for your big stamps. When you get to your little teeny tiny stamps, if you're trying to stamp big stamping block with a little teeny tiny, if you're trying to stamp with a large stamping block using a little teeny tiny stamp, you probably won't be very happy because you can do it, it just won't be as easy. All right, so I have lots of different size stamping blocks because I have lots of different size stamps. So there we go. Now I never, ever, ever, I think we're just about to the end. This has been my testing stamping book and then my washi swatching for What's Due Wednesdays forever. So I think I'm pretty much just about to the end. So it's time to start a new one. Before I start a new one, while I have this one out, I want to show you one thing. Going back to our conditioning, here's a little visual example of why you want to condition your stamps. Look at the 5s right there. I did this when I was putting the sample together for the 2023 About Last Month project kit. And I was stamping, no, focus, whatever, focus. I'm stamping all the numbers. So I did not condition before I stamped. Look at the 5, kind of splotchy. Stamped again, put ink on it again, re-inked and stamped again. Still splotchy. Did it again the third time. The third time is almost the worst of all. Still splotchy. It took me 4 stamps because I did not primer condition first before I got the look that I was going for. And for me, I like a really solid impression. So if you like a really solid impression, or you've been stamping with your stamps before and haven't liked the way that they look, the conditioning. So my friend Allison, if you were here, thank you again so much. My friend Allison sent me this. She said, Lael, it looks like your stamping sample book, your testing book is getting a little full. I thought you might need a new one. Look at that. Squirrel Lives Matter. Now, don't anybody be mean about the whole Lives Matter, fill in the blank Lives Matter, right? This, how fun though. She found this and sent it to me, Squirrel Lives Matter. And then look at, of course, I had to put scatter on there. So this is the new test stamping book. All right, Squirrel Lives Matter. Isn't that so fun? I know, I love it. I love it. Okay, so here we go. Let's ink this guy up. And I never, ever, well, 99% of the time, I never, ever would stamp right on my project. I always will do a test stamp first. Doing a test stamp first does a couple things for me. Number one, it makes sure if I've just conditioned it that I don't have any little eraser tailings in there, that I don't have any little fur, Reggie, cat, fur, lint, dust, whatever. It lets me make sure I like the color that I'm about to use, right? Makes me, helps me to make sure I like the color. And actually I like that because it really kind of, the little hearts are similar to that. And then the mushrooms kind of bring that in. So I know I like the color. If I'm spelling something, it helps me make sure that I have the word spelled correctly and all the letters lined up correctly. So I always test stamp. All right, so there we go. We like that. Let's kind of place these guys again, just so I know where to start that stamp. That would go, I think, right about there, right? That'll go right about there. Okay. Oh, that just reminded me. I forgot to put more lead in my mechanical pencil. Let's see. Well, maybe this one has lead in it. It does. I probably better just draw a little so I know where to go. Maybe about right there. Okay. Now, I need to re-ink it up, right? Because time has gone by. I stamped with it, so that took some of the ink off, but time has gone by and probably that ink dried out as well, right? The ink on my stamp, so I always re-ink unless I'm going for a particular look. One of the little parts of the ink pad there. Want to get that nice and inked up, nice and fresh. As I'm stamping, when I work, I stand, okay? Which pretty much I stand all day then. Because I work all the time. I'm going to move this out of the way because I don't want that to get in the way. But I stamp standing. To me, that is really, really important. If you are stamping sitting down, if you're standing right now, I want you to sit down. And I want you to, even if you're not working with me, I want you to sit down and put your arms out like this, okay? Your arms are out like this, like pretend like you are going to stamp. If you're sitting, you have very little leverage. I call these your little T-Rex arms. You don't have enough like leverage if you're sitting. If you stand, look at how much more leverage that gives you. So always, always, always recommend that you stamp standing. It'll give you way more leverage. Hi, Trisha, nice to see you. All right, so now I want to clean that off right away. Way easier to get your ink off if you are cleaning right away. So definitely recommend to clean right away. And I'm just using that same chamois, that same stamp chamois. There we go. And I'll just give it a little dry. Just give it a little once over with that microfiber cloth. Microfiber cloth comes in handy because it's not going to give any little fibers on your stamps when you're drying them. If you have used baby wipes, and some of you have told me that this has happened to you when you're using baby wipes, little fibers get on your stamps, and then you go to ink, and then it's the fibers all over it, and it's a hot mess. It is a hot mess. Nobody wants a hot mess. All right, so that is all I'm going to do with that stamp set. That one is ready to go. That's what that stamp set is designed for, friends. To start a new insert and then to end an existing insert. All right, just start. And now we will do our little date here. So let's see, I think would be fun. I think I could find the blue or black. I don't know, the blue might be kind of fun. Let's see if I have a blue that is similar to that. Let's look. I think we're going in the, oh, maybe Stormy Sky? What about blue? Where's blue jean? Faded jeans, that's what I was thinking. Faded jeans, maybe. Faded jeans or Stormy Sky. Oh, you know what I just thought? Because I'm going to do 2 layers here, I will stamp the calendar with one color, and then I will use those little solids on the date, month, and week. I need to be thinking about that because if well, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try Stormy Sky. Let's try Stormy Sky and see what we get. All right, Stormy Sky, where are you over here? Okay, friends, how are we doing today? How are you? How is everyone? It's been a couple weeks, right? It has been a couple of weeks. Everyone hanging in there? We're heading into fall, which is exciting for some people, not exciting for others. If you are in the southern part of the world, then you're heading into autumn, right? You call it autumn. At least I know my friends in Australia, New Zealand call it autumn. So for them, they're actually entering their spring, right? What we would know as spring. All right, let's try that. Get that all inked up. Let's come back here and see what we end up with. Oh, I like it. Okay, look it. There we go. And there is that, our little mushroom. I think that's beautiful. That will go nicely together. So that one is called Stormy Sky. But now what I need to test, and this is the other nice thing, benefit about testing first, is that I can test now on top to see if I'm still going to like Victorian Violet over that. Put that off to the side. Need a little stamp block. So little stamp block. I could use this big guy, but if I use this big guy, I need to take it off if I only have one stamping block. But really what I want to do is use that little teeny one. Okay, so those come in a set, those 2 little round acrylic blocks. These are great for your smaller stamps, much easier to handle. And I'll use these with one of my brand new stamps that is supposed to arrive literally when I say any minute, I mean like any minute today, any minute today. There finally should be here today, and that is the Fall Mini Icon set. Aha. This is one of the reasons why you test stamp. Can you see, there's a little line. Well, let's see what it does like this. There's a little line in the center of, not the center, the upper part of that circle. So is that a little hair? What's on there? I just cleaned it off. Remember, I need to dry it. I for sure need to dry it. If I don't dry that, that water is going to react with my ink, and I don't want that. There we go. That fixed it. All right, so you can kind of see that a little bit in that top one. I pressed pretty hard, so you can just see it a little bit. Oh, looks like I'm flipping you off. Yeah, so it looks good now. Now, if I want to use this on top of here, this would be Saturday, right? Saturday, I didn't do that very well. Saturday, let's see if we like that. With our, where is our little mushroom? Does that go well? I think it does. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're doing it. All right, we'll put this guy away for a sec. So what's very interesting, I was teaching last weekend in Minnesota, Firefly Farm, and I was talking with Trisha, who owns Firefly Farm, and then my friend Joey from Photoplay, who was also there teaching. We were over at the store, kind of getting some things organized for classes, and we're all doing our own thing. And I am talking to myself out loud the entire time, literally the entire time. And every once in a while they'd be like, "What? Are you talking to me?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just talking to myself." That is one of the interesting outcomes for me of the pandemic. In doing our Saturday sessions, or really any of our virtual classes, anything like that I do. I just moved that towards me a little bit. I had to get a little bit closer to me so I could kind of see it a little bit better. You may notice when we are together on Saturdays, I am basically I'm talking out loud, right? I'm telling you everything that I am doing, like word for word, I'm telling you everything I'm doing. I kind of need to do that. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that so nice? Look at how nice and crisp that is. That is what a photopolymer stamp will give you, as opposed to an acrylic stamp. A big difference in the manufacturing process, also big difference in the price. Photopolymer stamps are generally made in the US and more expensive than acrylic, but the quality is just, you can't even beat it. All right, so anyhow, I talk out loud, talk to myself a lot, right? The entire time when we're on Saturdays, I'm talking out loud to myself, but I'm not really talking to myself, I'm talking to you guys. And I kind of have to say, okay, now I'm going to grab this, and then I'm gonna, oh wait, no, I don't like that. Okay, no, that looks good. Okay, clean that, put that there. That has translated into my real life. All day, every day, I walk around, and whatever I'm doing, I am saying it out loud, which is kind of interesting. All right, so there we go. That one's ready, all nice and clean and dry. Put that there. Now we are ready for our little guys. So today is Saturday. Today is Saturday. Okay, so I did not press down evenly enough. Look what happened. I didn't press down evenly enough. Here's a good learning opportunity. I did not do that on purpose. Let me grab something from my cupboard behind me. I'm going to grab, hang on. I'll grab two things. I have grabbed a paintbrush and I have grabbed Q-tips. So I could use either of these. Basically what I'm going to try to do is fill that in. If I was feeling very confident, I could take that. Well, I don't know, we could try it. Let's see. Take that and put it in that spot. Hang on, I don't know. We'll see what happens here, friends. Oh, it actually worked out really well. It's a little bit wider than it was, but that worked out well with that particular stamp. What I was going to do, I have a little very thin tip paintbrush here, thin tip, very fine paintbrush. I would not use like a paintbrush from the dollar store here because they're just too wide and bristly. Fine paintbrush, I could take that paintbrush, not wet at all, and go here. Okay, I could go there, pick up a little bit of that ink, and I won't do it here, but I will do it just here so we could see. And I could fill in. So I just filled in a little bit of that line that was there. So I would just pick up whatever ink I need and try to fill that in. So I could do that with a little tiny paintbrush, or I could use a Q-tip. Same thing, put the ink on the Q-tip and then kind of paint that in. Now I wouldn't use a Q-tip on that because that little area was so small. I would use paintbrush, but I was able to just go ahead and restamp that. So all worked out well. So things that I just have, you know, right near me in my craft room when I'm stamping, because you never know when you might need that. Okay, so there we go. Now I need my little guys. I can clean off most of the ink by just stamping on there a bunch of times if I need. Let's see. Tabitha says she talks to herself too, but that's something she's always done. Scrappy Matilda, you just had your 30th birthday. Happy birthday to you. You just got home from a 10-day trip to Austria with your mom. Oh, what a lovely gift. What a lovely gift. And I'm so in love with my boyfriend I met this summer. Life's good. Oh, that put a big smile on my face. I'm very happy for you. Good for you. Good for you. All right. Deborah said Joshua, her son, is nonverbal. So she feels like she's talking to herself all the time. You get me, Deborah. I love it. Louisa, and you know what? So true. Louisa said talking and doing takes a lot of skill. I will tell you, it does. It really does. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but sometimes it's not easy to talk and then do at the same time. All right, so now we need this little oval. Which little oval? I think I want this little oval for the month. Okay, let's look. I've already used this stamp set, which means I've already conditioned it, so I'm good. There's the month. It would be September. So that little guy would go right there. I need to make sure that when I'm doing that I'm pressing evenly, because that was a little problem I had on our first guy, right? So that's also a nice thing. When you're testing, you figure things out sometimes, right? You figure things out. So I went, sorry, I keep flipping you guys off. Debbie at the Inspiration Station said, coming in late, Lael, where did you get the Squirrel Lives Matter pad? My friend Allison sent that to me. I will reach out to her and ask her where she got that. And then if it's somewhere online, I will share it in the Facebook group. And then I just added my little golly, that middle finger just really wants to be out today. Sorry about that. Not intentional. All right, so there we go. Get that little guy cleaned off and put away. And now we're looking for a little tiny circle. Little tiny circle, because today is the 16th. So 16th, I think, okay, so you have three different size circles. One is for your month, or excuse me, your day of the week. Those two, that smaller one would be single digit day and the larger one would be double digit day. So there's kind of a fun story behind this stamp set. It is I won't really call it a collaboration, but it is a mixture of two different ideas, two different people. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, was on Etsy looking for something to buy, and I ran across this stamp set. This stamp set, well, a stamp. The stamp was basically that, just the rectangle. And I saw it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love that so much. And so I started trying to figure out, could I design a stamp set that had that kind of same concept? And played around with a whole bunch of things and kept coming back to, I don't like it as much as that. I don't like it as much as that. So we reached out to that business. It was a small business on Etsy and said, hey, this is what I do. Amy did this for me. She said, I work for this, woman, and this is what she does. And she does stamps and things like that. And we really love, didn't quite work out as well as I wanted it to, but that's okay. It's my talking and trying to work at the same time. And she does her own stamps, and we really, really, really love your calendar. And would you consider letting us license it? And the woman, I think it was a woman, said, sure. So we worked out a licensing arrangement and then got to work on how, what we could add to that, right? Because that's awesome, but you kind of need those things to go with it, and then built it out to this year, this week, this month, now, and today. So that's kind of how that little stamp set came to be. Someone else's brilliant idea, design, and artwork, and then paired with how I might use it. All right, there we go. We're ready for our little mushrooms. So let's get our little, I'm using my little glue pen here just so I can make sure to get all those little, the little bottom and side parts of that little mushroom arrangement. They're cute mushrooms. And that will go right there. Okay. I think it's just about done. I think I just need one more thing. I just want to add one more thing. I'm going to do a double line there. And see if I can pick up maybe a little bit of that blue. Okay, maybe a little bit of that blue. So that blue was Stormy Sky. I'm going to see if in my Distress watercolor pencils, if there is a Stormy Sky, there's a Faded Jeans, and Faded Jeans I was also kind of contemplating using. Let's just see what this might look like. So Faded Jeans would be this. I don't want to do that directly on there because what if I don't like it? So let's come back in here in our little sample book and just play and see what we think that might look like. So if I went like that and that. If I go light enough, no, definitely not. Too blue. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to, oh, I know how I could have done that. That was silly, Lil. I am going to move to, hang on, let me get these put away back here. Where is it? Is that it? Oh, hang on. Hold on, sorry that my back is to you. I'm looking for something behind me. Why isn't it in there? Oh, there it is. Good. I put it where it belongs. I have, so what I could have done here, I had swatched all those. So I could have looked for Faded Jeans and probably figured out that wasn't the right color. So as I look through the rest of these, the Tim Holtz Distress watercolor pencils, there isn't really one that goes. Now, I've done some of my colored pencils, but not all of them. So let's see if I have a color. Ooh. Indigo light. Look at indigo light. If I do that very, very light, I think that will work. So I need to go to my Castle Arts, which will be these colored pencils. Another plug for swatching, you guys. It makes it so much easier to find what you're looking for. And that one uses my Swatch This Pens and Pencils stamp set. So let's see, indigo light. Where is it? Primary blue, ultramarine light, indigo light. All right, let's see if we like it. Let's look. Hi, Bonnie from Nova Scotia. Oh my goodness, yes, you guys are hurricane, right? You know, we hear about, oh, hurricanes coming to Maine. We don't hear in the US about it working its way, right, north from there, Nova Scotia. I hope that it does not hit you. And if it hits, I hope that it is very minimal. Is that better? I don't know. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it. I may regret it, and I may be like, oh, I wish I had not done that, but we'll see. I'm going to color very light, very, very light. Just barely. Meh. I was right. I was right in thinking I'll be like, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. It's fine. Terry, if you're still here, Terry could have told you, Lael, don't do it. You won't like it. Terry knows me. All right. And I'm just very lightly adding like that little border in there. So very lightly coloring in. Right? There we go. Just start. It's not bad. There we are. There is the first page of my new insert. That is actually one of, I think, 3 different stamp sets that are designed for starting the first page of your insert or finishing the last page of your insert. And some of you are like, well, why do you need something to start it? Why don't you just like start? Why don't you just like literally just start? And by just start, I mean by starting a list there. because I never worried about it until enough of you said, you know what? Like, what do I do to start? Like, what should I put there? And enough people asked that question. I said, well, I guess we'll do a couple of different stamps that help you with that. So that set, beginning and end, is 1. All right, let's get some of these things just cleared away so we can move now on to our really first list, right? Really first list. If you joined me after we started, notice I didn't say late. I did not say late. This is an open house, friends. You come and go as you please, just like you would in an open house. Don't worry if you are late. Don't worry if you left. Don't worry that you have to say, hey, I'm leaving. Open house. So come and go as you please. But what I said earlier was, I just talked about open house too much. I don't remember. I don't remember what I was saying. Anyhow, let's just go ahead and get that in there. It'll come to me. It'll come to me in a while. It will come to me in a while. So the idea here is I have my start page. And then when I'm ending my insert on the last page, then I would also date that, right? So I know when I started working on this project, oh, I know what I need. I don't have a year. I don't have a year here, do I? So let's do this. Let's just take this little pen. 2023. Okay, now I remember that it's 2023 because without a year, that doesn't really help, right? Okay. So now we are on our first list. This one is about last month. Sorry, I was looking at my charging to make sure it was charging. It didn't look like it was charging for a minute, but we're good. Let's get this stuff out of here for a minute. Okay. These things we do not need, so I'm going to put them off to the side. And then about last month. So about last month is my way of very easily ending a month, okay? Documenting a month and having it done and in the books and move on. I've been scrapbooking, paper crafting, memory keeping for 26 years. And as I was saying earlier, the way that I do it has had to change quite a bit over the last couple of years because our kids aren't home anymore. So I need to document different things. So about 3 years ago, I started doing this, something called About Last Month. So at the end of every month, at the start of a new month, well, in this case, it's the middle of a new month because this is the first time we've been together since the start of a new month, end of the month. I put photos down on the right-hand side. I use a stamp set for the full year. So this year I'm using the 2023 About Last Month stamp set. So stamp that up there and then just do a run-on list of what happened. So I have 3+ years now of month by month documented. So if I needed to go back and say, what the heck happened in June of 2020, I could do that. I could look at my traveler's notebooks if I needed to recall what happened in June in 2020 or whatever it is. In the idea book, there is a whole chapter about where is it? Oh, About Last Month, chapter 2. So if I go to page 18. There we go, About Last Month. It kind of explains what the concept is. Oh, I started in September of 2020, so 3 years ago. But look there we go, all of those for 3 years. All of those About Last Month. So that has been a really fun way for me to just capture the details, right? Just capture the details of all of those years, month by month. At the end of a year, I also do an About Last Year to recap the year. So that's what we're doing. That was July, and we're starting, remember, we're in our new insert, so we're doing August here. So for August, I am using Life in Bloom. So Life in Bloom, kind of the last, well, August would be the last kind of summary thing I'd be doing here in my traveler's notebook. So I need the About Last Month stamp set. Here we go. There's the About Last Month stamp set. The little guy came off. Let me move that over there. And I need, hang on, just dropped something on the floor. All right, so I will be using AUG for August. I need my stamping block again. I moved that over here. Oh, Karen, I love that. Karen said it's about 20 years for her of paper crafting, scrapbooking. How about everybody else? Pipe in the chat. If you are watching the chat, let me know, like, how long have you been playing with paper? We'll just call it that. Diane asked a question. Have you set a date for the December documenting class yet? Yes, Diane. It is on the website under the product. Yes. It is, I believe, the last Sunday in October. Last Sunday in October. There will be an email that goes out for that probably in the next week or so for those people that purchase that. So if you want to know exact date and time, check the website under that December documented, and I'll tell you when the class is. Let's see. Tina said years. Debbie said almost 30 years. Shannon said 1999. Jesse, 26 years. Tina, 21 years. Diane since 1995. Look at that. Martine. Now Martine is like newbie. Martine said for only 2 years since I stumbled onto one of your Traveler's Notebook classes here on YouTube. Martine, I had no idea. That is so cool. I love that. Karen, close to 30. Scrubby Matilda since 2010 or so. Scrapbook Sista, 20 years. She started as a card maker. I love that. Yes. Oh, Roberta, 42 years since my first daughter was born. Susan said 27 years, maybe more, depending on what you consider playing with paper, right? Angela, almost 30. Terry started with Creative Memories about 30 years ago. Sarah started making Christmas cards about 15, not 50. Sarah's not even 50, I think. 15 years ago, but seriously, with your live streams in 2020. I love that. Tabitha, 1999. So what would be interesting is to know, like, what prompted people to start. To me, from what I've talked to a lot of people over the years, it seems like life events, big life events. For me, I was pregnant with our first child. I was pregnant with Jack. And so that's what it was for me. I think people getting married, people changes in life, maybe people retiring and having more time, people changing careers. But I always find that very interesting. Paula, how interesting. Paula said 2 years. Seriously, but she's loved working with paper for a long time. Diane was invited to a Creative Memories party and has been downhill financially since. And I said party because Diane, in quotations, put party. I never would do that. Okay, if she had not written that, typed that. All right, so I need 3 stamps here. I need August. I need about last month, and I need 2023. So the idea behind this stamp set is you stamp your month. Below that, you stamp about last month. Based on a request from a number of you after my stamp set last year, some of you said, yeah, I don't really want to call it about last month. Could you call it something else? So you have another option to put month in review if you wanted to do month in review instead of about last month. So that goes there. And then you have your year, 2023. So for August, your 2023 would go right in front. So I have my stamps out, but before I stamp, I don't know what colors I want to use yet. So I'm going to start with the photo. So this is a 5x7 photo that I printed this morning. And when I say photo, it is one photo made up of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos. That is printed on the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That is the best little workhorse printer around, in my opinion, especially if you are working in smaller. If you need 5x7 photos or smaller. If you need larger photos, then it won't do it because the largest it prints is 5x7. I've linked to it in the description box of the video. Many, many, many people here use it. Many, many, many people in the crafting community use it. It's just an awesome little printer. Usually runs about $250. It doesn't fluctuate from that price very often. It did. The beginning of the pandemic, it I think went around to $199 or something, which was very rare, but that was kind of cool. All right, so I'm going to trim this the width a little bit. This is 5x7. This is 5 by 8.25. but I lose a few millimeters from the stapling in the center. So I need to narrow that down a little bit, okay? And I'm looking, that looks like it fits well enough now. All right, I'm going to actually narrow this side, maybe just a tad. Just a tad. But the way that I did that, that is one photo. I did not have to know how to do that on Photoshop or some fancy photo editing software. There is an app that you can use with the printer called the Epson Picture Mate. Epson Creative, oh my gosh, Epson Creative Print? Yeah, I don't know. One of you guys will tell me, it totally just left my mind. Epson Creative Print? I think it's called the Creative Print. Anyhow, but what's really cool about it is it has a bunch of pre-configured templates. So that is a pre-configured template. You decide if you want to do 5x7 or 4x6. You look at the pre-configured templates and then you, then you decide which template you want, and then you just push your photos into the template and print it out. Now, normally I would put a photo there. Well, I wouldn't put a photo there, I don't, but a photo would go there. I don't put a photo there because then I can kind of add some, little decoration there. So there we go. That will go down first, because that really is what's going to drive, in some cases, my product selection. Definitely the color of ink, right? So those are just some photos, a little smattering of photos from last month, from August. There we go. Let's take a look at product on what I might want to use here. I've pulled out some of the die cuts from, let me put these off to the side so I don't accidentally pick them up with product. Die cuts from Life in Bloom, some rub-ons from Life in Bloom, and sticker book from Life in Bloom. Okay, I gotta read some comments here really quick. Trisha, since 2014, Tabitha went to a Stampin' Up event and started making cards. A few months after, she started scrapbooking with stamps. I love it. Valerie and her grandma would put cards in a book and decorate the page. That is so cool. Terry was the editor of the school newspaper and yearbook. Little did I know it was the beginning of a lifelong passion of capturing memories. Class of '83, by the way. Love it. Cindy's been a scrapbooker for many years, but a collector even longer. Yes, a lot of us would call ourselves collectors of fine crafting products, right? Scrapbook Sister still has her new edition scrapbook she made in high school. Hey, is it New Edition that's doing like a tour again? Did I just see that? New Edition, one of the old boy bands. Okay, let's see. Hi, Melissa and her cat's adventures. I love it. A little bit behind, you'll catch up. The power's back on in Nova Scotia. Wonderful. Want to ask where the cat is. Sleeping somewhere. The little bugger. And I say that probably wanting to put a different word in there instead of bugger. All of a sudden, within the last week, he has decided, like clockwork, almost like a newborn baby, that he wants to play at 1:30 in the morning and 5. And when I say play, he pounces on the bed and tries to attack your feet. So there's no sleeping through that. There is no sleeping through that, which is frustrating. If you are not aware, we have a cat. We used to have cats. Our last one passed away during the pandemic. We have not had a cat for about 3 years. Sam, our younger son, has a cat. Had a cat in his last place where he was living in his apartment, and moved. And one of his new roommates is allergic to cats. So guess who has Kitty? Which he's sweet. Reggie is so sweet. Reggie's the name of his cat, is seriously such a sweet cat. However, Reggie likes to play at very untimely hours of the night. He's a sweetheart, but yeah. All right, so I'm just pulling some things. I need to pull in a little bit of pink. Pink here, there he is sleeping in the middle of the day. Jack, our older son, was very quick to remind me yesterday when we were talking to him on the phone that cats do not follow the circadian rhythm like humans do. I'm like, I'm gonna wake him up in the middle of the night. I'm gonna wake him up in the middle of the day and see how he likes it. And Jack's like, Mom, cats do not follow circadian rhythm. They sleep whenever and however they want, and they just kind of doze in and out all day long. So it really wouldn't affect him. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I still want to wake him up. So just pulling in some different colors here to pull in some colors from the photo. I definitely need some pink. There's pink over here, some yellow there, some kind of minty there in Vicky's outfit, some minty over here. Oh, you might see something right there in that photo, those 1, 2, 3 things. Those 1, 2, 3 things are a hint as to what is coming. I like these tickets. So rub-ons, I could use rub-on, or I think tickets are also in the sticker book and also in the sticker book, right? I know they're also in die cuts, but let's look. So if you're looking at this going, wait a minute, Lil, why are you using this collection that Simple Stories came out with like early this spring? I say, well, Simple Stories re-released it because they sold out so very quickly. They sold out so very quickly, so I love it. They brought it back, which was really fun. Ooh, okay, I like this sticker. Could we somehow put this sticker here? We could, but it is a little bit too wide. It's too wide, so maybe, no, I won't use yellow. What I will do is I'm going to go back to the die cuts and look to see if there is a die cut. It's too wide, so I might be able to trim it down. I could trim a sticker, but a little bit harder to do. Let's see. Don't mind my just dumpage of all the things here. That's what happens. That's usually what happens after I do a What's New Wednesday. I believe that they are here, but they are here in, I think in the ephemera, maybe? Are they here? I think we might make these work. Let's look at the ephemera. The ephemeras. Yes, so they re-released them. And they re-released and shipped them again in August. So I'm like, I gotta use this again. I have to use this again. Valerie. Yes, Valerie got to meet him yesterday. Yep, Val got to meet him yesterday. Little Reggie. Actually, it's Big Reggie. Reggie is a large cat. So again, but I could use this if I trim it down a little bit, but then that's not what I want. That's not what I want there. What if this guy went here as a background, maybe? I'll trim it up at the bottom. I could put in a little bit of yellow and then maybe a little bit of this greenery in here. Maybe like that. Oh, too much in there. Too much there. Okay, that is not quite working. So I bet I could separate those if I cut them. If I cut these little guys and made them go the direction I want, let's try that. Like so. And then we'll trim this little part off. Terry said, yes, but waking the cat up might make me feel better. Yeah, it would. I'm sure it would. He's a sweet kitty, but oh, that time of night, he's not sweet. I'm not digging the sweetness of the cat that time of night. None of our other cats that we've ever had have done that, ever. So that was kind of interesting. I think that could go there, maybe. All right. Maybe a little bit high. We could move that down a tad. Right? There we go. That works. All right. Okay, so I like that grouping to start. Now, the problem with getting a grouping like that together that you like, I like where it's placed, and then you go, uh-oh, how am I gonna pick them up? And then put adhesive on them and get them back down in the way that I want them to. This is the trick for that. This is called highlighter tape, okay? Highlighter tape, it is reusable, repositionable. My little guy has come off here. Just like Scotch tape, right? I mean, it's not Scotch tape, so when it's like Scotch tape that it goes like that. I have a whole bunch of it all around the little dispenser here. The reason is because it's reusable. Highlighter tape is meant for highlighting books, magazines, highlighting text in those, any kind of medium like that. Media, I guess. It's repositionable. If you think about taking a piece of tape and putting it on, let's take something really, really thin, like maybe a page in a Bible, like super thin paper, right? If you put tape on that and then tried to lift it back up, it would pull the type right off with it. This is specifically designed for that, so it's not going to pull ink, whatever you put it on. If I do this, I just put a couple pieces on like that, that is now one die cut. as far as we're concerned, instead of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all hooked together. So now all I have to do is turn that over. I will come in and put my adhesive on in that one single piece, right? Let me get this out. We might just need a little tiny bit more there. And come back in as one single piece and place that in one single piece. And then pull those little pieces back up because it is repositionable tape that lifts right back up, and I can use it, so I just put it right back on there again. Now that I have placed that, I need to come back in and lift that up just a tad and add a little bit more of that glue or glue stick, glue pen underneath it, because those little flowers obviously would not have picked up any of that adhesive before because they were on top of that. All right, there we go. Now, this is bleeding off the page, so I want to trim that away from the page. So that's a pretty cool little tool, I think, that you'll find on the website also under that what I'm using section. All right, so now, if we wanted, we could maybe put that little guy there. I feel like we still need to get in some of that brighter pink though, right? Because we have some of that, that's not quite it. Maybe we use one of those guys over here. That'll bring a little bit more of the pink over. Let's see if there is a brighter pink butterfly sticker maybe. Wanda made scrapbooks for her two kids when they were little. Oh, how long ago was that, Wanda? Yes, the NSYNC Bye 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 tour. That was close. One of the boy bands, right? It was one of the boy bands. Ah, here we go. So, oh, look it. There, if I, let's see. Because maybe we'll have one of those over there. Maybe those over there. There's a bright pink butterfly. I felt like I needed a little bit of a brighter pop here. So let's see if we like the pink here. I think so. I don't want to put one of those over here because then it's like too matchy-matchy. It'll just kind of all blend in right down here for me. All right. So layering. Layering, some people have a really hard time with layering and knowing how to layer, where to start, what to put on when you layer. There's some really basic things. Different sizes and different shapes, absolutely. So when you look at that, different size, that's really large, that's next large, those are kind of next, and then that one's next. So different sizes, different shapes. You have a rectangle, you have kind of a circle-ish, you have kind of triangle there, another rectangle when you really generalize shapes. And then starting with your larger one as the base. So larger one as the base. This kind of considering almost that like it's all one piece, and then working large to small. So we're kind of large to small there. Those are kind of the basics of layering. The other thing too is odds versus evens. So odds versus evens, this is a huge gaping space here that I also need to fill in somehow. So we'll see if we like that anywhere, but we need to kind of fill in a little bit of that more. Not the whole thing, just a little bit. I just need a little something to go there. Let's see what we have. What if we did, I don't know, one of these bees? Let's see if we want a little bee in there. There we go. So I first had kind of put it there. I don't like it there because that one is just kind of, he's like in no man's land, right? He is in no man's land. All this stuff is touching, and then he's kind of in no man's land, and he's also directly above the butterfly. Feel like it needs to kind of be over here a little bit more. So it's helping to kind of fill in some of that space now, but it's also, he's just kind of part of that whole thing. This, I decided it is a little bit too high. So those were kind of the same level, same across. I don't like it. I think this guy needs to be in a little bit lower. So let's see if we can, let's see if we can tuck him in a little bit there. All right, see if that guy can go live under there a little bit. There we go, much better. All right, that was a little bit too high. Now I have this weird thing, right? I've got that weird thing that kind of looks odd there. So, wonder if this little guy would fit in there. No, don't like that there. What if, just a little bit? Well, now this guy might have to move a little bit because I created that. This little triangle right there, you see that little white right there? That is called trapped white space. Even if it was blue, it would still be called trapped white space. That is bugging the heck out of me. So I need to just kind of reposition that a little bit so I don't have that little trapped white space there. Let's just pull that back apart. Normally I would say, oh well, just leave it, but I'm not. If we get rid of some of that, that'll make it easier. Make sure we don't have that weird little spot there. Is that better? Come on. That'll work. That'll work. Now we need something maybe still right in there. Let's see what we might have to go right in there. I think one of those little hearts. I think I had a little heart somewhere here. Or look at, how about that? That is a rub-on. I'm going to use that little green butterfly just right there. So it'll be pretty subtle because it is so close to the green leaf. Do we like that? Yes, we like that. Okay. So grab my little popsicle stick here and rub that on. What I like about using a rub-on there as opposed to a sticker, the rub-on doesn't have, or a die cut doesn't have that white kind of outline behind it, right? Didn't quite get it all down. There we go. All right, there we go. Now it looks very odd because it's just this column, right? Now I need to go out this way. So to go out that way, I'm thinking probably some washi. This is one of the rolls of washi from, yeah, no, I don't like that. Don't want to use that there. Let's look at the other ones. This might, I don't know, this might be a little dark. Yeah, that's darker than I want to go. Alrighty, let's look in here, the sticker book. Usually there are some border stickers. See if we can find one there maybe. Ooh, I like that. So, that is not really going to be long. Well, let's see. It's not really long enough for what I need, what I want. If this was here, I have a thought. I have a thought, so hang tight. Uno momento. Paper pad. Paper pad. I think if I recall, was there a paper that kind of looked, All right, so I really liked that look, right? I liked that look, but that was not long enough. So I can kind of recreate that using this piece of paper. So if we come over here and let's trim that one's not long enough, so we need to go the long way. Oh, it's going to be a long one today, friends, I can tell you. I'm telling you, I thought it was going to be earlier. Now I know for sure because we're still just getting going. We're still playing. All right, so that now could be my little strip that goes here, right? That could be my strip. So I already know I want to get rid of this part because that color there isn't really working. And it was also longer than I needed. And I can kind of pretend like it's washi if I tear it. So I just tore that end. And this can go over here, kind of like that. But I want it to tuck underneath here. Kind of lift that up a little bit. Let's get adhesive on this guy. And a little bit more. Actually, let's not lose so much of that underneath the flower. I just want a little tiny bit of, so it just tucks under there. I'd like to have some of that length. All right. So now that piece of paper has spanned both pages. It spanned the spread. So I need to come in and separate that because as I work and work and work in this insert and it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, I don't want those to be connected. It will make it hard for those pages to open. So I'm just taking my little craft knife there and I just kind of separated that a little bit. So now it is two pieces. All right, so enough of a start here, right? I have enough of a start here to kind of get going over here so I know what colors to use. So let's go back to our stamping block, which, where did that go? Here we go. So AUG will go right there. And I feel like a green maybe pulling in that green over here. So let's get our swatches back out again and see what we might want to use. Twisted Citron, I think too light. Cracked Pistachio, no. Lucky Clover, no. Mowed Lawn, I was thinking Mowed Lawn. I think it's going to be Mowed Lawn because Mowed Lawn would be very like still summery, right? I think it's Mowed Lawn. Bundled Sage would be pretty, but that's too, I mean, it would be beautiful with that, but then that's kind of meh. But I could use, no, okay, Mowed Lawn. Mowed Lawn we're going with. Let's find that. Mowed Lawn. So I have already conditioned that entire stamp set. Oh, okay. And I started, remember, well, at the very beginning I was saying where I needed to start it, and then I'm like, oh, I'll be fine if I go here because I decided to put a piece of pattern paper on there. I skipped a page, so that's okay. The reason I brought that up is I needed to double check. Anytime I stamp here, I should always check to see what had happened here. I don't want to have any shadowing or ghosting. Then that would then ruin that page, right? But I'm fine because I didn't do anything there yet. Alrighty, let's get that inked up. Let's see. Creative Cindy said, if it's missing something, add a, so I say word strip. If it's missing something, you need a word strip. Yeah, so we'll end up with a word strip in there somehow for sure. I always say, if you look at something and it looks like something's missing, add a word strip sticker or do a word strip stamp. Yeah, that's in my head. That's always what it is if you're missing something. All right, get that nice and inked up. And we need to test, right? We need to test, always, always, always test. I can see I've got a few little spots in there. So let's come back in and ink that up again. A few little splotches. That's why always, always, always test. And I am going to stamp that again just to see if I got rid of those little splotches. So I will do that again before I move on and actually stamp. I can tell that's already going to be better. Yep. So I had nothing wrong with it, but look I had kind of some splotches there and I had a weird little line kind of through the A and now those are gone. So I'm good with that. All right, now I need to look and check for reference where I usually place this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that bottom line is usually 5 rows down on my insert. So 1, 2, 3, 4, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're about right there. Okay, here we go. Good morning, Pauline. I need a paper clip. Betty, I do need a paper clip on my test book. Absolutely. Then it's easier to open. Then I know exactly where I'm going. Okay, there we go. There's my AUG. I'm going to go ahead and clean this off right now. AUG. There's my August, my AUG. So, just starting the design process for the stamp set for About Last Month for 2024. Those of you that have been doing that project with me and using the stamp sets from 2022 and 2023, if you have any suggestions of something that you would like to see incorporated or a particular style, you should reach out and send me an email because I would love to hear it. All right, I like that green because it was kind of looking really pastel-y over here, but that green I think is really kind of helping to summerify it, right? Summerify. So I think what I want to do for the About Last Month one, that little guy, I'm thinking of pulling in some blue. And this little guy right here, that color, is kind of just like really hopping out. And I know blue will work because I have that, I have that, I have that, I have that, I have all of that. So the blue would be a nice contrast to maybe go right in there. But I kind of like that, maybe thinking like peacock feathers. I don't know, let's see how close I am on my colors there. Peacock feathers. Oh, Mermaid Lagoon, Broken China. Oh, well, let's see, peacock feathers. So peacock feathers works really well there, but then it's way off here. But I don't know, maybe. Peacock feathers, Broken China. Broken China is probably a better blend of what we have here, and then the kind of the blues are happening over here. So I say we go with Broken China. So Broken China is what I would use for the About Last Month stamp. Broken China. All right, now I need a different stamping block because it's way too big, right? That is way, now if that's all I had, I'd make it work, but if you have the right sized tool, in that case stamping block, for your project, I think it makes it a lot easier, especially when it comes to stamping. That is part of a two-piece set, those two. So let's try that. So then About Last Month would go right there. Now, what I have going for me, not only can I use this to test the color and to make sure it's clean and all that, but I can also test to see if I like that color, those two colors together, right? Hi, dear.
Hello, fans.
Hello, fans. Insert eye roll. Insert eye roll, honey.
Well,
Did you fix Harvey?
You're enjoying the list I designed for this week.
The one that you designed for this week?
All of
Yeah.
them.
All of them. Oh, yeah. Did you hear that? Nick designed all of them this
Did we
week,
not
guys.
do that this morning?
Did we do that this morning? Yes, we got out the stamps and ink and everything. We did. That reminds me, I need to have a sip of water. Shannon asked a great question. Shannon said, Lael, the blue and white tool you used to remove the leaf because of the white space. I couldn't find that in the store. I wish I could sell these because I'd sell a gazillion of them. Creative Memories. It's a Creative Memories tool, Shannon, so I can't sell them. Well, because they don't sell to people wholesale. He didn't answer me about Harvey, did he? I need to know. When we were out last in August, Harvey is our Irvy. We were in a short little jaunt, and I like that. I think that will be nice. That blue there, yes, we're using the blue. The screen that basically controls all the things was just blinking the entire time. Now it also has an app that goes with it. Thank goodness. Otherwise, we would have had a problem. So Nick couldn't figure it out, and he talked to the RV manufacturer yesterday, and then they told him where he might be able to find something, a reset button or something that was hidden. Okay. Perfect. Shannon, you know somebody to ask. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm glad. Yeah, it's an awesome little tool for that. All right, there we go. About Last Month. You know what I should see? I should see if, I'm going to see if I can, I'm going to put Amy on that and see if she can come up with something. Cause I never use that. I just use that little end. That little end is very awesome. So I'm going to see if we can come up with some kind of tool that would do that without needing the other end. Kylie said, I love that Nick owns his stardom, so humble. Creative genius. Yes, isn't he though? So funny. Although I did learn my lesson one day, guys. I think some of you were with me. I'll tell that story in a second. So now it's a no-brainer to me what color needs to come right here. It has to be the pink, right? I need to pull in the pink over to this side. So looking for, I'm thinking maybe picked raspberry. What are we thinking? Maybe picked raspberry. Picked raspberry, that is it. Okay, yes, so this is a day I will never forget. This is probably a day Nick will never let me forget either. Hold on, let me find picked raspberry. So, I think it was in March of this year, March or May. Anyhow, it was one of our all-day sessions, okay? We were all daying, and because it was a celebration for, I think, my anniversary, my All by Mail anniversary, or I don't know, whatever it was. And so I was stamping, it was new stamps. I was stamping, and there was a bunch of lint all over the stamp, and then I cleaned it, and it still wasn't working, and I was fussing with it, and on camera, and everyone was with me, fussing, and Nick came in. Hey, how's it going? I'm like, oh, good. And he's like, what is that? That looks like a hot mess. And I said, yeah, it's the stamps. I got to clean it and whatever. And he goes, well, how hard can it be? Well, let me tell you. So Nick and I have been married for 28 years, 28 and a half years now. And, that's a long time. And so we have very similar personalities. So, as soon as he says, how hard can it be? Well, bring it on, buddy, right? I'm thinking, oh, I've got this. He's going to try to stamp. He is going to stamp, and it is going to be a freaking mess, right? It's going to be a mess. Okay, I like the 2023 there. I like that combination, and then that kind of pulls all the colors together. So we'll bring this back in. And so I'm like, okay, mister. And now my mistake, I pulled out a brand new stamp because I'm like, I need to take time and really clean this. So I pull out a brand new stamp, and I'm like, here, go ahead. And I had test stamped a bunch, and it just wasn't, the stamp really needed to be cleaned. And so I pulled out a brand new stamp and give it to him. And wouldn't you know it, he tests once. I mean, he didn't even test, he just stamps once. He's never stamped in his life. He stamps once and it looks beautiful. And I'm like, get out of here. Yes, so that it was so funny. And we were all killing ourselves. Anyone that was watching with me, I'm like, are you kidding me? I can't believe that happened. And it was quite funny. All right, there we go. So there is our 2023 August about last month. And that color combination now is, because it was kind of looking a little pastel over here, but I think that really brightens it up and kind of makes it look a lot like summer. All right, let's do this. Get most of that ink off and come back here and do this. Tracy, similar tool, fire a thin metal end and a pokey end. Oh, Tracy, take a picture of it. Would you take a picture of it and send it to me? And I'll see. I will see if I can find it. Oh yes, Carmen. You guys are talking about junk journals, right? Carmen made me an amazing junk journal, a Dolly Parton theme junk journal. It was so good. It was amazing. It's a beautiful. A little out of a golden book, a Dolly Parton golden book. It was so fun. Kylie said it's because you set him up for success. I did, Kylie. I teed him right up, right? I teed him right up, and then it worked beautifully. Okay, so now we are needing to pull in a little bit of yellow over here, right? Because now we have kind of all the colors going, but this is missing yellow big time. It is missing yellow big time. So let's look. Let's see. This yellow could work. It's kind of not the same yellow, but that's fine. It could work. And I think it's kind of a little bigger, so I might want to push it off the page a little bit. What I'd really like is one of those little yellow daisies. Let's see if maybe I'd find one of those in here. I don't remember seeing a nice yellow daisy like that by itself, though. I'd really like a yellow daisy, Simple Stories. So there it is. I just don't know if I want to use a circle. Let's see if we have another option here. I want that one. Well, there's one. It's very large. So let's see. I could still have it maybe bleed off the page a little bit. Let's see what that would be like. I mean, it's huge. It is huge. Let's look. Actually, you know what? If I have it just bleed off the page, I think it'll work fine there. So I am going to, when I say bleed off the page, it will be on the page and then I will cut off the rest. What I don't want to do, at least for me, when I'm doing things like that, bleeding off the page, I don't want to cut it in half. If I cut it in half, it's going to look odd, I think. There's a design principle called the rule of thirds. If I were to cut this in either 1/3 or 2/3, it's going to look a lot better than if I cut it in half. So if we kind of keep that in mind, the rule of thirds-ish, and we put that about right there, then we can cut off the last third, right? We can cut off the last third here. All right, there we go. That works. It's still kind of big, but that's okay. And this guy I can put right back on the sticker sheet, so another time I need a little guy like that, and it will be in the rule of thirds, but it will just be in the third instead of 2/3. Alrighty, now, if I wanted to add a little more pop of color, what about this little guy? This guy's kind of fun. Here? Actually, I kind of like that there. What if this guy just goes right about there? Yeah. And when I'm designing classes and things, and I say things like that, they're not in my head, they are said out loud to myself. What if I put that there? Oh yes, I like that there. Oh yeah, no, that doesn't look good there. Oh, that's good there. That works there. All right, okay. Let me look at the chat really quick. Hi, Beverly, nice to see you. Stainless steel wire chains. Now, what are we talking about? You're talking about junk journals, yeah? Back to the junk journals. I think that works right there. That little, put them in a little slant. Pamela, no. Oh, Pamela said she's watching from the hospital. Pamela had hip surgery a couple weeks ago, right? Month ago, Pamela? Hip surgery got infected and had to be redone. Oh, Pamela, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, yikes. And then that's the case. The first one, you don't really know what to expect. But the second one, you know what to expect. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, had to be done. And just think that once that it's all done and healed, it'll all be good, right? It'll all be good. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, doing a little outlining because it just looks, to me, it just looked so odd without the outlining because it just looked like it never ended, right? It just kind of, the white just kind of continued into space. All right, there we go. Now, we're close, We need something else about right in here. This is just still too kind of vertical for me. It helped a little bit right there, but that's still kind of, if I had done it again, I would have tilted this guy a little bit more so that wasn't vertical. And I don't think there's any way, I mean, I don't know, let's see. Let's see what we can do here, if I'll be able to pull any of that off. I might be able to. And yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Boy, we're like really deconstructing here, aren't we? Let's just see if I can make this work. It was a little bit harder. Oh, there we go. It was a little bit harder in there. The part I was having a hard time with was on the photo, right? Photo paper. Things generally really stick when you get them on photo paper. All right. Boy, now I got to move this little guy again. Normally I just say, just leave it and move on, but well, it's just going to be this way. It's going to be, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Oopsie. Almost de-winged that poor bee. The poor bee almost got de-winged. Now I have this weird thing here. It's fine. It's fine. It's just going to stay. It's going to stay. Pamela said, love this collection so much. It's a fun one, isn't it, Pamela? It for sure is. Let's see. Hi, Lisa. Yes, we're still on. We're going to be on for a long time today because we haven't been together for so long. Amy, you know what? I do have undo. I never get it out though. I never ever get it out. I never think to get it out. Also on camera, that always makes me a little bit nervous because I don't use undo very often, if ever. And so I could see that's one of those things I need to play with a little bit more. If I play with it a little bit more, I'll feel a little bit more comfortable with it. Undo, if you're not familiar with undo, undo is a liquid. It is a liquid that you put on something in order to get it unstuck. And that always freaks some people out, right? Because it's a liquid. And you're like, oh my goodness, it's a liquid. How do you dump liquid on your paper? And it's fine, but yeah. I'm adding one of these little rub-ons right there in that little space just to kind of help it move a little bit. All right, there we go. That's good. All right, it's time to, golly. It is 12:17 and I'm going to start writing a list now. That's all right. It's all about the fun though, right? It's all about the playing. I mean, the documenting is important, but for me, this is also about just the being creative and just playing, right? That is, to me, what is also just as important as the documenting. All right, so now we're ready to, for my list. Here we go. We're over here. Here is my list of things from about last month. Okay, so, oh yes, I do need, I need a little bullet stamp. I have made the biggest mess in here. Bullet stamp. Also, I will tell you, we are, Carmen, Lael, can you help me send half this kit I have Pam like so she has pretties to play with? That's very kind, Carmen. Shoot me an email. We will make it happen. Okay. I pulled out two bullet stamp set, Bullets and More, which is the OG, and Bullets and More 2. There is a Bullets and More 3 in the works. So if you have used the bullet stamps and you're like, oh my gosh, I love it, but I wish we had X, then shoot me an email and we can add it. We can add it. All right, so little bullet stamps. Let's see what I might want to use here. How about the second Bullets and More 2 is definitely icon heavy, whereas Bullets and More 1, I know, let's use this cute little bumblebee. Whereas Bullets and More 1 was, more basic, right? More basic. Numbers, a few basic bullets like squares and circles and stars and things like that. But Bullets and More 2, definitely icons, definitely icons. Hi, Nancy McKinnis. Nice to see you. Okay. Thank you for answering that, Deborah. Lisa, I think I totally missed that. Life in Bloom. Yes, I think I totally missed that. Okay. Bullet stamp, and I have grabbed out the stylus. So with the stylus, I need to think about how I want to do that little bumblebee. And what color I want to use. What about mustard seed? Let's see if we like the way that looks. So bullet stamp. Bullet stamp, the original bullet stamp set was one of the first few stamp sets that I released. Oh, look how cute that little bumblebee is, right? I think that bumblebee will be cute on there. For basically doing your lists. Bulleted lists, whether they're vertical and you're writing your list item next to it, or you're just using a bullet to separate the things on your list. And that's what I'm doing here. So I've taken the stamping stylus, that's one of my products, and I put the little teeny tiny bullet stamp on the end. This goes back to our conversation. We're having the right size tool for what you're working with. If I used it would even be fine with like this, but look how much bigger. If you are using a large stamping block with a little tiny stamp set, it's really hard to get nice even pressure so you don't like squish part of the stamp. With that guy, Martine, are you still here? Martine came up with this idea and I thought this was genius. One day I was stamping with the bullet stamp and the stylus and somebody said, how do you make sure if you have a stamp that has a direction to it, as opposed to a circle has no direction, doesn't matter how you stamp it, that you always have the same position of the stamp. So, for example, this little bumblebee, if I want it to always be flying the same direction, well, that guy, he's flying vertical, right? If I want him to always be vertical and not be like, you know, all over the board like that, I said, when somebody asks this question, I'm like, that's a great question. I've got to think about that. So a couple days later, Martine popped up in the Facebook group and said, I thought about it and I have a really good idea. So what Martine suggested was to put a sticker. So I did this on mine. It doesn't come this way. I put a sticker on the end of my stylus. That sticker has a direction to it. So I know as long as I am stamping with that little sticker being exactly where it's supposed to be, then my little stamp will be going the exact same direction every time, right? So if I take this little guy and I put that right there, there's my little bumblebee. And if I do that every time, line it up, my little bumblebee will always be going the same direction. Okay, so the very first one on my list is Reggie came to live with us. So fun having a cat in the house again. Except when it is 1:30 a.m. and he attacks your feet in the bed because he wants to play. But I won't write that. All right, there we go. So next on my list, the 3 Craft Chicks retreat in Spokane. Then followed by some R&R in, hang on, I gotta spell it, C-O-E-U-R, Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. So Coeur d'Alene is in Idaho, beautiful lake. And after the 3 Craft Chicks retreat that I taught at, Vicki was there teaching too. Michelle, who owns 3 Craft Chicks, took Vicki and I to Coeur d'Alene we did a little shopping, stayed overnight at this hotel. It was lovely, lovely, lovely. Wonderful food. We had a great time. Lauren, her daughter, could not come because little kids at home, and her oldest son, Noah, was not feeling well. So, but that was kind of a fun little thing that we did after the fact. It was very nice, Michelle, to do that for us and treat us to that. I don't really have any room to write there, so we'll just pop this little guy down just for a little bit more color down here. 2 pallets of product from Simple Stories. Some of that for my December documented project kit. 1 pallet they still have because I said I don't have enough room to have all 3 pallets. Okay, so then Nick, business trips to Vegas and Seattle. So what I do about last month, it's literally just a run-on. It's a run-on. That's what these types of lists I call. I'm just a run-on, right? Running on from one thing to the next of things that happen over the month. 2 dates. We did 2 dates. We did dinner at Porcupine and lunch at Silver Fork Lodge. Okay. Keep going here. We had dinner with our friends Carrie and Karen. Those of you, well, even if you don't do about last month with me, if you do, if you don't, if you were doing a list like this, what would be one of the things on your list for August? Like what happened in your world in August? If you're listing that you would write on your list, or if you aren't listing, even if you aren't, what would be on your list for August? My mom came over for lunch for my birthday. And I'm a very hard person to buy for, my family and friends tell me. And so my mom gave me a card, and in the card it said, I want you to tell me some things that I can do to help you. Like, what could I do to help you? And I'm like, it's very hard for me to ask for help from people. I don't know why, it just is. And I'm like, oh no, it's fine. She goes, no, this is your birthday present, because you won't tell me what you want for your birthday, so you got to tell me. This is your birthday present. And so I thought for a few minutes, I'm like, oh my gosh, do you know what? I need these things from Costco. Would you go to Costco? And she was like, of course I would. It's awesome birthday present. Like seriously awesome. For someone that has a hard time accepting help from people, that was a great thing. And she forced me. She's like, it's your birthday present. You have to let me help you. So I couldn't say no. So we went to Great Basin National Park. And it rained. So Great Basin National Park is in Nevada, just across the border from west central Utah. It is known for, Great Basin National Park, what it's primarily known for is the dark skies. So it's a designated dark sky zone, which means there's very little light pollution. It's literally in the middle of nowhere. There's almost zero light pollution, which means the night skies are incredibly amazing and beautiful because there's no light pollution. It's super dark, unless it rains. So we got about a half an hour of beautiful night sky on Friday night, and then it rained the whole rest of the time that we were there. But we did get a little bit, so that was nice. But I can only imagine when it's like fully dark, not cloudy, not raining. Our air conditioner, the compressor in our air conditioner broke. In our house. And dead middle of summer in August. That's not a good time for the compressor to break. So, luckily, long story short, it was able to get repaired within like 36 hours, which is amazing. But yeah, that was kind of a bummer. But it was okay because it's hot here in Utah in the summertime. Oh, I did my August stamp release launch. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new stamps. And actually, I need to talk about a couple things. Let's first talk about one of the prizes this week. One of the prizes this week is, did I bring it? Did I bring it up? I think I did. Yes. Every month, I've done this every month all year long. When we do our About Last Month list for a new month, then I give one of these away, the 2023 Year in Review Project Kit. So this is a project kit, along with the video class that goes with it, so you can put together your whole year in review this style. But that kit has everything you need in it. So that is one of the prizes this week. That prize, the way that you participate in the prizes every week, is you leave a comment on the video when it is over. So not in the chat, but a comment on the video when it is over. And when we are together again, Saturday, October 6th, 7th, Saturday, October 7th, I believe. Then right before we start, I'll draw a prize winner. So that's first prize. Second, there was something. Oh, I know what reminded me about that. Actually, I'm gonna do 3 prizes today. 3 prizes. What reminded me about that, and I will use this in my next list. Where did it go? Tons of questions about this guy. Where'd he go? Oh, here it is. This little guy, scheduled, to ship mid-September. It is finally arriving today. That is the Mini Icons Fall stamp set. So I will use this on my, what I'm looking forward to this fall. But let's do a giveaway for that one too. So 3 giveaways today. The first one is the 2023 Year in Review Project Kit. This guy finally gets here today. Long story about why this guy was delayed. But this guy finally gets here today. And if you've ordered it, then just know those orders are going out next week. Okay, I had to put that down here though. Mini Icons Fall. That was one of the 7 stamp sets that I released in August. Let's see, I gotta see what was on your list, friends. I've got lots of things on the list. Let's see. Karen's in her pajamas. I love that. She's asking if anyone else is in pajamas crafter. Karen's working on her 3rd spread. Pretty happy with the results. She's working on another year of the seasons. Good for you. Let's see. Yes, lots of sorry and well wishes for Pamela about her 2nd hip. She's feeling much better. Great family support team. And okay, wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad to hear that, Pamela. Linda May. Hi, Linda May. August looked like a busy, fun month. Work with pleasure. Yes, work with pleasure. The busier I get, the more, and I think the older I get, busier and older, the more I realize that I have to have a balance. Even if I don't have time to have a balance, I have to, right? You have to, because you can only burn the candle at both ends for so long, and then you're a puddle, right? Then the candle melts, and there's wax everywhere, and nobody wants wax everywhere. Let's see. Ms. L, her grandson started 2nd grade. That would be on her list. That is so fun. Nancy said her daughter turned 24. She reached 35 years of pensionable service. That is fabulous, Nancy. Congratulations. And the key congratulations, they're being pensionable, right? Yes, I know what that means. Anne is watching today, plans to do a list on Monday. Soon, I think I'll stay in her PJs. Very good. Let's see. Chance to meet more actors from the different Star Trek series. Colleen, I am continually so impressed with you. You just continue to roll. You just continue to go. And I'm not going to tell people how old you are. If you would like to share that in the chat, you're more than welcome to, but that also can be very private. I just love that so much about that. I love that so much about you, and I love that so much for you, that you are doing things like that. That is just, that gives you so much pleasure, and I love that you do that. It's so cool. So cool. Let's see. Oh, and Pamela, you had to put your dog down. Oh, golly. Let's hope that August is behind you, and now everything is looking up, right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. Look at, lots of you are still in your PJs. I love it. And Colleen, I missed the angel time by 1 minute. Sarah's reorganizing the she shed. That's always fun, right? Anne got her order today, fall and Christmas. Oh, very good. Yes. Paula said she's adding photos, has 2 pics. Daughter started college. Oh, Paula. Congratulations, Paula. And I know how hard that is. If your daughter has moved, and is now on her own, I know that's a hard one. That was, for me, that was so hard. It was just, I was not expecting it to be as hard as it was. But it was just a week or 2, and then it was better, right? Then it was better. All right, let's see. December documented, and Halloween project kits. Well, that's pretty much it. I launched those. Those are now shipping. Very exciting. Done and shipping. That's always huge. I did a Facebook Live for the She Loves Color event, which is next month in October in Wisconsin. We're almost done. Let's see. I took my dad to the dentist. Plus had a call with the VA about my dad. Just about done here, friends. Just about done. And you know what? I'm not in a rush, and I am not looking at the time because I am not worried about today. Had my car serviced. And purchased. Been leasing it, and we decided to purchase it. So we are now the proud owners of a car that I've had for 3 years. And then let's see, the neighborhood ladies monthly get together. Okay, there we go. So in a nutshell, that's not a nutshell. That's a very detailed listing of the things that happened in my life during August of 2023. Now, we had said that we thought we needed I think a word strip sticker. So let's look. This is kind of a lot right here. So I'm thinking if we break that up, possibly with a word strip sticker. I think I've now had like 2,806 ink blocks out that will need to get reorganized later. Okay. Grab this is how much I like the word strip stickers, friends. There's lots of word strip stickers in here. So let's look at small talk. Usually chit chat. Where's Snarky? Oh, small talk Snarky. There we go. I was gonna say it didn't get put away where I put it. I didn't put it away. All right, I think let's try those. Let's look. Let's look. So word strip stickers. I use word strip stickers so often that there's a little section on the website specifically for word strip stickers. We were talking a little bit earlier. Sometimes you just need a little something. If it looks like something is missing, it's a word strip sticker, trust me. So I think that's what we're looking at maybe right here. Gracie Creates had a tornado in August. Oh my goodness. A lot of trees went down, but went over the house. So it missed the house, yeah? Missed the house, I hope. Hi, Julie. Let's see. That's Midwest, yeah? Paper Piece is behind, but she's back in her jammies. I love it. Love it. It's like Jammy Saturday. You know what? You should do jammies whenever you want. Let's see. What might work here? Leave a little sparkle. It's the little things that make life big. That could work, huh? That could work. Oh, yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. It doesn't work right there. I mean, I could cut it, but it doesn't work right there. Too long. If I put it here, it's weird because it fits here, but then there's this blank space and then it's not centered. If I put it here where it was centered, then it's totally weird because there's this whole weird blank space here. So what I need, I know, is I need a contrasting washi to kind of break that up a little bit because it's really weird there. But even then, I'm still going to face this. So I think what I might do, well, this could work. It's the little things that make life big. How about that? How about that? So it just filled up that area, and then that area I'm okay with being that way. That's okay. So I think we're good. I think that is August, and August is done. Woo! Oh my goodness, 12:40. 12:40. All right. We are going to take a moment and pause. And, well, not pause, but I need to clean up all of Life in Bloom because I can't have Life in Bloom here and then start working again because that will not work. So, we're going to get Life in Bloom picked up and then we will move on to our next list. Our next list is, oh yes, next list. This is good timing for me to talk about this as I am kind of cleaning up. So our next list, ooh, I lost the bumblebee. Our next list, sometimes I come up with the list topics. I have a running list of list topics here in my handy dandy workbook that you see me work from. List ideas. So I have pages of list ideas in here. So sometimes they're my ideas. Sometimes you guys, either on a live like this, you'd say, hey, this would be a fun list idea. And I say, oh, I like it. And then I write it down. Other times, some of you email me and say, hey, this would be a fun list idea. And then I write it down. And then every so often I see something that you guys do. Okay? See something that you guys do or one of you does. That's a good idea. Karen, water break. Quick hydration break, friends. So if you are, if you have anything to drink in the last little while, get something to drink. Important, right? Gotta stay hydrated. I'm back on Gina Livy, so that's a big part of that is water, water, water. Okay, so our second list is something that I saw in the Facebook group, the Lail by Mail Facebook group. Sometimes you guys are in there and you share lists that we have worked on together from a Saturday. And sometimes you are sharing lists that you've just done on your own. And our second topic is one of those. It was a list that Cindy Borcherding, did I say that right, Cindy? Borcherding. That's how it phonetically looks. Cindy Borcherding. That Cindy did, and I did. Oh, good. So I said it right. And Cindy posted this list in the group, and there were clearly it resonated with a lot of people in the group. And so I thought, you know what? I really like that list idea. I think that is great. And so I reached out to Cindy and said, hey, Cindy, would you be okay if we talked about this and I did this list on Saturday? And she said yes. It isn't any words. She said yes, absolutely. Didn't hesitate. She said yes. And this is the list topic. Cindy listed about things that she can do when she is stressed and or anxious. Okay? Things that she can do to relieve some of the stress and anxiousness, to kind of take her mind off things. And I thought, you know what? I really like that. I love that idea. Lots of times we're listing about anti-bucket list and, what's in my fridge and things that are pretty light, right? Things that are pretty lighthearted. And that one is not as lighthearted, right? But I love the idea because Cindy, and she wrote this in the Facebook post. She said, I'm having a hard time. I'm struggling. I've been struggling a little bit lately, and I decided to sit down and make a list about things that I know, I'm totally paraphrasing here, but about things that I know that I can do for myself that will make me feel better when I am feeling like that. And I thought, I love that. I love that. So we all do it, right? We all go through it. It's not all sunshine and rainbows all the time, right? We all go through it. And I loved Cindy's idea of, I'm going to do this list because it will make me feel better as I'm doing it, because one of the things on her list was basically being crafty. So not only did it was one of the things on her list, but it also made her feel better when she was, feeling down and struggling. But it's also a good reference. Sometimes we get in a little funk, right? We get in a little funk and we know what we need to do, or we know what we can do to help ourselves get out of that funk. But sometimes, even though we know, we just don't do it, right? We just don't do it. So I thought it would be a great reminder that, number one, we all go through the things. Even if you think that everybody does it and you're the only one, we all do, right? Yesterday, I was in one. I don't know why, but I was in one. Yesterday afternoon, I was just like mopey and slow, and I'm like, I have so much to do, but I don't want to do any of it. So having that list or that kind of reference that when you are in a funk like that, hey, wait a minute, what do I usually do? What are the things that I know make me feel better, or at least help to take my mind off of things? What are some of those things that you could kind of reference back to? So I thought that would be a great list topic. So that is our second list. Our second list is like however you want to title it, things I do when I feel stressed or anxious, or things that can make me feel better, or however you decide to title it. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what I'm going to do there. So we'll talk about that more in a minute. I need to remember where this one was going to go. This one, yes, this one can go right, no, can't go there. It can go here because I am stamping. Actually, it might be able to go here. Might. Let me get the collection that I'm using. I'm using Moonlit Magic. Now, Moonlit Magic, we have not used together before. So I'm using Moonlit Magic. It is a collection from Crepe Paper. It doesn't really have a theme to it. It has like a loose theme of there's a few fairies in there. So it has a little bit of a loose theme, but it's very, very generic for lots of different things. Or that you could use for lots of different things. So as I kind of just go through that paper pad there, you'll see super generic, works for lots of different things. So I thought this might be a nice one just to use for a list like this when it doesn't really, it's not fall, it's not summer, it's kind of just figuring out what we want to do with it. So that is my thought. I might use this. This is going to be a 2-page list. So as we're going, and Cindy, again, thank you for sharing that in the Facebook group. It was very personal, right? It was very personal for you to share that. I love that you did that. And like I said, it resonated with a lot of people. And I think it's always nice to know that we're not alone, right? We're not alone when other people are like, oh my goodness, yes, yes. And I'm sure there were some things on your list that you wrote that probably helped other people, right? Probably helped other people go, oh my gosh, you know what? If I'm feeling down, I've never tried XYZ. Maybe I should, give that a try. Whether it's doing jumping jacks, that was not on her list, but I had to be super generic there, right? Had to be super generic. All right, so I'm thinking maybe those 2 papers, lots of stickers to play with, lots of, I like this little girl, I like her. I think she may make an appearance in my list. Because I want it to be a little bit light. And I don't mean light like fun. I want it to be light like when things are dark, or when things you're feeling like you just can't pull yourself out, that just kind of have a little bit of light to it. All right, so I have not pulled out any other product for this list. So we'll just kind of start there and see where we end. See where we end up. I know I'm going to need a bunch of this. Let me just get a tray out. It'll be a lot easier if I pull some of these things on a tray instead of to try to have it. Oh, I like the little deer too. I like the little sweet little deer. That's pretty too, isn't it? Oh, look at that. That is from one of the die cut packs. That's super fun. All right, when I first got the collection in to the website, I did a What's New Wednesday on it, and then I haven't looked at it since. So it'll be fun to kind of pull some of these things out. All right. Get out lots of butterflies and things this season, right? This crafting season, lots and lots of butterflies. They're just easy. I think they're just easy. They work on a lot of different things. Let me get some more of those guys out. All right. All right, all right, all right. So, as we're working on this list, I would love to know in the chat, even if you're not listing with us, right? Even if you're not listing with us, I would love to know what some of the things are that you do when you get in a funk. Like, you're in a funk, what do you do to help get out of it? Or maybe not even help get out of it, just to take your mind off of things maybe for a little while, right? Sometimes it takes a long time to get out of it. unfortunately. But what are some of the things that you do that help to get you out of that funk? Because you never know. One of you may type something and another person's like, oh my goodness, that is great. I never thought about that. That would totally help me, right? That would totally help me. Let me see. Louisa says she's definitely in a funk with her diet, right? I know. So let's chat for a minute. Every Saturday morning, part of my routine is wake up super early, set the alarm, wake up early and have coffee and relax for a bit. And then Nick and I just kind of hang out and we're talking. He's like, so what are your list topics for today? And it's just kind of, we're chit-chatting. And we did that this morning. And first of all, when I said this topic, and I had to write this down because it was funny, he goes, well, what do you do when you feel stressed or anxious? He said, sometimes you're mean as a hornet. That's what he said. Sometimes you're mean as a hornet. And then that made me laugh, and it made him laugh. And then I thought, oh, well, you know what? There could be two ways that you approach this list. One could be, what are some of the things that, how your stress or your anxiousness is presenting itself like that. Apparently I get mean as a hornet sometimes, because I've never seen that side of me when I get mean as a hornet. But then the other thing that kind of led to that conversation dovetailed a little bit from there. I said, well, one of the things I do when I'm stressed or anxious is I eat. And so you could take that approach from this list, maybe some of the maybe not so positive things that you do, mean as a hornet and eat through your stress or your anxiety. Or it could be some of the things that help to pull you out of that. All right, so I just thought that was kind of a funny little story to share there. Music, retail therapy, Pam, shopping online for crafting items. Pam, shopping online. That's another thing Nick said. He's like mindlessly shopping on Amazon. I'm like, okay, that's probably not one of the ones that would be on that's probably one of the ways that it's presenting itself. Mean as a hornet. We might have to do that opposite of this list. Mean as a hornet, mindlessly shopping on Amazon, and eating, right? Trisha said scrapbooking helps and reading a good book. Oh, Ms. L, that's great. Color. When I color, I don't really think about anything else. Music and retail therapy. If I just can't even craft, I pick up a book and get lost, right? Because sometimes you just don't have anything in you. You're like, I can't even do that. Picking up a book and getting lost, like escaping, that's a great way. That is absolutely a great way. Linda, I love it. Linda said, I make lists, ... not even joking. Gabby takes a nap. Music, I think for a lot of people, music is a mood booster, right? Music is a mood booster. Colleen says, go for a walk and listen to either a podcast or music. Linda May, I plan a vacation so I have something to look forward to. So plan something, right? Doesn't even have to be something big. Maybe you plan to get together with a friend, or you plan something so you have something to look forward to. I love that. Gabby goes for a walk with her dogs. Kathy, I eat, which I need to break that habit, and I also don't sleep well. Try to get more exercise and find all the things to be grateful for. Absolutely. I need to, in my life, I need to redefine my relationship with food. And I don't know how to do that. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that, because my whole life has been stress, food, work really hard. I deserve this. Work really hard. I deserve this. And so those are things that I have to break, because when you're working really hard all the time and when you're stressed a lot, then food is too much food, right? Yes. Good ways to cope, bad ways to cope. Right, that's a good one, Lauren. It could be titled Good Ways to Cope and Bad Ways to Cope. Or maybe not bad, maybe different ways to cope, or positive and negative ways to cope. Right, absolutely. Wanda said she was mean as a hornet on Tuesday. I love it. Lauren said, I have a cat who emotionally eats too. Oh my goodness. If she gets in trouble, she immediately goes to eat. That's hilarious. That is fun. And that's fun that you are in tune with that, Lauren. Oh my goodness. Hot bath and a hot chai. Paula shops. Colleen said, after something scary that happened last week, and I discovered I am not a stress eater. That's interesting, Colleen. I hope everything is okay. Or what it looks like when I'm in a funk. Right. Yeah, I got to figure out. I think I might want to do the opposite list too. I got to figure out how to kind of scope that and word it. Watch movies. Deborah prays. Pamela, music or work on a lail project. I love that. Wanda goes to her craft room and asks Alexis to play Ed Sheeran. That's a good one, Wanda. I love him. I love him. Surf YouTube videos, Deborah said. Downton Abbey. Paula, right? Paula said, that is a key word. I deserve this, right? I deserve. This should be more like, I deserve a walk outside. I deserve a hot bath. I deserve to sit down and put my feet up. It should not be, I deserve a piece of chocolate cake, right? That's something I gotta think, that's gonna be my whole life. I'd be grappling with that. I don't have it. I absolutely do not have it mastered. I probably never will, but I gotta focus again on it. Okay. So, 2-page list. You guys continue to share in the chat, please, 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 because I think it's helpful. I think it's really helpful. Terry says she snuggles with her dog. Paula, Lisa, Deborah, I think I saw Deborah pray. Absolutely, a lot of people turn to God and praying, and that anything really, any of these things. You could say, I sit down and cross my legs. If that is what gives you peace and gives you a break from the stress and anxiety, then absolutely, you do you. No one here will say, that doesn't make any sense. That, you can't do that. We can all do whatever we want, right? As long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. Okay, this is going to be a 2-page list. I gotta look now what I was planning on using. I'm using 2 stamp sets for this guy. I am going to use in the box. And I'm going to use Reggie Alpha. Reggie Alpha. You know what's really funny about that, you guys? Reggie Alpha was released in June. That means we were working on it probably April, May, which means Reggie was not our pseudo cat at that time. It was Sam's cat. And I thought, oh, that'd be fun. Sam has a cat. Jack and his girlfriend have cats. It might be fun on some of the alphabets to name the alphabets after their cats, right? That's how Reggie was named, before Reggie was our cat. Well, okay, he's not our cat. He's just living with us until Sam moves on to whatever his next thing is. Okay, so Reggie Alpha we are using, and we are using in the box. Now, I will tell you, Sam did not just come dump his cat. First of all, Sam asked if he could have a meeting with us. Can I have a meeting with you and Dad? I knew what was coming. Nick's like, all right, what's up? What's up? Why are we having a meeting? And Sam, said, hey, I can't take my cat. And Nick said, Sam? And Sam said, Dad, I know, you told me you told Jack and I never, ever, ever to get a pet until we owned our own house because it can cause problems if you, 4 3/4, yeah, that's right. It can cause problems if you need to change your living arrangements. And he said, I know, well, Sam said, Dad, I know you told me that, but now I'm in a bind. And so I cannot take Reggie with me. And so I'm wondering if Reggie can live with you. And, well, what are we going to say? We're like, of course he can. Of course he can. We love your cat. Veggie. Sometimes I call him Veggie, really, like in purpose. I'll be like, oh, Reggie, Veggie. Sometimes I call him Veggie. I said yes. We said yes, of course. But, and Sam said, here's the deal. I will come over 3 days a week to play with Reggie and clean his litter box. We're like, done. No problem. Got it. That sounds good. So he does. He does. Reggie has been with us, I don't know, maybe about 6 weeks now. Maybe a month. I don't even know. Maybe a month. And he is very good about, Sam is very good. He's stuck to it. So that's nice. Now what was funny, I just trimmed those down to 4 3/4, which is what I always do when I'm creating the base. Trimmed down to 4 3/4. Those papers came from a 6x8 pad. So 8, insert is 8.25. So I trim 6 down to 4 3/4. So I have that nice border all the way around. That's what I just did as we were working there. Now, if I wanted, I won't do this, but when you cut off those pieces, you can keep, really you should. You should keep those pieces that you're cutting off if you're working with a 6x8 because those make great little accent pieces. If I wanted, I could put that there. They make kind of great, I don't know, that may even stay there. Or this one may stay over here. We'll see. They make kind of great little accent pieces for your lists. I actually kind of like this one. We'll see if we like that there as we continue. All right, so there we go. That's kind of the start. I need some white cardstock again because my list will not be on there. Let's see. Oh, Deborah, I like that. Deborah's talking about some product that she picked up somewhere else. There were some phrases, unplug your mind, recharge your soul. That's nice, right? A lot of the things that you guys were talking about and some of the things on my list are truly about unplugging your mind, like, right? Like, gotta get out of your funk, like gotta change the channel, right? Change the channel. And I don't mean on the TV, I mean change the channel in your brain. So sometimes you just need to disconnect and take those thoughts away. And the way that you take those thoughts away is by focusing on something else, right? Cindy, I love the way you phrased that. I need to make intentional, healthy coping choices, right? That is a loaded sentence. Intentional, healthy coping and choice, right? Those are all really big words. Really, really, really big words. Really big words. Wanda, I agree. I like the dotted one better there too. Louisa, you're shopping with your daughter. She's like, I'm watching on and off. Oh, so fun. The polka dot strip continued. Right? I think that's it, right? I think. And then we'll pull in flowers over here and stuff, so we'll be good. Don't worry. Unplug your mind. Yeah, that's a good one. Unplug your mind. Deborah said she'd already decided to use a cutoff strip on the edge of my spread before you cut your papers. I love it. And I bring this up because Deborah's very good about this. Deborah shares a number of you guys do. A number of you guys share your lists in the Facebook group. And I encourage you to do so because guess what? That is what started this whole list, right? Cindy sharing her list. So Deborah's very good. A number of you, Scrapbook Sista. It also helps people that are new. It also really helps people that are new, new to this or new to the Facebook group, kind of, get a feel for everything. So I would encourage you, if you are comfortable with it, to share your stuff in the Facebook group because you guys always get to see what I do. I never get to see what everybody else does unless you are like Lisa. Lisa, if you are here, Lisa, I think Lisa, right? Lisa? Guys, I'm so bad with names. There's two funny things related to Lisa. Last weekend when I was teaching in Minnesota. So Lori Knapp, Lori, if you are here, hello. Lori, I recognized her name. We chatted for quite a while, and then she was there all the days, and she was sitting right next to where I was standing teaching. And if you have taken a class from me before, and you are anywhere near to where I'm standing, I borrow your things. I'll be like, oh, Lisa, can I borrow this? Oh, Lisa, can I borrow that? Lisa. It was Lori. Lori was sitting next to me. Are the polka dots upside down? I don't understand. Are they upside down? Tabitha, help me. I don't understand. Are they upside down? I don't know. Are polka dots upside down? I'm not gelling with what you're saying. So help me, Tabitha. Help me, Tabitha. Okay, so anyhow, I kept saying, Lisa. And finally, day 2, Lisa said, here, and she goes, and it's Lori. And I'm like, oh my gosh, duh, Lori. Okay, Tabba, I think I know what you mean now. You mean like this. Are they upside down? I think they're connected there. So I think we're good. I know what you mean. Did I rotate and so it's not, right? I think. Am I catching what you're putting down? I think so. I understand what you mean now. I totally get it where I cut them, but I think it's good now. I may have had them wrong before. Okay, good. Right, you had a bunch of us, Tabitha. Some of us are like, whoa, like that's a whole other dimension. That's like the 8th dimension. I don't even know how to talk about polka dots that are upside down. Oh, too funny. Okay, anyhow. She said, and it's Lori. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Lori, I know that. I am so sorry. So that was the first funny story about Lisa, who was Lori. And then I always say, are you sure your name's not Lisa? Your middle name, Lisa? So the second thing that had to do with Elisa was and Lisa, I don't remember your last name if you're here, but Lisa came for one of the classes, and at the end of the class, she brought 2 of her traveler's notebooks with her. One was her, this is me, and she is having a birthday soon, and so she had it all ready, all done, the This Is Me project kit that we did. She had it all ready to start filling out the start of her new birthday, which I love to see. It was so neat. And then she also brought another one. She brought a handmade cover that she had sewn that was amazing. And it was for the September setup of her Fall Traveler's Notebook. I'm like, oh my goodness, Lisa, these are amazing. And I said, please, 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 please. I said, Lisa, if you're comfortable, if you would share that in the Facebook group, please do it, because I know everyone, you guys would so appreciate that. You'd love to see it. So hopefully Lisa does. Anyhow, that goes back to the, sharing, because people would like to see. It's really helpful for people to see what everyone is doing. Not everyone, but if you're comfortable with sharing, I love it when you share. Some people do this digitally, and I don't remember her name, but she is new. She said she's new to the Facebook group. She shared one of her lists that she's doing completely digitally. It was at about last month that she's doing digitally. And you know what? You never know when you share something. It may just totally click with someone. Cindy's list topic that we're doing, or maybe the person that's doing it digitally. Maybe someone else sees that and goes, oh my gosh, I never have listed before because it's not really my thing, paper, but you know what? Digitally, I could totally do that. Totally do that. Tabitha said her mind works differently. The polka dot's upside down. All right, so I need my second page, and that would be that little guy that I just had left over was 4 inches by, let's see, 4 inches by 7.5. That's what we need. 4 inches by 7.5. We talked about the Nina White cardstock earlier. Doesn't matter what cardstock that you use. Here's what does matter. That you know what it's like when you stamp on it. If you are stamping, all cardstock is not created equal. Okay, so we'll do this like that. All cardstock is not created equal. If cardstock has texture to it, you may get a different result than you are planning when you stamp on it. So that's really, really important. That's a good thing that you test on your cardstock before you start stamping. Lisa, have the mini icons fall started shipping? Have they arrived yet? Today, Lisa, today. So they've been on the website as mid-September, and tracked them yesterday, and they were supposed to arrive today. So those orders will go out Monday and Tuesday before I head out of town on Wednesday. In fact, there are many of those orders that are all downstairs, boxed and ready to go. Some of them even have like shipping labels on them already. They're just waiting for those stamps to get here today. So yes. All right. These we need, I feel like I need to do what we did again. And no, I won't. I was thinking I was going to ink the edges, but I'm not, because we'll be pulling in some color another way. All right, do my little thing here. My little outlining. And there we go. Oopsie, let's do this guy. Any minute, I know, like I can see out the window when the guy gets here. Oh, I tell you right now, UPS is not my friend. Just this week, not my friend this week. It's not my UPS man, it's just UPS in general. So the event that I'm teaching at next weekend in Burbank, California, on Tuesday, I shipped 16 boxes. And on Thursday, 15 of the 16 boxes were delivered. Okay, 15 of the 16. Now, I shipped 16 because I needed 16. I didn't ship 16 because I wanted to ship one extra just in case. So, one box is in no man's land right now. It is in no man's land with UPS. And so they're not my favorite this week because I don't know where it is and they don't know where it is. So, yeah. Yeah. So here at Ready, Set, Create. We'll see how that goes. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nobody panic. It's just a little bit, I tell you, yesterday probably, I don't know, yesterday was kind of a panic day a little bit in the Lail world. All right, there we go. The reason yesterday was a panic, we'll be using these little boxes. The reason yesterday was a panic was because, well, number one, Reggie, 1:30 wanted to play, attacked my feet, and then 5 decided he really wanted to play, and then I was up. Because once I wake up, there's no going back to sleep. So I was up, and so I came out to the living room, had a cup of coffee, was sitting there, you know, scrolling and doing whatever to try to kind of get ready for the day, get kind of whatever. And I get an email from Instagram. And you know, sometimes you get emails from like Facebook and things, and you think, oh, it's just somebody trying to want me to click on a link. I'm not going to do that. That email said, your account has been suspended. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. It's just one of those people that want me to click something. So then a little bit later in the morning, I click on Instagram and it says, your account has been suspended. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? So that was the first thing, and it all turned out fine. But one of the things that they tell you when your account is suspended is that if it doesn't get resolved because they think that you're not the person that you are, they'll delete your account. And so that's a little bit of a worry. And so I'm like, okay, well, there's nothing I can do about that except click on the things that they tell me and hopefully that they verify I'm who I am, and then it comes back. Spoiler alert, it did come back the afternoon, so it was fine. So yesterday, your Instagram account is suspended and we'll delete it. And then, 16 boxes and only 15 have been delivered and we don't know where the other one is. Yeah, so yesterday was a little bit of a stressful day. That's probably why maybe the afternoon was a little bit of a funk. Okay, so I'll be using in the box, and then I will be using this for my title, Reggie Alpha. So title, let's think about title. Title is going to be something like when I feel stressed. When I feel stressed. So I think this is kind of what I'm thinking. So if I have here things I do when I feel stressed. So stress will be Reggie, so I'll be stamping that. And then maybe I say when I feel stressed, and then I say, I don't know, something I'll write under there when I feel stressed. I don't know, I'll write something under there. I got to figure that out. I'm not quite sure what that looks like yet. So stressed, I will use alpha, and then everything else I will handwrite. And I'm going to use lowercase, I believe. I'm going to use lowercase. So this is something that is weird about me. I do realize that. When I'm spelling a word, I don't like to put all the letters on the stamp block at once. And that's just me. The reason I don't like to do that is I like to control the spacing of the letters. And with individual stamps, you have a little bit of extra material in between each letter, right? Or not in between, around the letter, kind of a little cushion around the letter. And so that cushion, for what I like, is a little bit, puts the letters a little bit further apart than I'd like them if I line them all up on one block and stamp as one. So I prefer to stamp each letter individually, which is what I'm going to do. Pam said that's strange, especially when they're mailed at the same time. Pam, yes and no. Because they go on the truck, they get unloaded from the truck, and if the truck is full of a whole bunch of packages, they get unloaded in different stacks and things, hoping that they show up. Hoping that they show up. Cindy also stamps letter by letter. How I react to stress, what I deal with when I'm stressed. Pam, so you know what? Okay, I think Pam, you just helped me figure out something. So the how I react to stress is actually that other version of those lists that I want to do, right? Like the eating and the mad as a hornet, according to Nick, and that. So how I react to stress is the kind of pairing of this that I am going to use. This one is like things that make me feel better when I'm stressed. Stress coping mechanisms, that's another good one. Stress coping mechanisms. I've got a dry spot in my throat. Hang on, friends. Okay, I think that's better. It sounded like I was a 1-900 operator for a minute there. Nothing wrong with that though. That's a profession like any profession. Okay, let's see what we're going to do. Oh yes, stressed. I have already conditioned these, the whole sheet, so I'm off and running in the races. Oopsie, the U stuck on there. Oopsie, not that way. Okay, hang on. I need my little, is that a big one or a little one? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. So, S. Oh, guess what though? I'm not quite ready for my title because I don't know what color to do. So, I need to figure out what else is going on here before I can do that. Which also probably means before I can do that, I probably need to do my boxes. So, the title's probably gonna be one of the last things I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 things on my list, so I will have 5 boxes. And then, well, don't mind me. I'm just thinking out loud. Well, my and then was talking out loud, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think they're all going to be this size. So what I'm going to end up doing is, even though there's just like a one-word thing, like music, okay? One of the things would be listen to music, but I'll elaborate on that a little bit. So that's what I'm going to use the boxes for. The boxes will be black. And then, because in the box is a double outlined box, then I will use my colored pencil to kind of color in that little outlined part. That's the plan. So I need a stamping block that's big enough for that. Okay, there we go. And I need black. And here we go. This black is the only black that I use. It is by far, in my opinion, the best black. It is VersaFine Clair in Nocturne from Sukaniko. It is a pigment-based ink. Pigment. So the Distress Oxides are also a pigment-based ink. So pigment versus dye-based inks. I won't tell you the difference because the difference doesn't really matter, and I don't really care what the difference is. What I care about is getting the look that I like when I'm stamping. And I have learned by trial and error, the look that I like when I am stamping, I can get from a pigment-based ink, and I like to use Distress Oxides. Pigment-based ink, whoopsie, not that one. I call it like a juicy ink. To me, and juicy is not a term, it's just my term. A juicy-based ink. It gives me a nice, like, solid impression when I stamp, as opposed to a dye-based ink. I was going to say peroxides. Pigment-based inks versus dye-based inks, different properties. Some can be, I'm having a heck of a time speaking for some reason. Water reactive, some are blendable. Depends on what you want to do. What you want to, Golly, I'm seriously having a hard time. It's important that you know the different properties of a dye-based ink and a pigment-based ink. Holy moly. Usually this just rolls right off my tongue. Different properties. So if you're looking for one outcome versus another, it is important that you know the difference between the two. Now, for me, I know I like a juicy-based ink. I don't do any kind of mixed media, so I'm not working with water. I'm not trying to blend or anything like that. So for me, the only thing that matters is how it looks, and that's when I like a pigment-based ink, and that is a Distress Oxide ink for me. If you want to do any of those things, blending, working with water with the inks, then you should do some research. The bottom of the description box in the video, I have links to 2 different articles at scrapbook.com. One talks very specifically about the difference between a dye-based ink and a pigment-based ink. There are some that are hybrids, a mixture of the two. So talks about the different properties and why you might use one versus another in one situation versus another. The second article does a side-by-side comparison, and it's Tim Holtz doing the side-by-side comparison, talking about the difference between distress inks and distress oxide. So distress ink is a dye-based and distress oxide is a pigment-based. All that to say, know what you like and know what you want to do with it, right? It's not difficult. It's just that you know what you like and you know what you want to do with it. And I know what I like and I know what I want to do with it. And for me, that is a pigment-based ink. All that to say, I'm using a pigment-based ink, the black Sukaniko for this list. Woo! You know what's really funny? And I've talked about this. Usually I talk about this when I'm teaching in person, not so much when I am virtual teaching. I go through a very weird kind of experience when I am when I'm teaching. It's almost like I go outside of myself and I'm like floating above. So it's like I push play and words just kind of come out. And then, so like that little example there, it's like somebody pressed pause or there was a little interruption in my play. And then it just goes off the rails. So when I was really up until college, one of my biggest fears, look at how nice that is. Look at how nice and crisp that little box is. One of my biggest fears was like public speaking. And when I say public speaking, I mean like speaking in front of my class in high school. It really, really, really was something that I really struggled with. And then even into college, really, really, really struggled with it. And as part of my major, I had a marketing degree. I had to take a communications class. In the communications class, one of the big things that we had to do was public speaking. So they kind of taught you how to, public speak. Hopefully that just worked out. I mean, they really didn't teach you how, because in my opinion, you can either do it or you can't. I mean, you can definitely work on it, but some people are cut out for it and some people aren't. But taking that class is what broke me. It broke my like fear of public speaking and feeling like I couldn't like talk in front of a group of people. And anyhow, 1, 2, 3. This stamp set in the box came about because I do this pretty frequently, where I am doing lists like this that are a little bit more involved in terms of what I'm writing. It's not just like a bulleted one-line list. I'm a little bit more involved, and so when I would do this, I would draw boxes. So I would just freehand the box, or sometimes I would take a ruler and draw the box and then outline it freehand. And that's what this is. This is a combination of the outer outline is ruler, the inner outline is hand drawn. So when I did these, hand drew the inner one and then did a ruler around the outer one. So it was something that I was doing enough that every time I would hand draw the boxes, people were like, well, can we have a stamp like that? And I'm like, what? You want a stamp like that? Just draw a box. No, we don't want to draw a box. We want a stamp like that. And so there you go. It definitely is much faster to stamp it. Actually, I'm going to clean that off later. It's much easier to stamp it. It's much faster to stamp it than it is to draw a box. So that's where that one came about. All right, so there are my 5 things. Now I need to do a little bit of decorating, and that's all going to take me back to the title. I think in a lot of cases, the title is probably one of the last things I do before I start the list, just because if I'm stamping a title, I need to know what color. Where'd that little gal go? Oh, she's right here. I need to know what color I want to stamp in, and if I have not done decorating yet, that I don't really know what colors to use. I did like this little fairy. Isn't she cute? I think she should go right there in that corner, right like that. Nobody puts fairy in the corner, except on a list. We can put fairy in a corner. I'm gonna jump back to the chat for a bit, you guys. UPS does give tracking numbers, Pam. What happens is when they've lost it, it just says there's no delivery date. because they don't know where it is. For some reason, it didn't get scanned, or it missed something in the process, and so it's just kind of in no man's land. Nick, isn't Nick a comedian? Did you say that you were as mean as a hornet? Nick, I did. We all laughed. We all had a very good laugh about that. He said, when I am stressed, mean as a hornet sometimes. I will admit it. I'm sure I am. I'm sure I am. Pam says her kids tell her she raises her voice when she's stressed. Yes, Pam, that's another property of pigment inks. They are like a juicier based ink. I say juicier. Whatever ingredients go in them, however they're like processed, they do take a little bit more time to dry, right? They do take a little bit more time to dry. Take a drink of water. Water. I know, right? That was so funny. I don't know what was going on there. I was having a heck of a time spitting that out. Oh, Karen, some people drink alcohol at the end of the day. Absolutely. That would be on my coping. That's on one of my coping. Absolutely. Wine would be 100% a coper for me, which is like the food thing, not necessarily great. Nothing wrong with wine, but if you're stressed a lot, then maybe it's a lot of wine you're having. Let's see. Pam said her hands would shake giving a speech in elementary school. High school, she wouldn't do a speech class. Yeah, it's one of those, what do they say? Like people's biggest fears, death and like public speaking. Ms. L said, she can't public speak. Her mind goes blank. She hears white noise. There's no recovering from it. Toastmasters, no help. Toastmasters, that was like a course you could take, right? That would help you learn how to public speak. I know Little Fairy's cute. Little Fairy is cute there, I think so. And then kind of bring some yellow. And this is kind of you know what? If you're really stressed, these things will help relax you. The things that are going to go in my boxes, right? All right, so Little Fairy there. Let's see what else we have. Love and Laughter. That could be something that we put on there. Maybe we'll see. We have other fairies, but ooh, let's see. We have this guy. That's a pretty big one though. I think love the flower, but I think the flower's too big up there. We could use some of these little yellow flowers though, maybe. I don't know. I really don't like all their stems. It's a lot of green, weird stems on there, so maybe not that one for now. We'll see. There's a smaller flower that we could use if we wanted. Ooh, I think that goes well there. There we go. That little flower there to kind of break up those little boxes. There's our butterfly again, right? Ooh, I think we'll reserve a butterfly maybe over here for my title. So let's keep that in mind. Let's see what else we might want to use. This is a cute little flower. Maybe that one could go there. I don't think so. I think we need something different there. All right, so we know we've got the yellow. We know we have some of the pink. No surprise, I use yellow and pink quite often, right? I use yellow and pink quite often. Maybe, Terry, if you're here, I know this will not surprise you at all because I'm thinking maybe I use yellow for my title. I love yellow. Probably I love yellow because I can't wear yellow. I wish I could wear yellow, but I can't. Mustard seed. I did not have breakfast this morning. I had, for my fruit snack, a little bit of cantaloupe. I think that my brain is needing some, I don't know. I think my brain is needing some nourishment. I don't know. I think cracked pistachio could maybe be fun. It would pull in a little bit of that. A little bit. I don't know. I'm still thinking yellow maybe though. All right. Let's see. Squeezed lemonade. I liked squeezed lemonade, but my worry about squeezed lemonade is that I think it might be too light. Let's look. Squeezed lemonade, fossilized amber. Squeezed lemonade I'm also using in that project I'm designing here. Reggie! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is the funniest thing. Well, it'll still stay there. It's not like he's going to put it back. I will take a picture of this when we're done. I will post it in the Facebook group. One very interesting thing about Reggie the cat is that downstairs, where all of the, that's where like all the product is, where all the orders get packed and everything, there's a very tall box, like maybe 4 feet tall, maybe 4 feet tall, 3.5 feet tall, full of packing material, like all of the bubble wrap that comes in packages and all of the like the air pocket things. Well, there is one, what I've learned about Reggie, he likes those. And he gets in the box and he pulls them out and then he drags them all over the house. He drags them all over the house. There's one here that looks like it's about 10 feet long and he pulled it out of the box. Remember, he's a cat. Pulled it out of the box, jumped down on the ground, and then put part of it in his mouth and he dragged it all the way up the stairs. And you know what he does? He pops them. He pops those little air pockets. And I don't know why, but he is working on this giant thing outside of my glass doors here. Oh my goodness, it's the funniest thing you've ever seen. Yeah, it's a hoot. Okay, squeeze lemonade. I think squeeze lemonade is going to be too bright. I think it needs to be fossilized amber. I think it needs to be fossilized amber. Let's get fossilized amber. I don't think mustard seed. Mustard seed is like too orangey. We need fossilized amber. Hang on. I have to find it. There it is. I think, did we use fossilized amber before? I don't know what was out. All right, I think we'll use that for title. I think we're ready to do that. Okay, so I need this. Yeah, they are a hoot. They are a hoot. Ms. L said she, Toastmasters, a room full of people with my exact public speaking issue, and I still couldn't speak in front of them. You know what? You can't, you can't explain away our issues, right? We don't know why we have them. We just have them. There's no rhyme or reason. All right, so here's S. Okay, I'm doing that a couple times because I want to get a feel for the pressure that I need to apply. All right, I want to get a feel for the pressure I need to apply. And then let's look, are we going to like that? I think we're going to like that color. S for stressed. I think something's going to happen here, but I'm just going to roll with it. S-T-R-E-S-S-E-D. So 8. So assuming that they're about the same width, about 1 centimeter, 8. I'm just trying to figure out about where I think I need to start. Now, my little dilemma here, friends, is this. I am going to end up with it being rectangle, space, rectangle, 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 rectangle. So I think I'm heading into that and it's just gonna happen. And it will probably bug me, so we'll start to figure it out. Oopsie! All right, I gotta pull this a little bit more towards me because I accidentally just barely touched it. So it's right there. Now I have to get a little bit closer to me so I can see. Well, there's a little bit of a blip there. It is what it is. All right. If it fits, it sits. Pam said those air pockets are fun to pop even if you're a cat. So now, next time you order, you'll remember, friends, if there's no air pocket in here, if there's something else besides an air pocket, like paper, that's because Reggie popped all the air pockets. Little turd. And now he took that whole 10-foot long thing and he is like literally his teeth. He pulls it and the air comes out. That's the funniest thing. He's got it all in a big giant pile. So now I can't show you what it looked like because it's all in a pile. He pops them and then such a goofball, seriously. ST. Okay. STRESSED. Louisa, 1:30. Louisa said, "Oh, you must be starving. It must be 2:30. I have lots of reserves, Louisa. I have plenty of reserves that will tide me over, right? Yeah, I've got the reserves. I know I should. Terry said she knows I like the yellow. She said it's your color. You should always have it out, right? I should always have it out. Oh, I know I have another problem too. ESSED. So I've created a couple of different problems here. One of the disadvantages of not stamping in one word is that sometimes you overcalculate how much room you need. And I can already tell I overcalculated. I started too far to the left. And if I had stamped them, if I had them all lined up on one block, I would not have had that happen. But that's okay. That's okay. It's life, right? It's what happens. It's what happens. Professional assistant. Yeah, he's my professional assistant. What's funny is he likes to be where I am. And so when I'm designing, if I have the door closed, he cries at the door. And if I open it, then he wants to be on the table, which makes it a little hard to work. Makes it a little hard to work, right? Hi, JK. Nice to see you. Stress. ED. Okay, we're close. We're close. ED. So if you missed earlier, if you're like, why is she stamping all those individually? Why doesn't she just put them all on one block and stamp one word? It would be a lot faster and it'd be a lot better, and she'd have them all even and it would take less time. Yes, however, I really like to control the spacing between the letters. Oh, what did I do there? I like to control the spacing between the letters. So I didn't quite get the pressure there, and I have a little bit missing from the E. I'll fix that later. Oh, why did I just write into that? Well, I'll fix it now. I'll show you how I fix it now. It's what we were going to fix earlier, but then we didn't need to fix it earlier. Stressed. This is what I've been doing over to the side. I just realized you couldn't see what I was doing over to the side, but I've just been stamping those letters to test it. Well, not to test it because I know what it looks like, but just to make sure that it's ready to roll. All right, stressed. It does look a little stressed, doesn't it? It looks a little stressed. The stressed looks a little stressed. Okay, so what I want to do really quickly to try to fix that is take a little, let me try this guy. Little teeny tiny paintbrush. And I'm not putting any water on it, right? I'm just picking up some of that color from the ink pad. And let's see if this works. Ta-da! Look it. Can't even tell, right? So that E, I had missed part of the stamp. I just came in with the little paintbrush and painted the rest of that in. That's why you want a super, super, super fine tip. So you have some control, right? You have some control of the placement of that ink when you're trying to paint it. And let me tell you, I am no painter. Like, seriously, no, not a painter at all. Picasso, Renoir, Monet, I am not. So, easy. Made it really easy with that little teeny tiny paintbrush. All right. So, stressed. Now I need to write up here and then write down here. Remember that little butterfly I was saying I think I was going to add? Maybe if I add... No, I don't like that. I don't like that because of this. That column. That looks very odd to me. So, and you guys know, when you put things down, sometimes you're like, I don't like it. You may not know why you don't like it, but I knew why I didn't like that. So what if this guy came a little bit more, ooh, look it, there we go. So that's how I'm going to solve the problem of it not quite being centered. That little guy will just go right there. Peaceful butterfly, right? Peaceful butterfly. All right, so the rest of, ooh, not sure what that is. Let's see if we can get rid of that. There's a little black something on there. I don't know what it is. Might have been on the paper to start. Just seeing if I can erase that. All right, so what I just used there, I tried to erase it first with a regular eraser and it wouldn't come off. So it is now gone. I used this, it's a sand eraser. Specifically made for ink, for like erasing ink. So I had that little, whatever that was there, it would not erase with a regular eraser. One of you guys turned me onto that, so I now have them in the shop. But that sand eraser can work miracles sometimes, right? It can work miracles. All right, stress. So now I need to finish my title. So, go back here. I'm gonna try this. When I feel stressed, these are some of the things I have found that help take my mind off of a stressful situation. Okay, there we go. When I feel stressed, these are some of the things I have found that help to take my mind off of a stressful situation. So there's kind of a title. It's a big title, right? It is a big title. All right, so now I feel like we need a little bit more something in here. Let's look at the sticker book. Oh, let's really look at the sticker book so we can see what we have here. I really like that little deer. I think that deer is very fun. It might be fun to try to work that in somehow. Sticker book versus stickers, right? So variety and then also size. So you get some pretty big stickers on sticker sheets, whereas in a sticker book, kind of smaller scale. And then variety. I just remembered this. I remembered these from when I did the walkthrough or the unboxing of this collection when it first came in. Look at along the bottom row there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at those squirrels. Aren't they the cutest? I don't know if squirrels will make it in. But ooh, there's a big deer. There's little deer. So maybe little deer makes it in. Let's see. That's a really pretty bird, dove, that could make it in. There's some more flowers if I need some more flowers. Alpha. There's some, oh, look at, there's a little gray squirrel. Okay, remember this owl? So I've had this owl out for a while and I wanted to use the owl, but I didn't really think the owl would work, although I could do something like that and then it would be fine. That owl may work there. I might like that there. But if I needed a different size owl that didn't quite have the rectangle around it, well, there's the owl. So what if that owl is there? And then what if this little deer comes over on this side? Let's see. So this collection, right, really no theme to it. It has some woodland creatures. It has a couple fairies. All right, so if the deer is going to come into play, for me, the deer can't go right here. The deer can't go right here because we have this and then this, and it's too much across the bottom, right? Could the deer go right here? Well, the deer really can't go here because we have that above it. So what I may need to work with is, if the deer is going to work, could the deer work here? And then maybe this guy work here? I think that works. So let me get my finger out of the way so we can really see. If the deer goes here, right? So if the deer is going to go here, the deer the legs need to be on top of that black line, because what I don't want to do is give the deer 5 legs instead of 4. And that would be giving the deer 5 legs instead of 4. I think that would look very odd. There's like this box coming out from in between the deer. So we don't want to do that. So if this were to go here, I think that could work. Guess what? It's going down. There we go. Deer. We have our little owl here. Now what is kind of fun with the owl for me, the owl, that little one, I kind of like the box though. So let's see. The owl, my grandmother loved owls. And so I kind of have a thing for owls. So that is kind of fits in. It's kind of like my grandma's with me when I feel stressed, right? Kind of has a little part of her in there. There is this little owl. Let's look at this little owl and see what we think of that. If we like the box. I kind of like the box though. Oh, well. There's that and there's the owl. You know what? The owl by itself kind of goes a little bit better, doesn't it? So there we go. There's the owl by itself. There's my grandma watching over me. That's the same grandma with the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 1234. That's the same grandma. Alrighty, so then I think that is a good start, except I need one more little thing. Well, 2 more. I want to look at that little dove and see if that dove could work in here somewhere. Let's grab tweezers and then I can really see what it might look like. Let's see, tweezer, dove, 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 dove here. Dove here. Dove here, dove here, dove here. Okay, so guess where the dove's going? Let's see if we can get that dove off because I really didn't want it to go there. The reason I didn't want the dove to go there is that there's a butterfly right next to it, right? Butterfly right next to it, so I really don't want the dove there. Maybe the dove goes right there. How about that? The dove is going to fly us into the next page. All right. So now what I would like to use is a colored pencil. And that colored pencil is going to be one of these. I have a couple different sets of colored pencils on the website. Not the one I am using, but I haven't, the reason I'm not pulling one of these out is I haven't swatched it yet. I haven't swatched it. So this little guy, that's a watercolor pencil set. I'm looking for well, we could try it. Golden yellow or bumblebee. Let's see. I'm thinking golden yellow or bumblebee. It'd be nice if I had these swatched, but I don't. Golden yellow. So let's take a look at what this might look like. Look at, we kind of have it right there. Does that work? I think it does. So now I'm going to pull in a little bit more color by just coloring in those blocks. And I think it's amazing how much color that really brings into everything by just coloring in those little outlines, right? If I wanted to do different colors, I could. If I wanted to pull in some of the pink from that side, I could. Okay. There's a difference. Color on the left, no color on the right. I like it. I like the color on there. Now, I stamped with black, obviously, but I could have stamped those boxes with any color, right? I could have stamped the boxes with any color. And then I really wouldn't need to color in if I didn't want to. I'd have the color in the boxes themselves. So that's in the box. There are 2 size stamps in the box, both rectangles. One is obviously taller than the other. You could use them separately. You could use them together. Terry, are you still here, Terry? Terry, you were saying something to me a while back that there was something that you were excited for the stamp set because there was something that you had some really good ideas for it. Have you used it? If you're here, I'd love to see what you did with it because that was very intriguing to me when you said you had a bunch of different ideas on what you wanted to do with it. I would love to see. All right, there we go. Okay, I think that makes a huge difference by coloring that in. That one was, golden yellow. Gold and yellow. Oh yeah, Jackie, we'll still be here picking peaches. Oh my goodness. Are you going up to Brigham City, Jackie? Utah, in the fall, peaches. Oh my goodness, amazing. I need to get some peaches. I need to go find one of them. There's all kinds of this time of year. Well, there's one business, I think it's called Harvard Farms or something like that, where they have little stands everywhere and you can get their corn and watermelon, but peaches. Ooh, I need to go try to find some peaches later today, I think. I make a really good. And when I say I really do make this. I've shared with you guys before that I do not cook a thing. I do not cook. Nick does all the cooking. It's always been that way in our life, in our household. I don't cook a thing. I will clean this guy later. I don't cook a thing. Nick does all the cooking, but I make a few things. Well, I just said I don't cook a thing. Really, I don't, but I make a few things. One is an arugula peach salad. That is so good. Oh, so good. All right, here we go. When I feel stressed, these are some of the things I have found that help take my mind off of a stressful situation. I will need to date this, so why don't I do that right now so I don't forget. What about this oldie but goodie? Oldie but goodie. Oh, it says 12/20/20. I mean 12/20. It's I had to add a date to something. Okay, so today is September. That was February, never mind. February 2021. I was looking at the wrong end. Okay, September would be 9. September 9 would be 9. September 16th. 2023. So you guys, from my perspective, it's really important that you date your lists. Really important because I guarantee you some of the things that I do now when I feel stressed to take my mind off of things are very different from things that I probably did in high school, in college, as a new mom, when I was working in software. Lots of different, things have changed. There are probably some things that have stayed the same, like eat. Not on my list though. That's on my things I need to do to stop coping or whatever we came up with that title. But it's another time capsule, right? So important to date it so that you know how things change. When we do time capsule lists like this, I always say, oh my goodness, I would love to have, I would love it if my mother was creating lists. She's still living. I would love it if my grandmother, any relative really, that was doing something like this, because how cool would it be if I had a list like, it didn't have to be all decorated. My grandma just wrote on a piece of paper. If she wrote down the things that helped her feel less stressed, it would be very interesting to see that perspective, right? Especially in the 50s, because it would probably say smoke cigarettes, right? Because that's what everybody did in the 50s to not be stressed, was to smoke cigarettes. That's what everybody did in the 50s, even if they weren't stressed, was smoke cigarettes, right? Seems like. Okay, there we go. Oops, my 0 dropped down a little bit. That's okay. That's all right. Okay, so now we're ready for our listing. And these are in no particular order. I got to go back and look at the chat for a second. And I'm going to have a sip of water while I do that. Yep, Cindy said, just put the butterfly on it, right? It totally worked. We can always figure out something that'll work, right? We can always figure out something that we can add if it's non-balanced, if it's not balanced, or if we made a boo-boo. Let's see. Oh, Diane, good for you. Diane took her dog out for a walk. Good for you. Let me see. Pamela likes the color added to it. Creative Cindy said, I have to buy your book to show my niece. She was stopped by earlier and was intrigued by the list idea. I love that. I love it when you guys share with people just the concept of listing. I always say, there's only 2 things that you need to make a list, something to write with and something to write on. All of this stuff is just extra stuff to play with, right? But it's the importance of doing the writing and getting the things down, because it really is. This is storytelling. This is a story. And I'd like to think that, just as I say that I wish that one day, or I wish that I had a list of my grandmothers like this, because it would be really interesting to know what she did. Well, maybe one day in the future, someone in my family would look at this and go, oh my goodness, look at that. look what mom used to do, or mom was stressed. What are you talking about? No, my kids know that. There's no hiding that. Or maybe if there's ever grandchildren and when they're adults, they could look at this and go, oh my goodness, look at in 2023. Remember when that was 50 years ago? Look what my grandma used to do to, not feel stressed. Okay. Terry, yes, chat with me about the boxes because I'm very interested. A Palisade, Colorado. You're eating A or eating at? What is that, Terry? Okay. All right, here we go. So the first thing on my list, no particular order at all, would be, let me look. Oh, okay, so this is kind of, let's see. Check out. Change the channel. Not related to a library book or a TV. Do something that puts me in a different headspace. Read a book. Play a game on my phone. Scroll social media. So for me, all those things are checking out. A Colorado peach. A peach, yes. Check out, right? Change the channel. Change the channel, go somewhere, not go somewhere else, but like mentally go somewhere else. The next one is music. Music. Music has always done that for me. I put on happy, upbeat music, and it's an instant mood changer. Even if just for a bit. Sometimes I even get up and dance. Seriously, true story. Sometimes I will get up and dance. If it just kind of move, right? Even if it's just like twirling or, whatever it is, that music, and then getting up and dance. That's a big one for me. This is a weird one. This is going to be a weird one. Well, kind of a different one. Clean. Not deep cleaning. Don't get me wrong. Whoopsie, wrong. Cleaning, counters, straightening, putting things away. That's like, gives me a feeling of control. I can control that, right? There may be lots of other things I can't control, but I can't control. There may be a lot of things I can't control, which are leading to the stress, but that I can control that, right? I can control my environment and the way that it makes me feel. Because for me, if things are chaotic here and things are chaotic here, that's a disaster when the two come together. So I can control this, cleaning the counters. My biggest thing, let's see. The best for me related to this is getting out the vacuum. I love to vacuum. I love, 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 love to vacuum. And there's something about the vacuum, and I think this is very like, not psychotic. I mean, maybe to some people psychotic. Very subconscious. I don't know what the word is I'm thinking for. But you see the things on the floor and you vacuum them up. And it's like I don't know what it is, but that I vacuum every day. There's not a huge space to vacuum, but I vacuum every day, and that there's something about seeing the little pieces, or now the cat fur again, like coming up. It just, the vacuum's a big one for me. Next one is create purely for the sake of creating. This is interesting because creating sometimes is what's causing the stress, my business, right? My business. Sometimes creating something is what's causing the stress, my business. If I can create for no reason other than playing and having fun, it can make a big difference. I remember when the very first time that I changed my career, because I've done it a couple times, always gone from one thing to the other, so 2 separate careers I've had in my life, going from software to crafting. The very first time I made that change, I had worked for AT&T years in product management and left. AT&T years. AT&T for 8 years, forgot a number there. I'd worked for AT&T for 8 years in product management and left to go to work for a company called Scenic Route Paper Company. Long story that I could spend an hour telling you. But when I was considering making that change, Nick, my husband, said to me, "Are you sure that you want to do that? Because right now in your software life, creating is your hobby and it is a stress reliever for you. So I'm concerned that you are going to be taking your hobby that is a stress reliever for you and turning it into your job, which then will be a stress creator," right? So that's something we talked a lot about. And I've had to manage that because really, like I said, a lot of times, not this, what we're doing here is very much this, creating purely for the sake of creating. But oftentimes when I have a lot to design and a short amount of time to do it in, that's definitely a stressor. So being able to separate and do what we're doing today is so much. I can't tell you how much what we do here on Saturdays, you guys, helps me with this. I can't even tell you, because this for me is play. So yes, that's a big one for me. That is a really big one for me. So I'm going to say the last one for me is going outside and getting fresh air. I truly believe that vitamin D, a good old dose of vitamin D makes a difference. So whether sitting on the back patio, going for a walk, or even driving in the car with the windows down, It does wonders. All right, so there we go. The only thing that I prepped ahead of time, those things on my list. So all of that is just ad lib. As I, I'm writing about checking out and changing the channel, then it just kind of comes out. Whatever else I want to say, and it comes out. If that's comfortable to you, if you're making a longer list like this and that's comfortable to you to just write, then just write. Sometimes I run out of room. Sometimes I have to end a sentence in a way that doesn't really make sense because I just write like that. If that's not comfortable to you, then as you are getting ready to make your list, then write down whatever those big things are, and then, make little notes on what you want to say, or even if you want to write it out first and then rewrite it, totally works. But sometimes I like to make lists like this that have a little bit more explanation around them. I could have done a list with 5 numbers. I could have said read, music, clean, create, and go outside. Those could have been the things on my list, which would have been totally fine, right? Would have been totally fine. But for me, sometimes I like to add a little bit more words because it just kind of explains things a little bit more. So there we go. That one I think is just pretty much ready to go. I mean, it's pretty simple. When you look at it, it's pretty simple. It's some boxes, some writing. If I wanted to, I could take a colored pencil. If I wanted to highlight any of the words in here, like, I'll show you. I don't know if I'll have to see I'll test it over here and see if I think I like it, and then we'll try it, maybe. So if I was to write like music, okay, there's music. And I get out that same yellow, ooh, ow, my knee turned weird there. If I get out that same yellow colored pencil, which I think was goldenrod, did I use these? Golden yellow. If I then did, just kind of wrote over it with my colored pencil. So, well, let me do this. I'll just put music below it and then you can see. So sometimes when I'm doing a lot of writing like that, I will take a colored pencil and just kind of write the word over it again because it would make one word stand out or a couple words stand out. So if I wanted to, I could come back in and write, just like if I wanted to read, I could write R-E-A-D in yellow over that. That would work for something like this that said music. This one has a lot to it. Clean. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay with it this way, but that could be another way that you could, help a word to stand out if you're doing a lot of writing. All right. All right. So this is what my list looked like before we started. There it was. That was my idea. Stressed, use Reggie, use in the box, use Moonlight Magic, and then there are my boxes. So sometimes things are really planned out. Well, that's pretty much about as planned out as they get. But that at least ahead of time gives me a little bit of an idea on what I want to do in my head. Because sometimes, well, if I'm by myself and I'm sitting with all this product and I'm like, ooh, what should I do? I have time to kind of mess around and go back and forth and play and be like, do I want to use this stamp or should I do this or should I do that? I can't necessarily do that when we're all together because I don't know who wants to be here for 12 hours. I know Karen does, but I have to have a little bit of direction. If you're somebody that feels like you need to have a little bit of direction before you start, that's where that idea book can really come in handy for you because you can there's like more than 300 little ideas for you here. So you might go, oh, look, I kind of like the way that looks. You could use that as your idea on how to create your list. Or if you want to take a step further, you could go watch that list being made. Just like that, just how I made that list, you could watch that list being made. When you purchase the idea book, you get an email that goes along with it. The email includes a link to the digital version of the idea book. So taking that example again, if you wanted to make that list, you'd look at here and go, oh, I like that. You'd pull open your digital idea book. That link in the digital version is a hot link, meaning you can click that link. It takes you right to the video where that was made. You fast forward to the 17-minute mark, and then you can see how all that was done. So now you can find all that everywhere. You don't have to buy the book. You can find all that. All the videos are out there where I've done all the lists. It just idea book makes it a little bit easier for you to find things. Just makes it a little bit easier. All the content is out there if you want to go find it. Okay. our second list? Let's see. Oh my goodness, it's 2. Did you see me? Yeah. I need some nourishment in a minute. My brain is not functioning. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 2. 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12. That's 4 hours. We're good. We're good. See, I will tell you guys, this time of year for me, so when I do this one, create purely for the sake of creating. This time of year for me is crazy. It's a lot of traveling. It's a lot of designing. It's a lot of instructions. It's a lot of proofing. It's also a lot of sending out orders. It's just a lot. So today, and I'm not just saying it to just make it seem like this is really what it is. Today for me is all about de-stressing this way, what we're doing. So I'm okay that we're 4 hours in. I'm okay. So Nick and I were actually going to, go out of town this afternoon. We were going to take Harvey, our RV, and just go a couple of hours away. So that was our plan. But then Nick has to be at his office on Monday. So then that plan was shattered on, let's see, Thursday night. Nick's like, oh, we've got some quality issues going on. I have to be there on Monday. And so I'm like, oh shoot, oh well. I mean, we were gonna do it after. We were still going to list, but we would not be listing for a long time. We were probably gonna list until about 1, and then we'd be done because then we'd be, trying to get out of Dodge. So this is what we're doing today. We're playing, friends. We are playing and we're creatively de-stressing. We are creatively de-stressing. Louisa said, you're an Energizer bunny. Louisa, today I feel like it. Yesterday I did not at all. I am learning that, and I knew this from when I went through my health things before. When I eat right, it makes such a big difference for my mental health. Also the energy, it makes such a big difference. Just, it's funny how you put the right things in your body reacts the way that it's like, oh my goodness, look it. You're feeding me the way that you should be feeding me, with lots of fruits and vegetables and healthy fats and protein and no processed foods and no carbs. Yeah. All right, so there we go. Our second list. Okay, one more list. And thank you, Louisa. Thank you. All right, our third list for today is, now our third list, I need to come back to this poor guy because we still had one more spread for here. So we'll put that off to the side, not the second. And here is our third list. Our third list is going to go right here, the very last spread in our Traveler's Notebook. Insert. So this one is things I'm looking forward to this fall. So give me a minute while I put all of Moonlit Magic away. That was a fun one to play with. I always I've loved kind of the crepe paper look forever, ever, since they have been around, which has been a long time. Just because there's something about their color palettes always, and their designs and their flowers, they always have flowers in there that really speak to me. So that was the first time I've had an opportunity, look at that. That's the first time I've had an opportunity to play with that collection. So I enjoyed that. That's another one of those that from my look at that one, all those flowers. From my perspective, this is one of those good, like all-purpose collections. Reggie's back with, I think, the same pile of stuff. I guess, I don't know, maybe he got hungry or he got tired. He went and took a nap. He's now back with that giant string, the 10-foot long thing of air pockets. Anyhow, I enjoyed working with that guy. That's one that I'll keep around for a while for sure. Okay. Get these guys put away, and then we're going to circle back to Acorn Lane. So Acorn Lane was the one that we used for the Just Start, the very first page of this new insert. So Acorn Lane, Simple Stories, that is their new fall collection. And I love it so much. It makes me so happy. Makes me happy. Okay, Reggie is done. Let's make sure. Reggie is also the name of the stamp set. It is named after Sam's cat. So there we go. Put that away. Reggie also goes in here. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the book. I'm very glad. There will be another one. There will, going forward now, be one every year. It will not be as large as the first one because the first one was 3 years worth. But every year will be like all the list from the year. So probably in late January, early February of 2024 will be, what is this? Oh, that's in the box. That will, late January, early February of 2024 will be all of the lists from 2023. So much, it'll be more of like a supplement. It won't be like full, it'll be the same size, but it won't be like obviously as thick. All right, are we ready? We ready for, let's keep that out. Let's move that in case we need it. We're doing our list in here, moving this over here. All right. And that is the exact kind of talking to myself that I do all day, every day. All righty, so Acorn Lane. What I loved about Acorn Lane, well, fall, right? Beautiful. Beautiful. Sorry. I loved the blush color in there, the blush and the rust. That is that color combination, and I've mentioned this before. In fact, the Lori that I kept calling Lisa, Lori Knapp, that was at Firefly Farm last weekend when I was teaching at the event. She, one day I said, oh, I love your blouse, I love your top. And she said, oh, thank you. And she goes, oh, by the way, I wore this for you. And I'm like, oh, and she said, you had mentioned before the color palette that you liked the blush with the rust or the orange. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's totally it. So love that. I love the blush in the collection. I also love the blue. Like there's some really fun, like navy, and then kind of that, whatever that color mushroom was that we did here on that first intro page. But I love kind of those little unexpected pops of color in this collection. Like there you get a feel for that blue in there. So that's one of the things I love about it. Okay, this one is what things I'm looking forward to this fall. We do lots of lists like this. Things I love about, things I like, things I dislike, things I'm looking forward to. We usually do one every season, spring, summer, winter, fall. Things I remember, things I want to forget. So lots of things like that. That is what prompted this guy, the stamp set called All the Things, right? This is all the things. So it is a combination of my handwriting and some really shorter kind of prompts. My favorite things about, and then you can fill in fall, spring, this year, last year, month, things I'd like to do over, remember, forget, things I appreciate, did well, believe, things I'd like to do again, things I'd like to try. So all the things is a stamp set that we use every maybe other month. I don't know. You guys would have to tell me. But the one I'm looking for here is things I'm looking forward to. This, and then instead of using that fall, I am going to use this fall. This fall is from that fall, this fall. Where'd it go? Oh yes, this is one of the die cuts from Acorn Lane. So I thought that'd be kind of fun to do things I'm looking forward to this fall. All right, like that. This will be a 2-page list, but all of my listing is going to go here. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-ish, 11, I don't know. So not enough for a 2-page spread, but I still want it to be a 2-page spread because I want to be done with this insert. So it'll be a 2-page spread. We'll put like pattern paper or decorate over here or something, and then we'll do our list over here. So because I had stamped directly on the insert, the spread before, that already is going to dictate that I am not going to do my list directly on this page because there's shadowing, ghosting that is happening, right? From that title and then also from the typewriter. So I will put pattern paper down and then do my list on top of pattern paper. What I will do on this side of the list, this side of the insert or list, I will be working off the page the entire time. So what we just did, I will create the whole list here. And then once it's done, I will adhere it here. That just makes it so much easier to work with when you're at the very end, because it gets kind of hard because you have so much that's happened here to do your work on there. So that's my plan. That's the plan, Stan. All right, so if we know we're going to use that, and I would like it to be a 2-pager. This was all the stuff that I had out for the flat lay for the photo, right? That I then ended up having to move off to the side. All right, so rub-ons. I'm thinking, I know you're gonna think I'm a little nuts. I might use the mushrooms again because look at that piece. Oops. Look at that piece, that rub-on right there. Like those little mushrooms and leaves and everything would work beautifully, like right along the bottom of that page, right? Like it would just be a nice little right there. So I think I'm going to use that. We'll talk about rub-ons in a minute. The first thing, and I did use them a little bit on the first spread, but the first thing that I'm going to do is I will do this and then put these off to the side. Your rub-ons, when they come, and it doesn't matter who makes the rub-ons, you have like the rub-on or transfer sheet, and you have the backer. This is a protective backer. You need that backer to stay paired with this, because if not, the way that rub-ons work, they work based on pressure. So if this becomes separated from this and happens to go here, and then I lean on it or something, or put something on it, then the possibility of that rub-on transferring to whatever it's sitting on is likely. So if I do this, put those two sheets together and staple up at the top, you're never going to regret that. I promise you. Rub-ons have been around for a long time, long time. 15 or more years, long time. Actually more than that, probably more like 20 at least. So I've worked with rub-ons for a long time. There's some things that I've learned, and that's one of the main things. Keep your sheets together like that, and then you're not going to run the risk, or you're going to greatly reduce the risk of one of those transferring somewhere you don't want it to transfer to. All right, so I'm kind of thinking that those guys might be along the bottom, and I'm going to use fall. So what papers now might I want to incorporate? Well, that's a beauty. Oh, I just had an idea. Okay. This paper, I love so much for what we're doing, for listing. If you look at that, talk about an easy list. It's already got the lines on it. It already has the decorating on it for you. That I think I'm going to use, but I think I'm going to use this as my second page. This is going to be, I think, my more decorative page, because you know what I can do? I could put, although that's kind of small, I was thinking that I could put a quote over there about fall. There's a little quote on there. Every leaf speaks bliss to me, fluttering from the autumn tree, Emily Bronte. So I could potentially put that over there. The thing I'm worried about, if I put that there, that's a lot of blank space. So we'll see. We'll see. I could use that same quote, but guess what I could do? If I use that same quote, I could write it there, right? I could write it. I don't have to use the rub-on. So I think that's what I'm kind of thinking for that side. And then, oh, there's that color combination again. That color combination, I want a dress, I want pajamas, I want a top, I want a jumper, I want socks. I don't know. I love that color combination. So I think if I put those two together, so that's my plan. That's the plan, Stan. Hi, Bridget Owens. Nice to see you. Paula said, going to place a stamp order. I can't believe I missed these stamps. Which one, Paula, or which ones? For me, you guys, the way that I create products, necessity is the mother of invention, right? I am not in the habit of creating products because I need another product. I need to put another product out in the market. For me, creating a product is based on something that I need, right? Something that I need, like I want to use. So most, if not all of my stamps are created because I'm like, we do a lot of lists about things that you're looking forward to, or that you want to remember, or you want to forget. So that's what makes me go, oh, you know what? We really should have a stamp set that helps us with that. So that's kind of where my thought process comes when I am creating products. So sometimes if you're like, why doesn't she ever do this? Or why does she do this? That's generally why. That could be a fun second page, except for the fact that I would need to trim too much off the left and the right. Oh, Paula's talking about that, right? Paula's talking about that. Oh, frame it. Aha, Terry, that's a great idea with the quote, right? With the quote, that's a good idea. I would have to trim too much of that down. I would trim off some of the letters. That would be a great second page, right? All right, so let's start out by trimming this guy. This will be my left page. This is the stream of consciousness that just happens when we're together, because I think things and then sometimes they just come out. Hang on. This needs to trim to 4 3/4. So 4 3/4 by 8 gives us the nice border. That's not the stream of consciousness. The stream of consciousness is, or was, I put on some different lipstick this morning that I've never used before. And when I put it on, I thought, oh my goodness. And it reminded me of a story, because really it just popped into my head, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I wonder what it looks now after I've been talking for 4.5 hours. All right, this guy, 4 3/4. So the story, that's kind of a funny one. I don't know, maybe isn't it funny? Not funny, I shouldn't say funny, it's not funny. I think it's interesting that in a lot of cases, we think of time pre-pandemic versus, was it before the pandemic? It was kind of that whole, right? So it's definitely pre-pandemic. So it was maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, I want to say. Nick and I, if I looked at my past December documents, I would know. It was December, and Nick and I were going to see, I think Mannheim Steamroller downtown. And we, maybe like 8 o'clock concert. So we went downtown fairly early because we were having dinner, and then we needed to make sure we had enough time for dinner and parking and all that. Well, across the street from the restaurant where we were eating, was a big mall. Was it Gate? Not Gateway. City Creek, I think of City Creek. Big mall. And I'm like, oh, you know what? It's Christmas. I'd really like some red lipstick. Now, just like my fingernails, I don't change the color of my fingernails except for Christmas. For me, red lipstick never comes into play except maybe Christmas, maybe for 1 or 2 days, right? And so I'm like, oh, I need some red lipstick. If you've ever shopped for red lipstick, there are lots of different reds, just like ink. There's lots of different reds. And so I'm like, I'm scared to go try to pick out my own red. I'm gonna go to the MAC makeup counter, and they will help me pick the right red, okay? And we did, okay? So Nick wanders off to the men's shoe department or whatever, and I'm talking with the people at the MAC counter and just, oh yeah, this should be great. So I put it on, and I need white cardstock. Hang on. So I put it on, and I think I'd like for this, I need to check the width, because where did the fall go? I need to make sure I don't make it too skinny, but I'd like to be able to show a little bit more of that maybe. Actually, if we do about there, I think that works. Let's check it. Okay, so put on the red lipstick, and I'm feeling all festive and, bright, and everything's good. So I go find Nick in the men's shoe department. All right, that is going to be about 4 inches. Okay, that's about 4 inches. Well, no, it's really more about halfway between 3 3/4 and 4. Don't ask me what that measurement is. Halfway between 3 3/4 and 4. Karen will tell us what that is. Karen knows her 16ths. I do not. I could figure it out, but I'm not doing math right now. All right, so then I think we'll go to about here. So I know sometimes you guys like to know what the measurements are, so I will tell you. That one again is between 3 3/4 and 4. And this one will end up being right about 7. Okay. So I go find Nick in the men's shoe department, and he takes one look at me and he goes, oh my God. And he really said that, and he was loud. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh my gosh, what? And I don't wear red lipstick very often. And he goes, what happened to you? You look like the Joker. And I'm like, that's not very nice. And he goes, no, you need to go look in the mirror. I went and looked in the mirror. So apparently at some point when I was walking from the MAC makeup counter to the men's shoe department, I must have taken my finger right here and 3 7/8. Thanks, Karen. The only problem about 3 7/8 is that your little, actually, guess what? I'm such a dingling. You know what? I could have told everyone that, because I could have brought out my 0 centering ruler that has measurements down marked to the 16th. So guess what? That would tell me 3 7/8. What I was just going to say is the problem with things like this, they didn't tell you all those little marks are. Doesn't tell you the measurement. So I could have said that. Okay, this measurement would be 3 7/8 by, well, a little bit more than 7. 7. We'll just say 7. Thank you, Karen. Okay, so as you look like the Joker. So as I'm walking over, it's a very short distance between the MAC makeup counter and the men's shoe department. I must have taken like this part of my finger and rubbed underneath my lip. Well, when I did that, apparently I picked up all kinds of the red, and then it went all the way across my face, like up towards my ear. And I went and looked in the mirror, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, if you've ever worn red lipstick, it stains. And remember, Nick and I are having a nice date night. We're getting ready to go to the Mannheim Steamroller concert, and I have red marks that look like the Joker, okay? And so I go back to the MAC makeup counter, and there was a guy and two ladies, and they're all talking, and they have their back to me. And I walked up and I go, excuse me, and they turned around, and the guy goes, oh, honey, what did you do? And I'm like, please help me, please help me. And so they got out like the special stuff that would get off the red and then put my makeup back on because they had to clean all that off. So yeah, all that to say, I have new makeup. I have new lipstick on that's pretty bright. And when I put it on this morning, I'm like, oh my gosh, my lips kind of look like the Joker. And then it kind of reminded me that. So we'll see. If you want to stick around and see if my face looks like the Joker, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I won't know what it looks like. And it could be like half on and half off. You know when you've been talking for a long time, sometimes like part of your lips still have the lipstick on. It's definitely a stay put lipstick. Part of the lips have the lipstick on, but part of it is like long gone. All right, so there we go. I know that's white and that's cream. That's okay. I know myself. I know if I had cream paper, I would not like the way that it looked there. I would not like it. Okay, so the paper, the ink that I had pulled out so long ago at the beginning, that I thought I might use, let's see, is called Victorian Velvet. Victorian Velvet. Victorian Velvet looks like, I actually have Victorian Velvet in the pink area in my little, where I put my things. Because that's how I think of it, even though it kind of looks a little bit like a purplish. But that is kind of a really good match for that and that. So, and especially this, look at that. Like that is a really good match. So I thought Victorian Velvet I think will work for that. So I'm going to ink the edges with Victorian Velvet. I like to say that, Victorian Velvet. Victorian Velvet, right there. Oh, I don't think I showed this before because I already had the little, dealies on. Okay. Hang on. Uno momento, por favor. I have all three of my little applicators loaded up with other colors because of this. This is when I was mid-design of another project. So let me take this off. And you don't have to take them off this way. That's just me not wanting to get inky fingers because I'm weird that way. Put that little guy in there. Now I need to clean this off. Oh yeah, so I needed another applicator. I have three and all three were loaded. So I had one of those loaded before when I was using Tattered Rose. So applicator, the domed foam blending tool, dome foamed blenders, that's what that is. And that is already loaded up with Victorian Velvet because I have done that with all of my colors. So I have little tops, the blenders for every color. And then this is a little product that I have on the website, the little storage case. So the case comes with the case. It comes with 2 sheets. So your little case can hold up to 40 of these little guys. 42 pre-punched circles for you. So then you would ink those up depending on what inks you have. And then also 40 of the little Velcro things. And that's what keeps all those little guys on there. So there we go. That's how I store everything. The reason why you want to have one of these for each of your colors is that you know what is what, because I didn't always have that. That was a genius idea from my friend Amy. She said, hey, you should make a product like this. And I went, oh, that's a great idea. The reason that you don't, or that you want to have one of these for each separate color, if you are using blending for your inks, or what I do, ink the edges, is because you don't want to cross-contaminate. You don't want to cross-contaminate color for color. So this little guy that I pulled off right here. This one is Tattered Rose. This one is Victorian Velvet. So if I go, oh, they're both pink, I could use the same one for Tattered Rose and Victorian Velvet. Well, guess what? One is much stronger than the other. I'm going to completely, it's all going to be Victorian Velvet, never going to be Tattered Rose. So you should have separate colors. The other way that you don't want to cross-contaminate is when it comes to type of ink. So if you have both Distress Oxide and Distress Ink, okay, one is pigment, one is dye, you do not want to cross-contaminate, even if it's the same color, right? They're both Victorian Velvet. You don't want to cross-contaminate because different properties. You will mess it up. They have different properties. Some are water reactive, some are not. Some take a long time to dry. Some don't. It's just you don't want to blend the two. Use the same tool. So just like swatching, right? Just like we swatched our inks, we've kind of swatched our little blenders. Doing this is going to help to kind of tone down the white so that it's not so white compared to the cream on the other side. And I don't want to use cream because I know if I use cream, I will not like the way it looks. Been there, done that, already know. Alrighty, super easy, right? All I'm doing is just inking away. Those little insert cards that are part of that storage little case I showed you, I think there are right now 5 or 6 different options on the website. So Distress Ink, Distress Oxide, Stamp Market, Gina K, I can do any of them. So if there's one that you have different inks and you don't see them, like maybe you have Pink Fresh inks and you don't see Pink Fresh on there, I can add that easily. All right, there we go. So there's the start. That lipstick story, I know. You know what, Cindy, I haven't written down a lot of them. I need to, right? I really need to, because there's a lot, I have a lot of funny stories. When I teach in person, I tell lots of funny stories because it's a lot easier for me to tell a story when I'm teaching in person because I'm not working. So I kind of tell everybody what to do and then they start working and then I can tell the story. I'm not having to like think and work at the same time. All right, we need a little outline here. We're gonna outline the whole thing. Well, the spread. We will outline the spread. And I'm thinking maybe, I pretty much, when I'm writing my list, I pretty much always use black ink, right? So I'm thinking what I might also try to do here is to help bring in some of the black on this other page, since I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do over here yet, that I might do this. Well, not might, because I'm doing it now. More outlining. So basically I'm coming in, I'm outlining that flower. And if I decide, I might do that with a bunch of the things on here, but don't worry. If I decide to do that, I won't do that on camera because that will take forever and a day. Well, it won't really take forever and a day, but that would be a lot of watching paint dry, right? So I think I'll probably go back and maybe do some of the pieces like that. But I'm not gonna do it now. Don't do it now, Lil. Don't do it now. Paint dry, paint dry, paint dry. Like watching paint dry. All right, here we go. So there we go. There's that. Things I'm looking forward to this fall. So I have things I'm, there's that the little words, things I'm, and looking forward to. All right, things I'm looking forward to. So going back to, no, never mind. Okay, so now what I have to figure out here is I have this things I'm, and then I have this looking forward to. Oh, look it. All right, guess what? I was worried about this. Okay, let's see. We've got to drop this down a little bit because things I'm, hang on. Maybe this moves a little bit over here. So I have this space. I was worried about this space right here. See that? I'm a little worried about that. And so it's kind of like once I put this up there, I've got this trapped white space. Remember, trapped white space is that white space, or really any color. It's just called trapped white space. That I can't. That's like stuff is stuck in there. I've blocked it in. So if I were to do that, I would block that in, and that would look really odd, I think. I'll show you what I mean over here because I've got to test it anyway. So by dropping this in there, that G kind of helps to fill up a little bit of that trapped white space. So we'll have to see if that will work. In my head, it's working. I just need to make sure that it's really working. And then maybe this goes over here like that. So the beauty of stamping is that I don't have to commit. I can test it all first and see if I like the way it looks and then do it, right? So maybe if that went up there, so a little bit taller so I didn't lose so much down here, right? I think that might be fun. All right, so now color. What do I want to stamp with? Do I want to stamp with, I kind of have those 4 options that I would go with. So do I want to stamp with brown? Do I want to stamp with that rusty color? Do I want to stamp with the Victorian velvet? I'm thinking maybe Victorian velvet. Let's see if we like it. Okay, let's see if we like it. So let's grab our stamping block. Where'd they go? I love it. Okay, please tell. Okay, is that Elizabeth? I don't know. It just came into my head. I don't know. Yo Mama Dog 365. We had a long conversation in one of my virtual Traveler's Notebook setup classes about Yo Mama Dog 365. And I loved her name. And then she told me her real name, and I said, I'll never remember that. Oh, darn it, Carolyn. Carolyn, next time just say, yes, it's Elizabeth. It's Elizabeth. Yeah, no. Yeah, Carolyn, that does totally, okay, wait, what? This after looking forward to. What about this? Things I'm looking forward to. Oh, fall. Sheila, you're so smart. I was going to see if anybody noticed that. Yeah, not really. I did this once. You want to see something really funny? That is not the first time I've done that. I remember. Watch this. It was spring. Spring, chapter 3, page 29. I remember I dropped the this. Look it. Things I'm looking forward to spring. Totally forgot to do the this. Sheila, thank you. You helped me remember that I needed spring. This in there, not spring. I forgot a word. Things I'm looking forward to. This. Hello. Would you believe I would have done that for the second time on a list? I think you will like a darker color. Terry, you know me, don't you? Does this fit here now? Oh, I know. No, guess what? No, Sheila, no. Sheila, no. Yeah, because guess what? No, it was all working well there. It was all working well, and now it doesn't work well with this. Things I'm looking forward to, fall. This just doesn't work anywhere. That's the problem. Fall, this doesn't work. Guess what? I'm just going to pretend. I am just going to pretend that it is, that I did it again. Well, I'm really going to do it again. It's just not going to have this on there. This doesn't fit. I'm taking a creative liberty. I am taking a creative liberty. Lauren, do you have a tiny leaf in your new set to go in the space? So actually, I have lots of things in the new fall mini icons. Which UPS, come on UPS, you got to be my friend. UPS has not come today. My driver, his name is Jeff. Jeff, where are you? Although I don't know if he works on Saturday. So I do have some things like that. Oh, look it. Okay, so look, that could go in there. But then I'm still stuck with the list doesn't really fit anywhere. This doesn't fit. Doesn't fit. Doesn't fit. I gotta think more. Let's think about it. Let's think if we can make it work, right? We'll be a Tim Gunn and make it work. Things I'm looking forward to. Yeah, it just doesn't work there. Look. It doesn't work. I'm not going to use it. It's just not going to be there. Not going to be there. No, Sheila. No, Sheila, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry, Sheila. That's funny. I'm so sorry. No, don't be sorry. Tabitha, handwrite it along the curve. I could, right? I could handwrite it because that would work for me because that's my handwriting and no one would ever know. No one would ever even know, right? Or I could just write this. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Things I'm looking forward to this fall. We're back to getting this in there. Throw Sheila under the bus. Darn you, Sheila. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, but I will use those because those are going to be my bullets. Cat's back, believe it or not, with a 12 by 12 sheet of the small little bubble wrap, and then another 2-part piece of the bubble wrap. It's like having a toddler at home, you guys. All right, so I'm going to try, but I won't. I'm just going to try and see. What about stepping on top of fall? I could, right? We'll come up with something. I don't know. We'll figure out something. We'll figure out something. All right, so we need, I'm going to try Victorian Velvet, and I probably won't like it, but if I try it here, then I'll know, and then we'll go for something else. Looking forward to. The other thing, I will stamp this guy separate also because I need to control exactly where it goes. I know that about myself. Ooh, that's a juicy one. That's a juicy one. All right. Looking forward to. Let's kind of look at that. Do we like that there? Do we want something darker? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Terry's right. Terry knows me so well. Terry, I think we've met in person before, but only like once or twice a long time ago, maybe, Terry? Yeah. She just knows me well from this. All right, so let's come up with a plan B. We could go with one of those. I think it needs to be dark, right? Because I think it's going to be along the same thing. How about walnut stain? Hey, walnut stain looks pretty good. Let's see if we like it. Let's see it. Ouch. Owie. Owie, owie, that did not feel good. That didn't feel good. Okay, let's look. I jammed my thumb against the cupboard. Walnut stain, let's see. Oh yes, that's what it is. Terry, good call, Terry. Good call, Terry. Now, here's a little tip. I have a number of things to stamp. I'm not even going to adhere this to this yet in case I make a real boo-boo. Then I'm not committed because I have to figure out where this goes in relation to this and then this. This is up here are the things I'm looking forward to. Keep going up, maybe down a little bit. There. Okay, I think that's it. Now, move that. Make sure that I think I can go ahead and place this down. Maybe just a little bit. We'll just add a little bit in case I make a boo-boo and need to lift it again because it went right about there, I think, right? That one goes right there. Looking forward to. All right, here we go. We're going in. We're going in. I know I do need to take a video. I need to take a video. I have so many photos. You know what I do? I send Sam at least one photo of Reggie every day. You know what? I do have a video of him. Okay. I do have a video of him getting this stuff out of the box and carrying it through the house. I'll post that one because it's quite amusing. I'll post it in the Facebook group. If you're not part of the Facebook group, just go to Facebook. And then there's a Lail by Mail Facebook page. There's a Lail by Mail Facebook group. The Facebook group is private. So you just have to say, let me in, or, however you do that. And then I will let you in. Unless you have things about you that look suspicious. And when I say look suspicious, I don't mean what you look like. Well, actually, yes. If you're like a 45-year-old man, then that looks suspicious to me because, that's a lot of people on Facebook troll that way. Okay, so that looks suspicious to me. But the other thing that looks suspicious is if you have zero history on Facebook, then that looks suspicious to me. So if you are saying, hey, let me into the Facebook group, and you don't have any history, or you look a little different, like maybe you are a 45-year-old man, then I need to make sure that you're a crafter first, because I don't want to let you in. Shoot me an email or go to layallbymail.com and click contact us and say, hey, on Facebook, my name is Jojo Rabbit and it's really me. And I'll be like, oh, okay, then I'll let you in. Anyhow, but the Facebook group is where I will post that video, because otherwise I don't really have a place to post it. All right, things I'm. Okay, there we go. That will go. Oh yeah, I need a little one. Don't want to use that. You don't want to use a large stamping block for little tiny, because you will not be happy with the outcome. Trust me. Trust me. Where did it go? Oh my gosh, it's such a mess in here. I don't know where anything is. That's even too big. Will this one? Oh, here it is. A little bit smaller? No. That one is too big for that. Is it? Yeah, I don't know, maybe not. That's a little tip, you guys. When you are working with a super small stamp like that, I think it's easier to take your block and pick it up. I didn't do that very well though. Take your block and pick it up as opposed to trying to place it on the stamping block. Let's see if that will work for us. Oopsie. We need to go this way. Once you start to get really teeny tiny stamps, that was a little hard to get on there. All right, let's look. Things I'm, oh, look at how nice and crisp that is. Look at that, you guys. That little tiny stamp, look at how nice and crisp. And that works on that little block, so we're good. All right, let's see if we can make the magic happen here. Things I'm looking forward to. Things I'm looking forward to, and then this fall. Things I'm looking forward to fall. Although I could be looking forward to fall, but these are things that I'm looking forward to specifically about fall. Now, here's the thing that I need. That title is in walnut ink, and I need to be able to write that, the rest of that title in walnut ink-ish, right? In walnut ink-ish. So I need to try to find, since I'm not going to stamp this, because this doesn't really fit anywhere, that will look funny. I think that will look really funny if I put that right there. Actually, we can see if we like it. I think it will look funny. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. If I had a boss, you know what the boss would be telling me right now? Lael, are you done designing your project for She Loves Color yet? No, but I'm having fun. I don't want to do that right now. Oh, I won't really be able to tell here, will I? Oh, I can actually. Hang on. I have a thought idea here. Where would that be? Hang on. Yes. All right. This is a transparent sticky note. This will kind of give me a feel for it. Now it's not really it won't stamp very well on there, I think, because it's a shiny surface. Oh, it's not bad. So look at what I can do with my little, right there. I mean, it works, right? Maybe I should do that. That's probably the best thing to do. So it's kind of going over the G, but that's okay. I'm okay with that going over the G. There we go. I'm just going to put that back on the little guy right now, because if I put that back on there, I can use that again later for something like that. Alrighty, we're going to try it. We are going to try it. Hopefully we like it after we try it. It works. It works, Creative Cindy. Oopsie, don't do that. So let's talk about why I said don't do that. When you do that, I just got, I think, a little bit of ink on my finger. And you don't want ink on your fingers because it will transfer to something else that you don't want it to transfer to. So there we go. Let's do that. And here we go. We're going in. We're going in. We're making it happen. Let's, okay, ink a little bit more. Because if this messes up, we're going to have a hard time recovering. I got to get it closer to me so I can really see. Okay, friends? I'll show you when it's done. There we go. Things I'm looking forward to this fall. So I did have it go on top of the A a little bit. It goes on top of the A. I think that's okay. I think it is okay. Things I'm looking forward to this. That part looks like a tall drink of water because it has the long H and the long T. Things I'm looking forward to this fall. All right. Okay. All right. If you are listening with me or if you're not listening with me, what are you, Deborah, I saw that you said that before. Let's do that. What are you looking forward to this fall? Tell me, do. I know. Good thing I'm the boss. Good thing I'm the boss of me. I'm the boss of me. I'm pretty much me, and that's it. What are you looking forward to this fall? Even if you're not listening with me, what are you looking forward to this fall? Do you like fall? Are you sad to see summer go? I am always sad to see summer go. I love summer. Sad to see summer go, but that's okay. All right, there we go. And things I'm looking forward to this fall. So I have on my list, did I put those away? Let me put this away, hang on. Crisp, cool weather. Seeing the fall leaves in Minnesota, Sarah, same in Utah. We have amazing, oh, good thing that was clean and it landed on the back side instead of the front side. Soups and all the comfort food, yes, Cindy, soups on my list too. Deborah, speaking French in France on our Paris cruise. That's something to look forward to. Absolutely. Pumpkins on the porch, fall festivals, and pumpkin picking. Oh, I love that. Some things like that I miss about having little kids, right? Oopsie, I miss when the boys were little and we'd go to the pumpkin patch and take all the photos and I'd follow them around with the camera and yes, miss those things. I mean, not to say that I couldn't go to the pumpkin patch, but I don't know where that cover is, so let's just put that over there to the side. Okay, so now, on my list, things I'm looking forward to this fall, I have lots of things that you guys were saying. Karen is looking forward to going home to Lewiston, New York for 3 weeks to see fall in color. You live in Southern California. Yes, I always hear from Southern Californians that they wish that they had fall because they really don't experience fall because the leaves don't really change colors. So yes, in New York, I'm sure you will see some amazing leaves. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So this was a good thing that came out of the pandemic. I've lived in Utah since I was in 4th grade. We experience all 4 seasons here. Hi, honey.
Let them up, they've had enough.
Let them up, they've had enough. Guess what? Anyone that's had enough is not here anymore. So they can leave at their own free will.
Which list are you on?
Why? Does it matter to
I'm
you?
hoping you're not before getting close to the end here. You're 2 hours overdue.
There's no overdue.
Okay.
Only with library books. This is silly. He's out watching the Utah game. He's in the other room watching the University of Utah game. Peggy, your 45th anniversary on the 1st of fall. Peggy, congratulations. That is amazing. That is amazing. Terry said trip to Crystal Beach, Texas next week to see my oldest daughter. Oh, where's Crystal Beach, Terry? Halloween. Carmen's looking forward to Halloween. No overdue. I know, Creative Cindy. There's no such thing as overdue. You hear him. Let them out. Let them up. He's such a kidder. He thinks he's so funny. All right, things I'm looking forward to this fall. Oh, yes, we're over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, I got to cross that off because that's not technically fall. I figured out earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. I don't have room for 10. We'll see. So I am using the new fall mini icons stamp set for my little bullets. Okay, so I will do those little guys right down along the side and I will write my things next to them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It pretty much, unless I wanted to make this a double, and some could go over there now. All right, so I think in this little stamp set, I have some leaves. I have a pumpkin, an acorn. I have an owl, a little fox. There's not a squirrel on purpose. There is a raccoon. There's a tree. There's a pumpkin. There's a mushroom. And then there is a, porcupine. No, hedgehog. and then a cute little like pumpkin spice drink. So I think what I will do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I maybe have room for 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I will do these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those 6 that are right there. That's my thought. That's my plan. Those 6. So I am going to use one color. And the color I am going to use is going to be, what about that one? Or do I need to bring some of this in? Let's see here. Let's see what we have. Wait, Kathy. Oh, Kathy. Kathy's going to Arizona and Las Vegas to see Adele and then going to Palm Desert. Kathy, oh my goodness, Adele. So excited for you. That is on my bucket list. Carolyn asked if the stamps have shipped yet. Carolyn, they're supposed to be here today. They are supposed to be here today. So we were always targeting mid-September. They're supposed to be here today. And I'm assuming they're still going to be here today. So should be shipping out early next week. Should be shipping out early next week. Okay, we're looking for maybe this orangish. Early next week, I mean Monday or Tuesday, depending on when your order was placed in relation to other orders that were placed at the same time, whether there's any before you. And I can't tell you that right now because I don't know. Rusty Hinge? Is it Rusty Hinge? We used Rusty Hinge before. Oh, okay. Rusty Hinge works over here. Rusty Hinge really does not work over here. So let's go back to that guy. What would that be? Not Gathered Twigs. That was kind of a rusty color, but it's not Rusty Hinge. I don't think there's really anything red. Oh, no. Mahogany? Oh, well, that's pretty close. Aged Mahogany. Let's try Aged Mahogany and see if that works. Let us try. Oh, and friends, guess what? Remember when I added another prize earlier? And I said today was going to be 2 prizes instead of 3. I think I forgot to talk about the second one. Now I'll talk about the third one too. Second one is the Reggie Alpha Stamp Set. And the third one is that guy. Oh yeah, let's get this over here. So while I'm testing those, as a quick recap, the way you participate in the giveaways, you leave a comment on the video once it is over, not in the chat. Leave a comment on the video once it is over, and when we are together next, which will be the first Saturday in October, I will draw 3 winners because there are 3 prizes this week, and that's how you participate in the giveaways. All right, I think I will use this guy. I think we'll fit a little bit better on that guy. These little acrylic blocks, these round acrylic blocks are sold in a pair on the website. These were the impetus, believe it or not, for this, and this is the first in a series. For the unforeseeable future, every time I do a stamp release, there will be a mini icon set just like this. So mini icon set, you will always have 12 icons. You will always have a definition. So it's a little 3x3 stamp set. If you are getting these, I would highly recommend getting that set too because nice and small and they fit those little stamps very well. All right, so let's just test one of these and see what we're thinking here. If we like that aged mahogany. I think that will go very well. Okay, there we go. I think that color will go very well along the edge there. Let's see. Deborah's so right. It's karma. Deborah said no. UPS heard you complaining about the missing box, so they're going to skip you today, right? That. Oh, whoopsie. That is how the way that sometimes it seems like the world works, doesn't it? You put stuff like that out there and it comes back at you the way you don't want it to, right? The way you don't want to. Carolyn, yes. It has been, these are, so there's a story behind this stamp set. Artwork for this stamp set was done maybe a couple days later after the artwork for all the other stamps that were part of the August release. got submitted to the company that I use that manufactures my stamps. And the way that process works is they put the artwork into their system. They send you a proof on the computer. You look at it on the computer. You say, yes, that looks good. And then they create samples for you. That's why I have this. I have a sample. So they mail the sample to you. You test them out, make sure everything looks good. And then you say, yes, it's good. And then they put them into production and ship them to you. So what happened, the proof was done. And they said, we are shipping these off to you. And usually I get them about 4 days later. 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, nothing. And so I emailed them back and said, hey, do you have a tracking number for those? And they said, oh, yeah, sorry. Something happened in our system. I don't know what happened. And they haven't shipped out yet. And I'm like, oh, boy. And I cannot produce stamps without having the sample first and testing it. Because I know from experience, I averted a disaster a while back with one of the very first alphabet stamp sets I did, the scatter alpha. So originally it was starting out as one stamp set, both upper and lower case, and it was going to be on a 5x7. And then I changed my mind, and so I said to the graphic designer that, puts my ideas into product, I said, no, I don't want to do a 5x7. I want to do a 4x6 of upper and a 4x6 of lower. And she said, okay. And so sent me the artwork. I looked at it. Amy also looked at it. We all looked at it, said, looks good. Went up to the company that does my stamps. They sent me the proof. I said, looks great. I got the physical stamps back in the mail and was testing them. And I went, holy cow, it's missing 5 letters. Alphabet, missing 5 letters. Now, you know what? I think I can sell things pretty well, but I'd have a hard time selling an alphabet that's missing 5 letters. What had happened was when the designer went from everything on a 5x7 to pushing things into 2 4x6s, some of the letters just in the artwork process didn't get transferred over. And that disaster was averted because I tested them. I got the sample and tested first, even though 3 different sets of eyes had looked at them. 4 really, including the company. Now, it's not their job to make sure that I put on the stamp what I wanted on the stamp. But yes, so anyhow, that's why they've taken just a little bit longer. Hi, Carla. Deborah said they're listening. Every time my husband mentions something, it suddenly shows up in his YouTube recommendations. Yes, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to have an email from UPS saying, hey, have you thought about using UPS for all of your shipping needs? And then I am going to have something in Facebook. I'm going to have something in Instagram. I'm going to have something in Twitter. I'm going to have something in Pinterest. I'm going to have something in YouTube. All going to be recommending UPS because that's what happens, right? Okay, I'm looking forward to this fall. I should probably do my little 6 icons here, and then I'll keep going. Then I'll write the things. We'll stamp the things and then write the things. Let's see. And this is our last list. So once we do this, oh, so cute. Once we do this, 1, 2, then we will be done. We'll be done for today. 1, 2, 3. Well, and actually we'll be done until the first weekend in October because I am gone the next 2 weekends again. So no listing when I'm gone. Well, you guys could list. I just won't be here. 1, 2, 3. 5 letters. I know, 5 letters, right? Yeah, 5 letters. That would be hard to spell some words. Well, yeah, because then I was trying to create samples for the packaging with a stamp that was missing 5 letters, and that's hard to do. 1, 2, 3. Find words that were missing those 5 letters because it was like RST. I mean, it was some big letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't want that one. 4. I love this little acorn. It's so cute. So cute. Oh, guess what? The Christmas one is already done. I am waiting. The artwork is done and everything. I'm just waiting for the sample now. The Christmas version of Mini Icons Holidays is, or Christmas, I think it's called Christmas, is already done because it's being 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry. Shakes. It is going to be part of a make and take that I am teaching at an event in the future. Okay, 1, 2, 3. They're just such cute little guys. And these icons, so they're kind of a mix. They're halfway between like a regular size stamp and then a bullet stamp, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's a little mushroom. Then there's a little mushroom. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, there we go. Things I'm looking forward to this fall. Now, if I wanted to do that differently, I could have stamped all those in black and then pulled in colored pencils or, I don't know, watercolors or something. I mean, I wouldn't watercolor on this because it's not watercolor paper, but I could have pulled in colored pencils or Copic markers or something like that and then colored those in, outlined in black, stamp in black, and then colored those in. That would be kind of fun to do too. Alrighty, there we go. And let's put this guy back. And hi, Mary J. Mary J. Blige in the house. Hey, Lil, glad I made it to catch part of today. You know what's funny? Mary J., are you in Montana? You came up when I was at, oh, well, look at this too, because I was just thinking, sorry, I just totally changed, that was squirrel moment. I was just thinking, oh, now I need a word strip to go down here. Guess what? I don't, because look at this. Oh, Minnesota. There we go, Minnesota. Fall, nature's way of showing us how beautiful change can be. So that is like a word strip sticker, right? That is just like a word strip sticker. So I think we'll stamp that at the bottom as well. Oh, that'll be so fun. Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to do that in black because all my writing will be in black and I think it's going to bug me if it's not. So yes, Mary J, someone that participates like you do, like you guys all do here on Saturdays. When I was in Minnesota at Firefly Farm teaching last weekend, somebody said, now that Mary J person, the one you always call Mary J Blige, I'm like, yes. Oh, Deborah, Deborah, so smart. Deborah's like, stamp in walnut. Yes, I will stamp in walnut. Let's just clean that right off. That makes sense. Stamp in walnut. Okay. Oh yeah. Somebody said, now is she from Montana? And I'm like, I don't know. But Minnesota, that maybe it was someone from Minnesota. And that thought that, oh, 2 people from Minnesota. Let's see. Mary J, are they shipping this week? Yes, they're supposed to be here today. All along they were planned to ship mid-September. They are supposed to be here today. We're just now stalking the UPS man. I'm just waiting for him to drive up. Just waiting, little UPS man. Where are you? Yeah, should be today. If not today, Monday, and then they crossing fingers that they will all go out before I go out of town. There we go. Yes, perfect. That is a prime example of a difference between a photopolymer stamp and a acrylic stamp. No, I can't show you an acrylic stamp because I don't have that in acrylic, but that's pretty small. Those little letters are pretty small and pretty fine. And you really notice the difference in quality in a photopolymer stamp when you get to really fine stamps like those. And when I say fine, I mean fine as in not like, hey, that's pretty fine. You know, I mean like fine, narrow. The Christmas version of this is funny. The Christmas, but you just have to wait and see because it's a little kind of tongue-in-cheek. That one's more serious, but the other one's a little bit more tongue-in-cheek. Okay, all right, let's clean this off and then let's do our list. So the things that you guys were looking forward to this fall are some of the things that I am also looking forward to this fall. Oh, Mary J has more goodies too, I know. Yeah, some of you have lots of things on that order that's just been waiting for that little guy. I know, that one's a delay. Just whatever happened at the stamp manufacturer. And I'm like, oh, your system went down or whatever it was. Do you think you could get that out to me today? Like, could someone put it in their car and go to the post office? Or, all right. So now here's the deal. I think that I'm, black. I think it just has to be black because if I pull out, and you know what? I know Terry's going to be here to tell me. I do not like the way that I always think, oh, I know, when I write, I'll use a colored marker. I don't think I'll like it, but I'll check. We'll see. We'll see what that one looks like. Soups and stews. Let's say that's one of the things that might be on my list. Soups and stews. See, it's just me. I mean, it would work. It would totally work. It would look nice. I just don't think I can do it. And that one works. I mean, that one works really well. It's close. It's just not me. Let me try one more thing. Let's look at this one. Soups. Oh, duh. Look at Lil. Let's use our trick here again. Soups and stews. And then let's do this. Soups and stews. Actually, soups and stews isn't even on my list. Soups and stews. We take out our little clear sticky note there, transparent, not clear. Okay. Guess where I'm leaning? I am leaning towards, believe it or not, a colored pen. I'm leaning toward a colored pen. Let's see what this one looks like. Soups and stews. Actually, that one's closer than the rusty one, I think. Let's see that one. And then let me look. These are the Click Art retractable markers, which are kind of fun. You saw how those work. You just, let's see if there's one more. Ooh, look at, there's maybe one here that works. So there's 3 different sets that I'm pulling from here just to see. One is darks, one is lights, and one is, I think, standard or something like that. Oh yeah, that's definitely not it. That's more of like a maroony color. That's not it for sure. Okay, one more. Oh yeah, no, that's even more so. Alrighty, that's like the Joker lips. If you were with me before, you know that reference to the red lipstick, Joker lips. All right, I think, I don't know. I think it's probably this guy, although I just know what's going to happen. I'm going to be like, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Where are we? We're talking about celebrating. Bridget's 25th anniversary. Congratulations, Bridget. Next Saturday when fall begins. Kathy, 70th birthday. But I missed what the gift is. I think, what the gift is. Great cheese factor. I don't even know what that was. Let's see. Okay, agreed. Golden. Okay, no, you guys are just chit-chatting. I didn't miss anything. I mean, I missed it. I missed a whole conversation, but you were chit-chatting amongst yourselves. All right, Adele. Oh, Kathy, the Adele concert was their 70th. Oh, I love that. What a great gift from your husband. Oh, I love that. That is so awesome. All right, here we go. So now I've got all the markers out, all the inks, all the colors, all the things. Let's finish our list. Things I am looking forward to. Oh, yes, that's right. I also had more on my list. I had to pare it down. So let's see what I'm taking off the list. Okay. One of the things on the list was Utah football. That's okay. I can take that off. One of them was comfy clothes. I can take that off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, here we go. I'm leaving the basic things off, like you always say. Oh, I'm looking forward to soups and comfy clothes and the changing leaves. This is going to be very specifically what I'm looking forward to fall this year, as I've had to pare it down. Teaching, at the Ready, Set, Create event in California. That's CA as in California, not like CA as in Canada. All right, next one is, yes. Coldplay concert in San Diego with our friends on the Becks. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. It's fine. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Next one. It will be this fall. I know it will be this fall because they are now in California. They are at the port in California. They are clearing customs, hopefully as we speak. The arrival of my Leo by mail traveler's notebooks. You know what? If I, 3 years ago, if I could fast forward and I was writing this list, I'd be like, wait a minute, the what? Wait, the what? Back then, there was no Leo by mail product. Nothing. I would be like, wait a minute, what? My own traveler's notebooks? Yes. So very excited about that. I can hardly stand it. That is this fall. Hopefully in the next week, 2, I don't know. However long it takes to clear customs. However long it takes to clear customs. I don't know. Customs, be my friend. Please don't be like UPS today. This week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Lots of teaching. Teaching at Lizzie, my friend Lizzie Lou, Lizzie's Halloween retreat. That's always fun because for me, that's part work and part play. I teach one class there and I'm there for like 5 days. So I get to take things with me and play. I'll be working, but that's okay. I'm still playing, but working, but playing, but mixture of both. I mean, I'll be doing work besides the one class, but anyhow, yes, very much looking forward to that. That is in Fallbrook, which is like apples and fruit, and it's a really cool kind of fun place to be for fall, even though the ladies don't really turn. Another one, teaching She Loves Color. Lots of teaching. In Wisconsin. And the last one is making progress on Gina Libby. All right, friends, so there we go. I have work to do over here. I still have to figure out what I'm going to do over here. I'm not sure. I think I will end up doing a quote. The quote that kind of looked like it would work, I think it's just too small, was this guy. Every leaf speaks bliss to me, fluttering from the autumn tree. It's just, it's just like by itself out there. So that I will do before we are together again, and then we will take a look at how that turned out once I figure out what I'm doing there. But all right, so let me just get those put back in here very quickly, and then we will talk about, oh, what a mess. We will talk about what is, I don't remember where these went now. I don't remember which one I took out of where. There? That's probably lights, I think. Is that the lights? Yeah, that's probably lights. We'll talk about, actually, while I'm putting these in, we'll talk about what's coming in the next couple of weeks, and then I'll flip the camera and we'll say our goodbyes. So, prizes. Don't forget the prizes, friends. Giveaway. There are 3 for this week. One is the 2023 Year in Review Traveler's Notebook Kit. If you've been following along all year, you're probably realizing that every time I do an About Last Month, that is one of the prizes. So that's a good, well, they're all good prizes. Okay, oopsie, hang on. Oh boy. Yikes. Okay, I need to do something there and I'll explain. They're all good prizes. That one has a good value because it's a class kit and the product and all that. All right, I needed to lift that up because I need to do some double-sided tape along that edge. I want to do that because it is, I need to make sure it sticks really well there because it's going to want to pop because it's having to round that corner. And as I was doing that, I lifted up a little bit of the paper from the list underneath, which was not so good. Let's see. All right, here we go. Rotate this guy, lay that down, put that about right there. All right, so that will make sure that that rounds that corner, right? It doesn't fly up. All right, oh yes, giveaways. So giveaways. Oh, that was a cute one too, huh? 2023 year in review. My body's going, you need to eat some food or your brain is no longer working. 2023 year in review project kit. First prize, second prize, Reggie Alpha, and third prize, the mini icons fall, which should be here today and then shipping on Monday or Tuesday, depending on if they get here today or not. Okay, friends, I am going to rotate the camera. We're going to see if my Joker lips are here. All right, here we go. I'm afraid to look. Let's see. Hopefully. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. They're still bright though. I mean that. Let's see. I put that lipstick on. What time is it? It's 3:30. Holy cow! 5.5 hours ago, I put that lipstick on, so that's pretty good. That lasted pretty long. All that talking. Okay, friends. Let me just look really quick. Happy Crafter Karen. Hi there. Said I love this spread. It feels so cozy. Yeah, fall, right? Fall. Always cozy, and all the colors are so warm, and I think so too. Let's see. Okay, you guys, if I missed anything, Carmen, I would be excited to win even if it was a Sharpie pen you use. That's so fun, Carmen. I love it. Okay, friends, here we go. Thank you for joining me today. When I talked about this list, 100% was no lie. This thing that I do when I'm feeling stressed out, that one right there, the creating purely for the sake of creating. That's what these are for me. These Saturdays, I'm not working. I am not, there's no pressure for me to be designing something that people need to buy, or I hope buy, right? A project kit or something. This is 100% pure, pure create for the purpose of creating. There's no pressure for me, and that I just thank you for, because that is one of my big stress relievers, is being able to do this. So thank you for letting me do that. I would still, well, no, actually, let's be honest. If no one was here, I wouldn't still be doing it because I'd be working. I would not be playing. So thank you. I hope that when you were joining today, whether you were joining today or whether you were watching the replay at some time in the future, that there was something here that gave you, since we've been talking about stress and anxiety, and I hope there was something that you found today, whether it was just interacting with other people in the chat, or just listening to me in the background, or you crafted with us, or you worked on some kind of project, whatever it was. I hope there was something that you found today that kind of gave you that to help take just a little bit of, kind of helped you change the channel, right? Sometimes we just need to change the channel. It might be for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, 8 hours, whatever it is. We just need something that will take our mind off of whatever's going on. And that, for me, the creating for just the sole purpose of creating today was absolutely that for me, to help relieve some of that stress. So thank you. We won't be together for the next 2 weeks. I'm traveling both weekends, so we will be together again that first weekend in October. And this is 2023, and I have to say that because who knows when you're watching. Yeah, I think that's it, friends. I think that's all. Thank you for joining me today. Don't forget the giveaways, and I hope to see you guys in a couple weeks. Thanks for watching.